From the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, we welcome you to day number 4 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase. A full slate of games today, 4 total on the schedule. And we open up with Team Orange and Team Maroon, along with Dave Ronsley, longtime Perfect Game Scout. I'm Steve Lennox, happy to have you on board. Dave, we get set for day number 4, and these two teams that we see playing their second game, they've already got one under their belt playing yesterday.
Yeah, and of course the games are a great time to scout the pitchers. That's what they're here for, and we've got a very, very good pitcher starting for the Orange team in Richie Swain from Wentzville, Missouri. 6'4", 189 pounds, the 89th ranked pitcher in the country. We saw him back at the National Indoor Showcase in February. Young man was up to 91 with a 2,700 spin rate slider. So right out of the bat here, Steve, we're going to see a very nice young arm.
And right here we see the schedule for the day. We open up with Team Maroon versus Team Orange, Navy Purple at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then later this afternoon, Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and White getting underway at 2 and 5 o'clock with the start times. Those 4 teams we saw in the workouts wrapping up on Monday. We've got a beautiful early morning here in Marietta, Georgia. Game time temperature right in the mid-60s, expected to be into the lower to mid-70s as we get on throughout the course of the day, as we take a look at the team roster for Team Maroon for the Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia.
Well, we might seem like we forget these players because yesterday we saw the teams 8 through 12 go through their workouts, but a little break for Team Maroon and Team Orange yesterday evening, but they're back for their last game and going through all the names again. They, of course, Maroon and Orange have already gone through their drills and already played one game.
And again, we get a look at our starting pitcher for Team Orange, Richie Swain. Dave gave you some of the tidbits on Swain. Perfect game grade of 9.5, still uncommitted with his college choice. And again, these players, the Junior National Showcase, these players that we've seen over the previous couple of days. We got underway on Saturday. The 4 teams that will be in action this afternoon will complete their games on Wednesday. Then we'll have the Sophomore National Showcase. But this is a 5-day event here in Marietta, Georgia. And we've got Will Toomey leading things off for Team Maroon.
And I followed up on how Richie Swain's sophomore high school season went for Timberville High School in Wentzville, Missouri. He was 4-0 with 45 strikeouts and 29 innings. So he had a very strong spring, pitching varsity as a sophomore.
Will Toomey in the leadoff spot for Team Maroon as we're just underway. Swain has jumped out in front early in the count, 0-2. Delivers a breaking ball in there for a called strike 3. Great start for Swain.
Well, as advertised, 90 and 91 on the first 2 fastballs, 78 on the slider there for strike 3. Good morning, good evening, good night for Will Toomey.
So Richie Swain picks up the strikeout. And now we get a look at R.J. Machado. All strikes so far from Swain this is Machado, I believe. Nope, number 23. Our lineup looks like it's off kilter. Fabian Bonilla Huertas at the plate. Dave gave a little chuckle as to say, yeah, that happens on occasion.
It will happen again today, Steve. It especially happens in the second games.
So Toomey and Huertas were the last hitters in the lineup, and we've got more than just 9 batters in the lineup. We go 15, 16, 17 in these lineups. Players, 8, 9 inning games. Sometimes we go 10. We'll get 2 to 3 at bats.
And the rule of thumb at Perfect Game Showcase games is on the second game, you pick up where you left off the game before. Let's say the number 5 hitter makes the last out of day 1. The number 6 hitter will pick up on day 2 to ensure that all the players have just about the same number of at-bats.
So back-to-back strikeouts of Toomey and Huertas for Swain. 2 down, bases empty here in the top of the first inning. And he's finished him off with that breaking ball. He's got some pretty good sharp breaking ball, and he's got command of it early on.
Yeah, from the National Indoor, the spin rate on that breaking ball, it's kind of between a slider and a curve, 77 miles an hour and kind of a slurvy shape, but the spin rate was 2,700, which is exceptional for a sophomore.
Here is Josh Hammond at the plate.
Josh Hammond, owner of an awesome high spin rate slider himself, pitched yesterday, was outstanding.
Takes a fastball away. All strikes pretty much. There's ball 1, 1 and 2 on the hitter Josh Hammond from Richie Swain. Swain scheduled to go 2 innings. Josh Hammond from High Point, North Carolina, Wesleyan Christian Academy. Wake Forest commit, and I mentioned his travel ball coach for the O Stingers 2025 team, Chris Wilkin. Chris Wilkin played pro ball in the Orioles organization primarily during his playing days. Off the end of the bat to right field. High sky, catch is made, and short right field by Orlando Cruz, and that retires the side. 1, 2, 3, top of the first for Richie Swain. We're scoreless going to the bottom of the first here in Marietta, Georgia. Scoreless ball game as we go to the top of the bottom half of the first inning. Team Orange, Team Maroon, Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, Steve Banta, producer director. Glad you're with us on this early morning from Marietta, Georgia, as it will be Marcus Harris to lead things off here in the bottom of the first inning. Harris sort of in the lower third of the lineup, if you will. But as Dave alerted us to in the top of the inning, we don't go necessarily by the order that they give us. And a breaking ball strike, 0-1. Connor Blue, Dave Ronsley on the mound for Team Maroon.
Yeah, Connor Blue, a 6'1", 185 right-hander from O'Fallon High School in O'Fallon, Illinois. So we have two Midwesterners facing off against each other pitching-wise in this game.
Was thinking the same thing.
Yes, Blue is up to 87 at the PG National Sophomore Championships last time we saw him. We've always seen that big breaking ball. Got great depth on that. Fastballs 86 and 87 so far. I'm kind of anxious to see Marcus Harris get his arms extended. 6'3", 225. Big, strong. Right-handed hitter, had some of the best exit velocities during drills of this group.
Sends this one in the air foul down the left field line. You get a look right there from our home plate camera. The wall in left field. Shade starting to creep across the diamond just a little bit. Center fielder, right fielder will battle the sun early on. Speaking of which, I'll get to this early on, Dave. Did you happen to see the finish from the farm at Stanford last night between Texas and Stanford and the Cardinal on the way?
No, I
way
did
to
not
the
actually.
College World Series.
I saw Stanford won. I grew up right next to the Stanford campus and almost went there, 45 years ago, so I do have a warm spot. At least until the 156 pitch outing by Quinn Matthews, I had a warm spot for him.
He got some extension there, sends this one in the air to left center field. And going back, it's going to hit off, I think, the base of the wall. And going to second base is Harris, and he'll stop there with a ringing double.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see from Marcus Harris. They only get hitters only generally get 4 at bats. Harris obviously has great power. It's a matter of getting his pitch, and he got it there, and he knew what to do with it. That's as far a ball as we've seen hit, I think, so far through the games at this. See a replay there, going back. He just missed a home. If that was 10 feet to the right, that was circling the bases.
Batter now, Matt McKnight. So if I tell you twilight at Stanford's home ballpark, Sunken Diamond, what would you start to think of?
Shadows. The Sunken Diamond surrounded by trees, and I played there many times when I was a teenager.
Game was tied, Stanford in the bottom of the inning. I don't know if it went 9 or extra innings, but Stanford had a pop-up. The pitcher on the mound, you'll see the video at some point, I'm sure. The pitcher on the mound for the Texas Longhorns pointed to the third base side of the diamond. Swing and a miss by McKnight. No one knew where the ball was. The shortstop finally identified that the ball was in short right center field, I believe. The center fielder and right fielders for Texas never really moved. They never saw the ball off the bat. It landed. The winning run scored for Stanford. They're on their way to the College World Series. So you'll see it. And and as you said, growing up in that area, being familiar with the ballpark, the twilight, it's not the first time that's happened.
No.
And that happened at Texas last night. Good pitch there, and McKnight is out on strikes.
Blue did a good job of locating pitches on that. Threw the breaking ball in when McKnight was looking for something out over the plate. Hit the outside corner perfectly with that 87 fastball for the strikeout.
And a nice comeback after giving up the leadoff double. So 1 out in the inning. As Harris remains at second base. Jacob Martin stands in for Team Orange.
You can tell Blue
Martin
has a lot of
Loudoun
confidence.
County High School.
Yeah, Blue has a lot of confidence in that breaking ball. He throws it early in counts. Knows he can throw it for strikes and get ahead.
Martin, Loudoun County High School, Leesburg, Virginia. 6'1", 185 at the plate, 16 years old. College interests include Maryland, East Carolina, Coastal Carolina, Duke, UVA. Up the middle, this will advance the runner. And the out is recorded at first base. JP Apt up the middle, showing the range going to his left and throwing across the diamond to Nicholas Deacon. We'll see Deacon on the mound. And that is Angel Santos, pardon me. There's Santos identifying him there. So 1 down, runner at third base. And Connor Blue goes to work. Pitch goes to the backstop. Here comes the runner from third. Harris will come in, landing gear down. He comes in to score from third on the wild pitch. And Team Orange now leading 1-0.
I said before that Blue has lots of confidence in that breaking ball and throwing for strikes. That's the third time in 4 hitters he's led off with the breaking ball, but wasn't so much locating that first pitch, and it cost him a run.
What do you take into account in terms of pitch sequences? Are you paying a lot of attention to that for a pitcher?
Well, I think the fact that he does throw it frequently early in the count shows his confidence in the pitch. It's a pitch he's had success with in the past. So it's just one more thing that you note when you're building the the whole picture of a young prospect. I think when Connor Blue gets to the next level, I think you're going to see a different breaking ball. He gets under that. He creates good spin on it. I'm sure there's good spin numbers, but it's a different release point than on his fastball.
Aiden Aragon at the plate.
We have a term tunneling to indicate similar release points. If a pitcher tunnels his pitches well, which is the ideal, that means he has the same release point on each thing, so the hitter isn't getting a clue before the pitch is released of what's coming.
Aragon fouls it off and stays alive at 3-2. Got the runner at first base, 2 down in the inning. Harris led off with a double off the left center field wall. Did not miss a home run by much. As Dave said, 10 feet to the right, towards left center field a little bit more, and that ball was probably going to leave the yard. Aragon loops one in the air, foul on the first base side. And Connor Blue, Dave, has been 84, 85, up to 86 with his fastball, and he's actually hit an 87 in there. Runner goes from first, throw down to second base, and in there safely with the stolen base. And now a runner in scoring position with 2 down in the frame. And that is Blake Fields, the runner. Catcher behind the plate early on is Peyton Ganda. Called strike 3, inning over. Marcus Harris, the double to get things going against Blue. He scored on the wild pitch, 1-0. Team Orange as we go to the second inning. Richie Swing goes back to work here in the second inning for Team Orange. Struck out 2 and working a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. Davey gets his second inning on the mound. Anything that you want to see him bring out of his bag of tricks here in the second that maybe you didn't see in the first inning?
I didn't see a changeup. It would be nice to see.
RJ Machado stands in for Team Maroon. Machado from American Heritage High School, Plantation in Florida. He's from Sunrise, Florida, and a Florida State commit. He's got a couple of his high school teammates, Talon Holiday and Christopher Levy Gutierrez, also here at the Junior National Showcase. Sends this one in the air to right field, and a nice catch in right field by Cruz.
We knew Cruz has the speed to chase down balls in the outfield. He has the fastest 60 of all the players at this Junior National Showcase with a 6.41. And he shows that range too. No hesitation on the jump. Almost overran it, caught it pretty high.
So Machado retired on a line drive to right field. Dylan Atkins at the plate, Tennessee commit. Atkins from Maryland goes to the Baylor School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Swain sharing on his perfect game profile. What's improved the most in the game of baseball for you since January and the start of the year? Command and the mental side of the game has grown a lot, he says. His favorite food is Dad's barbecue. Rich Sr., or Rich Jr., pardon me. I'll take that.
I'm sure Dad appreciates hearing that.
Swing and a miss. And Atkins, with the count 3 balls and 2 strikes, hits here with the bases empty and 1 down in the top of the second inning. Orange leading 1-0. Marcus Harris, a double for Team Orange in the bottom of the first inning. Scored on the ball that went to the backstop. He scored from third. Chopper right side. Nice job by the pitcher. You don't see that often, but we got it right there. Swain doing a nice job covering his position, and he got over there quickly.
His coach back at Timberland High School will be pleased to see that. And you're right, at this age you don't always see that. Pitchers can turn to spectators frequently at this age. But they've done their PFP at Timberland, and Swain remembers.
Swain taking the throw from Marcus Harris. Harris has had positive impact on this game early on. William Johnson at the plate, Georgia Tech commit. I believe we'll see Johnson on the mound. He is scheduled for the 7th inning on the mound later on in this game.
This being the second day, we will see a number of secondary pitchers, I'm sure. Secondary meaning their primary position is outfield, infield, catcher, etc.
William Johnson on the Perfect Game blog from the Scouts on perfectgame.org. Johnson, the right-up, continues to swing the bat well here in game action. Put together one of the most impressive rounds of batting practice yesterday at a rocket through the right side for a single. Johnson will see time in center field on the mound and also on the corner and right field in this game against Team Orange. Swain struck out a pair in his first inning, now in his second inning on the mound. Misses away. Swain working with catcher C.J. Oxendine behind the plate for the first 2 innings. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there. Swain picks up another strikeout, works his second straight scoreless inning. It's 1-0 Team Orange as we go to the bottom of the second. Right, I know, but again, Team Orange batting here in the second inning, up 1-0. Dave Ronsley. We see Connor Blue getting his second inning on the mound.
And again, opening the first hitter with a breaking ball. We have the speedy Orlando Cruz at the plate. We saw him make a nice running catch in right field. Last inning defensively. Let's see if he can get bat to ball and show his speed on the bases.
Looks at a strike count even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Physically, how does Connor Blue project out 2, 3, 5 years down the road for you as Cruz is out on strikes?
I think being 16 years old, there's no question, he's going to continue to grow. He does have good strength there. It's been a common theme. He talked about pitchers who have good musculature already in their hips and their thighs, and Connor Blue does that. But just being 16 years, he's going to keep growing, maybe end up 6'2", 190 at least, if not bigger. Always helps to know how big the parents are when you're projecting size, and also just getting a look at the kid's face. Is he shaving yet? What kind of maturity does he have? If he's not shaving yet, doesn't look that mature, you can almost guarantee a young man's going to keep growing.
Ryan Lopez at the plate from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy, like Cruz in front of them. Outfielder, listed at 6 foot, 175 pounds. Foul tip into the glove. Cruz out on strikes. Connor Blue off to a strong start here in his second inning on the pitcher's mound.
Just cruising. It looks like he's even added a little velocity since the first inning. That last fastball at 88 miles an hour. Maybe he shook that first inning nerves, the 8 o'clock in the morning feeling.
Here's Nick Cipolla from Lee Summit, Missouri, catcher. This one well struck to right field. Actually down to second base and taken care of there. And Cipolla is going to be a base runner. To see that one off the bat again.
I agree with you completely, Steve. I was watching the right fielder see him coming in on the ball and was surprised to see it at the second baseman. Nice barrel by Cipolla, though, and what looks to be an infield single.
Santos playing second base for Team Maroon. And a first at bat. This one on the ground. Santos moving to his left from the outfield grass. Throws on to first. A 2-out base runner. Nothing else doing for Team Orange as we go to the third inning in a 1-0 ball game. David, take a look at the pitcher's package here.
Connor Blue didn't throw too many pitches. He was very efficient, throwing strikes with both his fastball up to 88. Go with a 72-mile-an-hour curveball and worked him back and forth. Delivery's pretty clean. I'd like to see him get a little higher on the release point on the breaking ball. If you look at the fastball release point there, he gets his hand turned under it on the breaking ball, gets good spin on it, but if he got out in front with that curveball a little more and got on top of the ball, you'd see a harder pitch, maybe mid-70s, with a little more downer action instead of the sweeping action. But that's a step for the next level for a different pitching coach. But love the way the young man threw strikes, competed, and got better through his whole outing.
So Blue and Swain both impressing over the first 2 innings. We go to the third in a 1-0 ball game. And Remo Indomenico is now on, left-hander from St. Ignatius College Preparatory in Chicago, Illinois.
And we already have our first secondary pitcher of the day in Domenico, a primary outfielder and a talented one with 6'7" speed. We've seen him up to 86 on the fastball this spring. He pitched at the PG High School Showdown Academies. Pitched for the Artillery Baseball Underclass team at the PG Academies tournament in Hoover, Alabama. Also throws a mid-70s breaking ball and a 77 changeup.
Joey Senstock will be the first batter against Indomenico. Senstock fills up the right side of the batter's box. Slightly open stance, feet spread. Team Orange on the board first. Marcus Harris got things going with a double and scored from third on a ball that went to the backstop early on. Domenico has been 84, 85. First couple of pitches to Senstock. Domenico goes 5'11", 175.
Senstock's been pretty impressive to me early. He has multi-positional versatility. He's a third baseman who also catches. Has swung a good bat. Almost beats that one out, but is out by a bit. Harris has been busy over there at first base, executing tosses to the pitcher. Does a good job again on that to get the out.
And Marcus Harris is expected to go the entire way at first base. Did you like that pass to first? That was a straight path.
Yeah, it was an outfielder taking a pass. What I liked is Harris's flip. He got it both hands together, and he knew he had to get rid of that, and it was just a glove flip, really. Glove to hand flip, and he executed it very well.
Henry Jackson going up there early on in the count. Owen Gregg throwing onto first base, and Marcus Harris. A couple of ground ball outs for Remo Indomenico. Julian Carter stands in. Carter will see at 3 different positions. Swings through that first offering. He'll be in left field. We'll see him up the middle at shortstop and second base for a couple of innings later in the game. Nothing into the count.
Good things happen to those who throw strikes, and Indomenico doing a great job. I think we saw a change up there at 74. He's gotten Carter to chase on two straight off-speed pitches. Kind of overthrew that fastball there.
You know, we've touched on a couple of times, guys have gone through BP or infield drills and workouts over the previous couple of days, and we say they've been there before, they've done that before. Indomenico, and you said secondary pitcher, he seems to play that role well on the mound in his first inning of work.
Yeah, he does seem to have some experience. I'm going to look up and just see how off. We haven't really seen him play that much, so he doesn't have a lot of innings built up at PG events. But he does have some polish. He throws 3 pitches. He has an idea how to mix. There's definitely some experience there.
Has a count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Julian Carter. Missed away. Carter will stay at home plate. We'll get a runner at first base for Carter, and his bat will extend with fastballs the rest of the way. See the runner coming from the dugout. And you saw the umpire there, perhaps, and you heard the verbal command. Basically a 2-strike pitch here. And the rest of the way. Throw down to first base, and the runner back in there safely. Almost got a full view of that number. And Domenico delivers and misses up and away again to Julian Carter. And that's where he's missed the last couple of pitches after he threw ball 4.
Yeah, he's running away with his lower half, sort of running, towards the third base dugout and release. And what that does, your front side's fast, it leaves your arm behind, and your arm is late coming through. The ball stays up and out arm side.
Gets the strikeout there, strands the ghost runner. Scoreless inning for Remo and Domenico. As we've got a 1-0 ball game, and Domenico picking up the strikeout here. We're through 2.5 in Marietta. Well, we've seen some strong pitching early on from both sides, and now we get a look at Brandon Gonzalez, who is on here for his first inning for Team Maroon. And misses inside, hit by pitch.
An auspicious start. Well, I think we're going to see some real good things, that first pitch notwithstanding, from Brandon Gonzalez. He's one of these guys, I think we talked about it earlier in this thing, Steve. You asked me about getting a feel for a player, like when it becomes your player. And Brandon Gonzalez is one of my players, so to speak. Very young for the class, just 16 years, 2 months old, listed 6'4", 205, very, very athletic. And I just think there's a real high ceiling here. It may not happen this year or next year, but he's so athletic. Things happen so easily for him throwing the ball. He's so young that I just think he's a guy who's a really, really good bet to improve, as he gets more repetitions, and especially as he concentrates just on pitching. Every event I've seen him at, he goes and plays all sorts of positions around the field because he's such a good athlete. But when he starts concentrating on pitching more and more, I think you're going to really see the young man come on the mound.
Goes 6'4", 205 pounds. Line drive by Fields, and this one into left field for a base hit. Fields is going to go to second, and our ghost runner will take third base. And Team Orange was second and third and nobody out against Gonzalez here in the bottom of the third.
Fields has had a few good swings so far. That was just a solid barrel on a fastball only, I believe, count. Did with it what he's supposed to.
I believe Julian Carter in left field.
He hit the ball so hard that it kind of overmatched Carter in left field.
Here is Evan Fernandez. Evan Fernandez, American Heritage High School, Delray Beach. From Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, Mississippi State commit. So you've got American Heritage Plantation, American Heritage Delray Beach.
Yeah,
both part of the same program overall.
That's been confusing over the years. They're two Calvary Christians as well.
And where are those two schools located for Calvary Christian?
One is down in the southeast Florida, Miami area. I can't tell you exactly where, and the other is up in the Tampa area.
Okay, that one I was more familiar with.
And they both at different points have had top programs, national championship contending programs, which makes it even more confusing.
Gonzalez picks up the strikeout against Evan Fernandez. 1 out in the inning. And that will bring up Andrew Freeman. Andrew Freeman also part of one of the strong programs in the state of Florida, Marjorie Stoneman High School, Parkland, Florida. And Freeman as well is here with a handful of his high school teammates. Nick Diaz, Freeman, and Bennett Gary, who we have seen for a couple of the teams that have already wrapped up here with their workouts in 2 games. Freeman looks at a strike. Brandon Gonzalez. This one in the air, foul, first base side. Part of the 6A state championship team. First time ever at Sickles High School. Good pitch there. Freeman looks at a called strike 3 on the breaking ball.
Freeman was flat looking fastball on that. I was about to say Gonzalez has thrown some pretty good fastballs there. He hasn't been landing his breaking ball, but 3-2, that's a beauty. Freeman never even got the bat off his shoulder. Yeah, it did a bit, but yeah, he was looking straight fastball there.
So second and third, nobody out. Second and third, 2 down. Ground ball up the middle. They get the out at first base, and Gonzalez does a nice job. Had the ghost runner, base hit, and an error second and third, and gets out of the trouble, stranding 2 in scoring position. It's 1-0 Team Orange, leading Team Maroon as we'll go to the 4th inning. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, 2023 Junior National Showcase, and Gonzalez right there for you, Dave. He, in a little bit of a trouble. Some of the trouble his own doing. Did give up the base hit, but overall did a nice job showing some maturity there and the poise to get out of it.
Yeah, getting the first batter there was really important. Evan Fernandez, a big, powerful right-handed pitcher. But that was a nice play, I believe, by R.J. Machado on that last ground ball. That was not a routine play at all. Machado got the ball going to his left, spun through to first base. We saw that kind of, it just sort of reminded me of the fourth ball in the infield drills. And you and I have done the drills the last 2 days. That fourth ball up the middle where the infielder, reaches for it, spins, or lowers the arm slot. And Machado did such a nice job to get that third out. And you could hear a cheer from the Maroon dugout to sort of celebrate it. They're into the game this morning. It's still early, but they're into the game.
And this is our first of 4 games on PerfectGame.tv today. We'll have one more game later this morning, 2 afternoon games with Brett Dolan and Dave Ronsley on board. And now we'll see Remo and Domenico get his second inning on the pitcher's mound for Team Orange.
And Remo had a real good first 2 hitters there, was mixing his pitches, throwing strikes. And there was one pitch, he got up 0-2 to the third hitter, ready to have a nice 8-pitch inning. And he tried to throw a nasty, nasty fastball. And in doing so, he flew open. And his body remembered that. In the next 3 or 4 fastballs, he flew open as well, left the pitches up. So it was just that one pitch that he overthrew last in that kind of threw him off for a few pitches there and extended the inning.
Completes his warm-up tosses, ready to go to work. Braden Mann at the plate from Williamsburg, Virginia. We talked about shaving earlier. Perhaps we can get in on Mann here. He's got the hair coming out from underneath the helmet. And Domenico, the left-hander, to the right-handed batter here in the 4th inning. And he misses up and away. Pop up around home plate. This one backing out of play. This one hit well, but fouled on the first base side. Nicholas Deacon, J.P. Apt to follow here for Team Maroon in the top of the 4th inning, 1-0 game. Two ball, two strike count. Liner to right field, and that will fall for a base hit. Leadoff base runner for Team Maroon here in the 4th inning against Domenico, again in his 2nd inning of work. As Mann reaches with the base hit, we'll see Mann get a couple of innings behind the plate in the middle innings.
Nice piece of hitting there by the Williamsburg, Virginia native. Saw a lot of pitches, didn't get too greedy. Nice what we call backside single there.
Nicholas Deacon sends one in the air down the right field line, drifting over and making the catch right there. We see Aiden Aragon. And one down, runner at first base. And that'll bring up J.P. Apt. John Phillip will have a younger brother playing in the sophomore national showcase, which gets underway on Wednesday. His brother Henry is number 5 in his class for the state of Mississippi, class of 2026. Again, the sophomore showcase starts tomorrow with the workouts and games for the 6 teams on Thursday and Friday.
I still have to find the time to look at those rosters. You already know more about those rosters than I do if you know one player on them.
Swing and a foul tip. Apt plays for the East Coast Sox Scout team for Mark Willoughby. Schools that he's considering include Troy, Auburn, and Alabama. And Domenico misses down. Apt starting at shortstop for his high school. He gets about 90 miles an hour consistently. Hartfield Academy. Sends that one foul out of play and stays alive. Braden Mann, a leadoff base hit. On at first base with one down here in the top of the 4th inning. So we'll have a base runner here, and the count basically goes to 2 strikes on Apt. You'll see fastballs for the rest of this at bat. Domenico getting 2 innings. We'll see Arroyo behind him for 2. Then it'll be an inning for pitchers after that from the 7th inning on. App takes a good cut there and fouls one straight back to the screen.
This will be the 11th pitch of this showdown here.
And Domenico strikes out J.P. Apt on pitch number 11, 2 down. That will bring up Logan Mortimer. Mortimer sharing on his perfect game player profile. His dad, Mark, played pro ball in the Atlanta Braves organization from 1997 through 2001. Mortimer sends one in the air towards short right field, and the second baseman is able to take care of it. Mortimer retired, and that retires the side here in the inning as Matt McKnight took care of that one. Domenico with a couple of base runners stranded. It's 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Along with Dave Ronsley, Steve Lennox, glad you're with us on this early morning from Marietta, Georgia. East Cobb Baseball Complex Junior National Showcase for 2023. Owen Gregg starts things off for Team Orange. Owen Gregg, C.J. Oxendine, Donovan Arroyo, the first 3 batters due up against Brandon Gonzalez.
And that's the exact same way that Brandon Gonzalez started his first inning. So he's thrown 2 pitches out of the windup so far today. He's come inside and hit 2 right-handed hitters with his first pitch, and he's going to probably spend the rest of his outing, like his first inning on the mound, working from the stretch. So a shame there for the young man, but it is what it is.
Owen Gregg from Ontario, Canada. Appleby College High School. The runner goes from first, throw down to second base, and in there safely with the stolen base for Team Orange, and that is Blake Fields.
Good throw there.
Throw down
the
by
umpire. Who was the catch there, Steve?
Brock Bedingfield behind
Brock
the plate.
Bedingfield. Good throw.
Gonzalez misses in tight.
The umpire in the office 3 miles away called him out, but the one right there 5 feet away called him safe.
Henry Jackson, you see, number 19 for Maroon, applying the tag on Blake Fields. And I believe one of those moments there just dawned on me. I think last year we saw similar with Brandon Gonzalez, where he continuously loses his hat on his pitches to the plate. I think we touched on that last year, Dave. Good pitch there, tied him up.
Gonzalez does get a lot of sinking action on that fastball. So there's going to be a lot of ground balls produced by that pitch in the future.
Got in on the hands there. Greg able to foul it off. Greg shares. He loves to watch Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Plays for his hometown Toronto Blue Jays. Shared on his PG profile, privileged to attend baseball camp at Clemson University in South Carolina, worked with the coaching staff. Eric Bakich, head coach now at Clemson. And Owen Gregg sharing that Bakich works with the players on non-baseball skills in his classroom. That impressed him and left positive impression there. Ground ball, shortstop. This will move the runner up. Henry Jackson throwing onto first base to retire Gregg. Touch on those camps. Are those sort of later in the summer for colleges?
Later, pretty much yes. Obviously teams have other things scheduled earlier in the year. I think it's opportunity as opportunity presents itself. It's, a big deal for the colleges. It's an even a bigger deal now with the new recruiting restrictions, because there aren't restrictions that I understand on players coming to camps. You can't contact them in the context of recruiting them, but you can contact players in the context of your camps, getting them to camps, which is tantamount to the same thing, I would think.
C.J. Oxendine from Little River, South Carolina, North Myrtle Beach High School. Plays for the Dirtbags National Program in travel ball and is a Virginia Tech commit.
Gonzalez reached back a bit on that last pitch. Got 87, grabbed an 87 on that last fastball.
Swing and a miss by Oxendine. Bottom dropped out of that offering from Gonzalez. As you touched on, hitting the first batter that he's faced in each of his 2 innings and then working from the stretch.
Some pitchers are just better from the stretch. It might just be a short sample size here. But I once literally, Steve, and this is a true story, I once saw a pitcher in high school, a big 6'6", 175-pound kid, walk the first batter of 7 straight innings from the windup and then have a complete game shutout, I believe, pitching from the stretch. And it was like, is anybody noticing that he is awesome from the stretch and he can't pitch from the wind? He just wasn't coordinated enough yet to repeat his delivery. But it was amazing to watch, because after a few innings you notice it. Wait a minute, he's walking the leadoff hitter and then he's nails after that. And I don't know whether this is something that Gonzalez struggles with regularly, but it would be nice to know if you were his pitching coach, and if you're nice to know if you're Brandon Gonzalez.
Big 6'4" right-hander goes to work. Arroyo at the plate. Ball gets through the catcher. Here comes a runner from third. And scoring standing up is Blake Fields. So Team Orange scoring both runs on balls that go to the backstop with a runner at third base. We saw that earlier in the game in the first inning with Marcus Harris.
I think Bedingfield thought he caught that ball, because he didn't seem like to have any urgency to go back and get it. And it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't catch the ball. Pitched down and right there, hit at the dirt, right at his knees.
Arroyo up the middle. Jackson, the shortstop, on to first base. Side retired. Orange with a run across, up 2-0 as we go to the 5th inning. And we've got the pitching package here as Gonzalez wraps up his 2 innings on the mound for Team Maroon.
Well, there are a lot of things to like there from Brandon Gonzalez. He grabbed an 87, then an 88 to the last hitter. So, the arm strength continues to improve. And he produced 3 ground ball outs. There's a lot of life on that fastball. He's going to always get a lot of ground ball outs with that life and the heaviness on the pitch. And he picked up some nice strikeouts with that breaking ball. It's just a matter really for Brandon Gonzalez of getting consistent with all that. And maybe a note for the folks back home who see him all the time. What's the story with working from the windup here? He seems to be much better from the stretch, and there's nothing wrong with working from the stretch all the time, at least at this part of your career. There's that nice breaking ball there. Got a swing and a miss. Got probably 4 or 5 swings and misses at least on that curveball.
So the pitching package there from Brandon Gonzalez from Tampa, Florida, and Sickles High School, part of a state championship team as a sophomore here in 2023. His high school season just wrapping up. And a 2-0 ball game as we go to the top of the 5th inning. And we've got the new pitcher in the game for Team Orange as we get our first look at Donovan Arroyo from the batter's box to the pitcher's mound for Arroyo.
Arroyo showed plenty of arm strength in drills, throwing 87 from both the infield and the outfield. He's been up to 88, in fact, before at PG events. The young man from Houston, Texas, and Jersey Village High School. Very young for this class, 16 years, 3 months.
Touched on Gonzalez throwing the breaking balls and getting the swings and misses in his 2 innings on the mound. For pitchers who are 15, 16 years old, and you touched on it earlier, in the second inning, you wanted to see, I think it was from Swain, you wanted to see maybe a changeup or two. Where's a changeup fit in the repertoire for pitchers at this age?
It really, it isn't necessary for the most part, and it really doesn't. If you don't throw a changeup, as a sophomore in high school, that is certainly not a negative whatsoever. I was specifically looking for it on Swain because he's got really 2 good present pitches in a fastball that hits 92 and a 2,700 spin rate breaking ball. So he's very advanced already for 2 pitches. It would have been nice to see it. If I didn't see it, it's not a negative whatsoever. And sometimes even at this level, you'll see, like, especially a lefty that has a really advanced plus changeup, and you have to acknowledge that.
Bedingfield, the hitter from Brentwood, Tennessee. Christ Presbyterian Academy, plays for Larry Nesbitt. Plays for the Rawlings Southeast Mad Mavericks. A lot of times when I mention the travel ball team, it's with names like the Rawlings Southeast Mad Mavericks. We've got the runner at first base as the at-bat continues for Bedingfield at the plate.
Yes, travel teams can take on a little bit of the personality of the organization, much like a minor league team. You're almost, competing to brand yourself differently.
Well said. Stolen base there. R.J. Machado now in scoring position. Catcher behind the plate for Team Orange is Sapola. Swing and a miss by Bedingfield. Maroon looking to get on the board here in the 5th inning, down 2-0. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. At bat continues for Bedingfield. We saw Connor Blue early on for Team Maroon. And Swain on the other side for Team Orange, both impressive in their first 2 innings of work. Bedingfield continues to battle here with Donovan Arroyo.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
We've
That's
seen
just
some
advantage hitter.
lengthy at-bats. Yes.
Yeah. You get into these fastball-only counts, and I don't believe that's a fastball-only count, was it? This is still just battling on a 3-2 count. And Arroyo wins the battle with an 83-mile-an-hour fastball there.
No, that was. We had the runner for Bedingfield early in the at-bat.
Okay. All right. My
I believe
apologies.
they called it a hit by pitch. Yeah, it was quick.
Okay.
So one down in the inning. Bedingfield retired on the strikeout. Here's William Patrick, outfielder, and that one goes to the backstop, and Machado will move to third.
Yeah, William Patrick has been one of the more impressive prospects really at this showcase. You saw that 500 ranking. I can absolutely guarantee you that's going to change in the next rankings, which will come up shortly. But Patrick, so athletic, 6'2", 188, 6'4", 2 runner in the 60, has some real bat speed, some present bat speed. Now this is just an athlete that is going to shoot up the rankings now that we've seen him in this environment.
Short right field. That pop-up is taken care of by the second baseman, Matt McKnight. Patrick retired, and that should bring Angel Santos to the plate with 2 down and a run at third base. R.J. Holmes, pardon me, 13 for Team Orange. Santos, one of a handful of players from Puerto Rico participating in the National Showcase for Juniors. Comes up empty, taking the big cut there from Donovan Arroyo. Maroon has had its opportunities, trying to come through with 2 outs here. That one hit hard, taken on a hop by the shortstop, Owen Gregg, and that retires the side. Nice job by Donovan Arroyo, got the runner to third and left him stranded right there. Team Orange up 2-0 in the middle of the 5th. Junior National Showcase, East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. 2-0 Team Orange leading Team Maroon. And Team Maroon now its third pitcher of the game as we get a look at Austin Musso for the first time on the hill.
Yeah, Austin Musso, another player that we saw at the National Indoor Showcase in Wentzville, Missouri. An Illinois native, 6'1", 180 pounds. Austin was up to 86 at that National Indoor Showcase. Before, uncommitted player with a top 1,000 overall ranking right now and a PG grade of 8.5.
What goes into the perfect game rating, that 8.5?
It's a rating. It's on a with a top score of 10. A 10 is like the top players in the class. As Musso gets
fly
the
ball
first
to left
out
field,
on a
one up, one down.
Lazy fly ball. Generally a 7 or 7.5 is a good solid high school player at present. An 8 is at present a lower level college player. An 8.5 is a solid college level player at present. A 9 is a D1 potential Power 5 types player, and so forth, up to a 10 being a potential high round draft pick.
Nice job there at first base. Take another look here as Harris retired on a liner. Atkins, nope, not Atkins. Nicholas Deacon taking care of that one. How about Musso here? A quick 1-2-3 inning, Dave Ronsley.
We'll have to get to know Austin Musso next inning when he comes out for his second inning work, because we only saw 5 pitchers there in the bottom of the 5th inning.
So Musso doing a solid job on the pitcher's mound in a 2-0 ball game here in Marietta, Georgia. Take a look at some of the results for the 60-yard dash from the previous couple of days with the workouts. We've got a full slate of games, 4 total, throughout the course of the morning and afternoon. Brett Dolan will be with Dave Ronsley for the 2 games this afternoon. What are some of the numbers in the 60 that stood out for you, Dave?
Well, Micah Matthews, for one. Mike is the 34th ranked player in the country, 6'3", 200-pound wide receiver outfield. He looks like a Alabama wide receiver, and his ability to run a 6'4" is outstanding at that size. If we were taking a look at the list again, right there at the bottom was Sean Gamble at I believe a 6'5", yeah, there were 6'5", Sean Gamble, the number 2 ranked player in the class right now. He had a great workout yesterday. Kason Cunningham, number 7th ranked player in the class, 6'5", a speedy middle infielder, but maybe the best hitter in the 2025 class.
Workouts and games got underway Saturday for the Junior National Showcase. And Donovan Arroyo left a runner at third base in his first inning on the mound, worked a scoreless frame. Gets the bottom of the 6th inning against Team Maroon.
Arroyo mixing his pitches really well, only really 81, 83 on the fastball, but threw a changeup, threw really looked like 2 types of breaking balls. Hitters are never going to get the same look really on 2 straight pitches, and really competed well.
Foul ball, third base side. Peyton Ganda at the plate from Medina, Ohio, Highland High School. Perfect game, top 500. Ganda is ranked as the number 2 catching prospect by Perfect Game in the state of Ohio for Peyton Ganda, number 17 overall in Ohio. 6 foot, 210. Ganda hits one well to right field. And the catch is made. Ryan Lopez taking care of that one.
Go on. Go on.
Arroyo making it look easy. One down, base is empty. Olender at the plate. Michael Olender. And he sends one foul out of play. Olender from Flemington, New Jersey, attends the Hun School. High school baseball team. He made first team all conference and won the New Jersey Prep A tournament as a sophomore. Arroyo misses below the knees for the ball. Swing well hit in the left center field. And the catch is made for out number 2.
Donovan Arroyo letting his outfielders do the work this inning. But I was just thinking after that first long fly ball, you know, we haven't had a home run, and this is our 7th game here so far at this Junior National Showcase. 0 home runs. Marcus Harris almost got us one in the first inning.
Yes, he did.
But this is not a big ball field. It does play a little larger than it looks because of the high wall in left field. But it's not a big field. It's not going to, you know, just eliminate the home run.
Nice play at shortstop. Owen Gregg knocked it down. And a base runner with 2 outs. Owen Gregg getting a little handshake from R.J. Holmes, base runner. As Toomey is able to reach and extend the inning against Donovan Arroyo. And that'll bring up Fabian Huertas. Huertas his second at bat. Good pick there by Sapolo, the catcher. No longer say picking it out of the dirt. It's coming off the turf. Three nothing to count on Huertas. Donovan Arroyo left a runner stranded at third base in the 5th inning, working here in the top of the 6th. There's ball 4, so that'll put 2 runners on with 2 down. Fastballs for the remainder of the bat for Huertas. Swings through that offering from Arroyo. Did we get a base runner?
I heard the talk in the dugout about it, getting a base runner out there.
Pulled towards third and foul. We've got Toomey. He reached with 2 outs. Maybe they deferred.
Could be maybe it was just too late to send the runner down to second base. Arroyo might have already been on the mound. And they just decided to pass.
Huertas sends one foul on the right field line, out of play. Got a good view down the right field line with that short brick wall that jets out towards the foul line as you get down the line and into the corner. We had our aerial footage, I believe, with the drone, sometimes between innings and before. And I did not realize you've got the clover. I did not realize the complex with the aerial shot is as big as it is with all the different diamonds. Oh, okay. Steve Banta telling me that coverage that I was looking at was actually Jupiter, Florida. Was not East Cobb.
Yeah, actually, the one of the unique aspects of the East Cobb complex is they've shoehorned, including all the junior fields. Another foul ball. There are 4 or 5 junior fields down below, and the actual footprint of land that East Cobb, the whole East Cobb complex is on, is very small here in Marietta, Georgia. But the way it was originally laid out with the junior fields down below, ducking into pitches that you think are behind is never a good idea. Looks like the Huertas is fine there after taking one off the hat. But we've got 3 up here at the top. We have 3 full-size fields. Fields 1, 2, and 3, but there's a whole different operation down below with the smaller junior fields.
Umpire giving Huertas a moment here at the plate. Appears to be all right. Now we'll get R.J. Machado running at second base. Toomey behind him at first. Huertas appears to be all right. Rips that one foul outside of third base.
We saw a similar.
That's some good cuts here.
Yeah, we saw a similar thing yesterday though, with a all fastball count. I think it went to 18 pitches, where it was just foul ball after foul ball, where the hitter just couldn't adjust and slow down the bat. You know, jumping out front. You know it's a fastball, and you're getting anxious. I'm going to go out and hit this out front and pull drive it. And you're just getting too far out front.
Where it does pop up. Short left field. And that one gets by the left fielder. Huertas goes into second base. And the call was made in left field. We'll take another look here by Jacob Martin as the shortstop was going out. And Martin just overran the baseball.
I think that's just the high sun or the morning sun. You mentioned at the top of the broadcast there might be some sun problems on the left side of the field with the shortstop, the left fielder, and that looks definitely like, well, it looks like that could have just as easily hit him on the top of the head than missed his glove.
Pardon me, I think Orlando Cruz, I believe, out there. This one off the end of the bat towards second base. And a bad throw to first base gets away. And that's going to plate a couple of runs here for Team Maroon. And the inning should have been over for Donovan Arroyo. 5 batters faced and should have gotten a final out there. And with that, couple of runs across for Team Maroon. Up a run as we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning at East Cobb. Team Orange batting here in the 6th inning. As Musso continues on the mound. And another inning, another hit by pitch to start off the inning. Jacob Martin, the leadoff hitter. And he's going to take it a moment or two here. He'll extend the at-bat. Again, touch on that. He will not take first base himself. We'll get the runner at first base, as you see right there on the right of the screen. And the at-bat will continue for Jacob Martin.
And that is the 3rd time we've seen that, Steve.
We saw it with
pitch
Brandon
in the
Gonzalez.
top of an inning. Yeah, 2 with Brandon Gonzalez. And this is going to be our chance to learn about Austin Musso. He threw 5 pitches last inning, 3 quick outs. Just used a 85-mile-an-hour fastball and threw strikes with it. So hopefully we get to see a little more, see some different pitches. We already get to see him working from the stretch with a runner on first base. 6'1", 180-pound right-hander from Muscatah, Illinois.
Martin, opposite way to right field. Hit that one well, but the catch is made in right field by Logan Mortimer. And that's the first out, runner at first base. And he is retired. All 4 batters. You do throw the hit by pitch in there, and you take that into consideration as he works from the stretch and a runner on. Musso, I mentioned this during his workouts over the previous couple of days as he goes to work here. And Aiden Aragon, who we're going to see on the mound over the next couple of innings. He'll get 1 inning on the mound. Aragon at the plate for his second at bat. Musso is a hitter as a sophomore starting on his varsity team. Started as the number 7 hitter in the lineup. By the end of the season, he was hitting in the number 3 spot. Was the winning pitcher in a complete game in a regional championship, was second team all conference. Member of the student council at his high school, part of the freshman mentoring program. Runner for Team Orange, C.J. Oxendine at first. Runner goes back to the mound. Musso 1 play to first. Did look towards second, didn't force the throw. Now a runner at second and 2 down. He continues to get outs on the infield.
I'm laughing because if the runner had not gone and he had completed a double play on that, he would have gotten 6 outs in 10 pitches. And we really wouldn't have got to know him.
Oxendine away from second base. At bat now for Orlando Cruz. Cruz could not hold up, went around, down to the count, 0-2.
Nice hard 77-mile-an-hour slider there. That was easily his best breaking ball of the day.
Musso picks up the strikeout, leaves the ghost runner at second base. Austin Musso impressing Dave Ronsley in his 2 innings on the mound.
Well, our pitcher package doesn't have many pitches to choose from because he only threw 14 pitches and got 6 outs, which is wonderful for the pace of the ball game. But yeah, an impressive outing, throwing strikes, and that lesson for young pitchers everywhere. There's nothing wrong with throwing strikes, getting ground ball outs, getting fly ball outs. Musso showed some nice stuff there, up to 86 on the fastball, threw some nice breaking balls. He has the get me over one that he kind of lowers the slot, but that power slider right there, that's his breaking ball right there. But a very impressive 2 innings of work from the Muscatine, Illinois native. And it's been fun seeing all these Midwest pitchers today.
Connor Blue, Brandon Gonzalez, Austin Musso for Team Maroon, Swain, and Domenico, Donovan Arroyo, the pitchers used so far through the first 6 innings. As we go to the top of the 7th. And the new pitcher in the game, as we'll get, I believe, an inning out of the pitchers here going forward. And we get a look at Blake Fields on the mound.
We've seen Blake in his strong right-handed bat already. 5'11", 195-pounder from the First Academy in Orlando, Florida. We've seen him up to 785 on the mound before. And he's got plenty of mound experience. 80 innings of perfect game mound work over his PG career. Posted a throw time from the outfield of 90 miles an hour earlier, so you know the arm strength is there.
How do you compare outfield velocity and you think, okay, we see the velocity from the outfield. Can he translate that to the pitcher's mound? As a lot of these guys will be secondary pitchers, even if they're not primary pitchers in high school.
It's not going to translate, directly at all. It's so much different throwing. If you're throwing 90 with proper mechanics and you're working through the balls in the outfield, you are always going to throw harder with that momentum behind you than under what's a controlled pitching, delivery without the momentum going down to the plate. So that, with rare exceptions, that outfield velocity is always going to be higher, if not significantly higher, than your mound velocity.
Elias Alvarado swings through that offering from Blake Fields. Alvarado in the lineup from Chicago, Illinois. Fields has been 82. Shows the breaking pitch there, and he offered at it. Try to get him to chase on the breaking pitch. Challenged him, picks up the strikeout. Alvarado goes down swinging. That's to your point, Dave. Throw strikes.
Yep.
Get 3 balls on a hitter, whether it's in high school ranks or here, go after him. Let him earn it.
And we see any variety of secondary pitchers at PG showcases, every week of the year virtually. And the number 1 rule for a secondary pitcher is throw strikes. I really don't care whether they throw 70 or 90. Well, I do care if they throw 90. But just as long as the secondary pitcher throws strikes, moves the game along, gives the hitters a chance to swing, especially in the second game. All the secondary pitchers are almost always in the second game of a showcase on a Sunday.
Gonzalez chases a pitch up in the zone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Blake Fields here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, and Fields is qualifying. Come in and throw strikes. Just noted that Blake Fields just turned 16 years old. So even for that kind of strength, still very young for the class.
R.J. Machado at the plate. We've seen Machado up the middle at second and short. Machado getting his second at bat. And this is one of those situations with 2 outs that get the feeling that Fields knows the reputation of Machado. He is Maroon's leadoff hitter. Machado skies one in the air to right field. And the catch is made. Machado retired. And that ends the inning. So Blake Fields picks up a couple of strikeouts. Catch made by Owen Gregg. And Fields with a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th here in Marietta. Comfortable as we approach mid-morning in Marietta, Georgia. Team Maroon, Team Orange playing their final game of the Junior National Showcase. And William Johnson gets the 7th inning for Team Maroon.
You mentioned earlier that Johnson's stood out at the plate so far, definitely, both with his game swings and his batting practice swings. The 6'2", 280-pound primary outfielder. Also shows good arm strength. 88 from the outfield earlier. We've seen him up to 87 on the mound.
Ryan Lopez will be followed by Sapola and R.J. Holmes for Team Orange here in the 7th inning. Team Orange getting their runs early on. Marcus Harris opened up the game against Connor Blue with a double off the left center field wall and came in to score from third on a ball that went to the backstop. Leadoff base runner as Lopez aboard with a single.
And the runs this game, I don't believe, there may be 0 earned runs. We've had a couple runs score on errors, a couple runs scored on wild pitch / pass balls. I'm not sure whether we have a real RBI yet.
Nick Sapola at the plate. Run scored on the pop-up to left field for Team Maroon, and then 2 came in to score, I believe, on that play at first base on the grounder to second. That should have ended the inning for Donovan Arroyo earlier. Sapola sends one foul out of play. Pretty much the entire field drenched in the sunlight as we approach 10 a.m. Eastern Time in Marietta. Sapola skies one in the air to right field. Drifting back, making the catch. Taking care of that one. Michael Olender. Olander looks like he's having fun out there. Back to the top, R.J. Holmes gets an at-bat here in the 7th inning against William Johnson. Oregon State commit. Runner goes from first, ball in and out of the glove. And Senstock could not get a true grip on the baseball with his right hand. And Lopez now in scoring position. Two and nothing to count, and that's going to allow Lopez to move to third base. Chopper, this will score the runner from third. And actually that will allow Holmes to reach as well as it sneaks into left field. Run comes in to score. And Holmes did his job. Put the ball in play there, infield back. That would have scored the runner anyway. But he's able to reach with one out.
Yeah, there's no way there. Once that ball hit the ground twice, there's no way that even if the shortstop's able to make that play cleanly, there's no way they're getting the speedy Holmes.
Holmes back to the bag as Fields is retired on the pop-up. Yeah, R.J. Machado, the shortstop for Team Maroon, might have been thinking that with Holmes hustling down the line. So a run across, 2 down in the inning. And Evan Fernandez will get his second at bat. Comes up empty. This one hit well to right field. And a foul ball. Ending up in the bullpen area.
Johnson has a fun delivery, very athletic. He has that big leg raise and tuck, fast arm, big extended arm action and release. Reminds you of Mackenzie Gore on the mound, actually. He's been up to 87, mid-70s breaking ball.
Runner goes. Fernandez to third base. And the throw across the diamond gets away from the first baseman, Atkins. And the throw into second. And they get the out there. The run does not score. Fernandez is out. And that does retire the side. The throw across the diamond from Toomey getting away, but good hustle as they get Fernandez at second base to retire the side. And a 3-3 ball game as we're going to go to the 8th inning here in Marietta, Georgia, and the Junior National Showcase wrapping up tomorrow. 12 teams total coming in. They went in groups of 4. And Dave, we take a look at the schedule. We've got the Sophomore National Showcase starting tomorrow. All games streaming on perfectgame.tv and the upcoming events as well, as we're still pretty much right now hitting the midpoint of June, but we look on the schedule here into the month of July for Perfect Game.
Yeah, it makes me excited to look at all those, because I'm fortunate enough I will be at all those events. You know, of course, the National Showcase, the big showcase on the Perfect Game calendar, you know, starting there right after the draft concludes. So it's almost like introducing next year's draft class. And of course, a beautiful Chase Field. And don't forget about those 13 and 14U events. They're big events. I'm not sure how many players are going to be at both, but this might be of this size, at least the 14U. That's down at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, West Palm Beach. So I'll be down in West Palm Beach probably there for about 10 days. Not a bad place to be. A little warm in Palm Beach that time of year, but get to see the top young players in the country play baseball.
Good look at Aiden Aragon from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Primarily an outfielder. He's going to get an inning of work on the mound.
Aiden, a 5'11",
secondary pitchers. Go ahead, Dave.
I was just giving a little Aragon background. 5'11", 160 pounds from La Cueva High School in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Has been up to 86 on the mound and 91 in the outfield, so plenty of young arm strength there. As you were saying.
Well, the secondary pitchers that we've seen, and really, Brandon Gonzalez went 2 innings, Musa went 2 innings, Connor Blue got the start and went the first 2 of innings. As we get a look at Dylan Atkins set to stand in from the left side for Team Maroon here in the 8th inning. They've worked with base runners on, but they've had stretches, the pitchers that we've seen today, where they've had to right the ship, missing with several pitches out of the strike zone, but then they were able to get back on track, figuring things out.
Yeah, at this
Aragon
level, the
looks like he
secondary
just wants to throw the ball through everybody.
Yeah, the secondary pitchers at this level, National Showcase level, are all going to be such good athletes to begin with. They may not or may not have much experience on the mound. Aragon has only thrown 9 innings at PG events over his career, and he's had played plenty of games in the outfield, so not as much experience here. You know, some of these secondary pitchers, you know, are primary pitchers at their high school and even with their travel teams. It's just they are better at another position. Yeah, Aragon with a little bit of effort in that delivery.
'85, '86, 84 miles an hour with his last 3 pitches. Atkins starting things off here in the top of the 8th inning. He'll be followed by William Johnson and Joey Senstock in the Maroon order. And we've got a base runner at first with the 4 pitches out of the zone, and now a base runner at second base for Team Maroon. Haven't seen many of these, but we get a little visit to the pitcher's mound. CJ Oxendine going out for a moment. This one hit well into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Run comes in to score. Maroon on the board here in the 8th inning. And a long single given up by Aiden Aragon. And Atkins able to reach.
A good old-fashioned RBI. Atkins has really impressed me with the bat these last 3 days. He has real hitterish actions at the plate. He sees the ball well. He has present strength that's just going to be added to, and that's a good young hitter to keep a close eye on over the next few years.
William Johnson takes down and away from Aragon. Aragon walking Atkins. Got the free base runner for Team Maroon. Atkins with a base hit, plating that runner. Ground ball. And they get the out, the force out at second base. Johnson reaches on the fielder's choice. Greg trying to start that one up the middle with Holmes. Actually, Holmes and McKnight, pardon me. Holmes at second base, McKnight at shortstop. Batter now, Joey Senstock. Again, Aragon, mid-80s with the fastball. Swing and a miss at a breaking pitch. 0-2 the count on Senstock.
That's really the first time he's gotten ahead in the count and felt comfortable throwing that breaking ball, and it was a good one.
Senstock skies one in the air. First base side, and that one taken care of by Marcus Harris. Harris early on in this game had a ringing double, scored on a wild pitch. 2 down in the frame, and that brings up Henry Jackson.
In fact, I'm hoping Harris gets his second at bat here in the bottom of the 8th inning so we can see him hit again.
Jackson to left field. Catch is made by J.P. Apt, and that retires the side. A run comes across here in the top of the 8th inning. We've got a 1-run ball game going to the bottom of the 8th in Marietta, Georgia. Bottom half of the 8th inning, first of 4 games on the PerfectGame.tv slate. On this, the last day for this group of 4, as we'll have games later on this afternoon. Dave Runsley, we get a look at 6'5" right-hander Nicholas Deacon out of Odessa, Florida.
Of course, we've seen young Nicholas Deacon playing first base for the most part. Certainly has the pitcher's body at 6'5", 210. Was up to 87 just a couple weeks ago at the East Memorial Day Classic. We'll see what he can bring to the mound today.
Our second game together for Dave and I coming up. 11 a.m. first pitch. Navy and purple will wrap up their play with their second game. Andrew Freeman, Louisville commit from Parkland, Florida, Marjorie Stoneman High School. And Freeman takes a ball from Deacon up and away. 1 ball, no strike count. Riley Brown, Owen Gregg to follow. Freeman sends one foul out of play. Good pitch there. 1-2 on Freeman.
I noted looking at Deacon's scouting report from the previous thing that he throws a 66-mile-an-hour curveball, and that was it. That's a big, big, slow, over-the-top curveball that just drops in there.
Thought he had strike 3 on Freeman right there, sort of reverse direction. There's that breaking pitch. Freeman stays alive as he's able to tap it foul. Picks up the strikeout. Freeman out on strikes. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Spin rate and velocity go together.
Generally, yes. You won't see, if you see a young man, especially younger pitchers, 14, 15, that haven't developed velocity yet, it's rare to see someone throwing in the 70s or let's say a breaking ball in the 60s with a lot of spin to it, because you simply don't have the hand spin to generate the, that kind of especially breaking ball spin.
Riley Brown, little roller up the first base side. And Nicholas Deacon picking up a strikeout, taking care of that little roller. And he's faced 2 batters and retired them both.
Now, what's a handy thing to project velocity on? If you say, let's say you see a pitcher throwing in the mid-80s, young kid, loose arm, projectable body, and he's throwing a 75, 77 mile an hour breaking ball with high 2000 spin rates. And you're thinking, hey, he only throws 85. I can absolutely guarantee, without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to be throwing a lot harder soon.
Owen Gregg puts a charge into one, crashes it off the left field wall. Gregg to second, and they'll stop there with a 2-out double. Good piece of hitting by Gregg. He's a base runner in scoring position.
Wow, the Canadian crushed that ball. I was talking earlier about, hey, we haven't got a home run yet. And Owen Gregg almost did it right there. That's a high wall. He got it about halfway up that wall at the 335 sign. Out of the park if it has a normal fence there, of course. And nice double there for Owen Gregg.
Keeps the inning alive for C.J. Oxendine. Breaking ball wrapped on the ground towards third base. On to first, and that retires the side as Huertas took care of it. And Team Maroon, Team Orange completing this game in 8 innings, Dave Runsley.
Yeah, a nice game. We saw some really nice primary pitchers early, especially Richie Swain. This is what I'm going to take out of this game is Richie Swain. That's a high ceiling arm. I think we're going to see real high on the national rankings, up to 92 with a power breaking ball. But there's some other, Connor Blue was outstanding, a couple others. Got a couple doubles. Marcus Harris, I love seeing Marcus Harris get those arms extended and almost going yard. But a good wrap up for these two teams from their junior national experience.
Maroon and Orange workouts, 2 games in the books. We'll have Navy and Purple coming up in 1 hour on PerfectGame.tv. That'll be our second of 4 on the afternoon from Marietta, Georgia and the East Cobb Baseball Complex. We'll join you in a little under an hour right here on PerfectGame.tv.
First pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Major League Baseball's amateur draft is about 1 month away, so now is the time. It's Perfect Game's Mock Draft 2023. And by the way, you can follow along by visiting perfectgame.org. You can go player by player, track by track. Hi there, folks. My name is Darren Sutton. We love this time of year. The effort of these athletes has reached its pinnacle. And joining us to help us understand in this mock draft what all these athletes have done to move to the top of the mountain, national cross-checker Brian Sikowski. You love this time, don't you?
Absolutely, Sut. It's one of my favorite times of the year, just the culmination of everything that's going on as far as like a year's worth of work, a year's worth of scouting, all that coming together in a way for us to kind of give our final ideas on guys, and then the draft itself happens, and it's controlled chaos, and I love every part of it. This time of year is awesome every single year.
Yeah, and then you start right over on the class of 24. The theme of the class of 2023 in your mind is?
There's a couple, I would say, Darren. I think the more macro answer might be prep bats. Not necessarily prep outfielders, it's not necessarily prep infielders, just prep hitters. I think there's a strong top tier. I think there's good depth. I think it can go into day 2 in terms of the depth. Obviously, some of those guys are not going to sign and they'll head to college, and that's good for college baseball, but really like that part of the draft, and I like that part of the draft last year as well. And the more micro example is, I think, the upper crust, the top 5, top 6 players, depending on your perspective on what the top tier is. I think that's really, really good, and anytime you can have a really good top part of the class, you're setting yourself up to have a good draft, so that's where I'm at with it.
So for me, a brief, if you don't mind, theme, because you think of COVID, and someday we won't talk about this as much, but it's very current. The seniors that you guys think a lot of were freshmen when COVID hit. They lost their year. They couldn't play for that varsity team. Maybe they made that team as a freshman in high school. Those that are 3 years into college, they lost their senior year of high school. Maybe they couldn't climb the rankings. Maybe they couldn't get that one last look in front of guys like you representing major league teams as well. And yet they went to college and they busted their tails. Guys that were in the 200s and 300s in the rankings have moved their way into consideration anyway as first-round picks. I love that part of it. I love the fact that you think it's deep. So with that in mind, please represent the Pittsburgh Pirates and make that number 1 pick.
This is actually a more interesting pick right now than it was even a month ago, I think. We're going with Dylan Cruz. We're going chalk. We're taking our first overall player off the board, first overall. But with that being said, there's some potential for creativity here. We don't know yet. We probably won't know until the day of the draft, but there's a chance that this is Max Clark. There's a chance it could be someone else. There's a chance that Pittsburgh wants to cut a little bit of a deal and then spread that money down the bonus pool a little bit. I would imagine that Max Clark would be the leading candidate if they were to go that way, but we're going to stick with Cruz for now. He's been the number 1 player in this draft class since he pulled his name out of the 2020 draft. And Sut, you talked about COVID guys and the impacts that had. This is a good story of that, a good example of that. Cruz was, a top 40-ish talent in that draft class heading into the spring right when COVID hit. Decided that wasn't going to be it for him, wanted the no doubt first round money or whatever it was, and decided to pull his name out of the draft and go to LSU. And pretty much since that moment, we've been waiting for, all right, 2023 draft, Dylan Cruz is going to go first overall. Because that's how good he's been. Right away, too, at LSU, right away in the SEC. It's impactful all the way across the board. He's an unbelievable offensive performer. He walks way more than he strikes out. He knows the zone. He doesn't chase that much. There's a ton of power there. He's a good athlete. The approach, like we talked about, is outstanding, as is the bat-to-ball skills. He'll play center field, at least at first. Just so many superlatives we could talk about with Cruz. But, I mean, all you got to do is look at his numbers. And I know that's a simplification of it, but the dude is performing like no one ever has in the SEC in the era of normal bats, I should say anyways. But unbelievable performer. We're going with the top guy at 1.
Yeah, the numbers are crazy. Heading into regional play, a 567 on base, 710 slug. You talked about those walks, 58 of them, and just 38 strikeouts. Remember him back in Jupiter 2019. You remember when he played for the Scorpions, folks out there, had a 400 on base? What I love about him, though, is kind of the off-the-field stuff. Families helping families. A charity that provides 4 seats right there at an LSU game that might not be able to afford to have the seats or a special needs child to go to the game with their family. Dylan Cruz made that happen. That's a great, great number 1 overall pick for all the right reasons, including what he'll help the Pittsburgh Pirates with right there on the banks of the Allegheny River. All right, the number 2 pick belongs to the Nats. Go representing, please.
We're going to stay in Baton Rouge here. We're going to take Paul Skeens for the Nats at number 2 overall. He's number 3 on our board, depending on whose board you look at. He's right there. It's the best college pitching prospect to come out since Garrett Cole, maybe Steven Strasburg before that. But either way, it's a dude who's got tons of ability, tons of talent, and we've seen that. This was a transfer. He was at Air Force his first 2 years. He was a two-way player. He was a catcher. He had a ton of power. He would have maybe played first base for LSU this year with a ton of power if all of a sudden he hadn't become the best pitching prospect since Garrett Cole to come out of college. So obviously his future's on the mound, but an interesting backstory nonetheless. Either way, it's unbelievable fastball velocity. It's 98 to 101 deep into starts. It's a 70 grade slider. He has a plus changeup. There's a good curveball in there too. He throws a ton of strikes. Sud, I know you have the specific number. He struck out nearly half of everyone he's faced this year, which is pretty good the last time I checked. So it's just, we're talking about more so how much do you value the risk of taking a pitcher this high, because pitchers do get hurt and we don't know. It's impossible to project. But so there's an element of risk in that sense, but when you're the best guy since Cole, you're probably not going to fall very far. So we're going to go Skeens here at 2.
Yeah, Zach, that K rate, 46.1%, number 1 in the nation. That's about 300 Division I schools in their pitching staffs, number 1 in the country. Half of them he strikes out. I love the fact that he too, like his teammate gives back, Folds of Honor, who helps to uplift the widows or the children of those that have lost their lives serving our country, paying tuition, making sure they can go. On his own, he's raised $5,000. This is a college kid. There's not a lot of money. He's raised $5,000 himself. That'll change. But when it changes, he's going to keep giving back, and that's a good thing. And by the way, in the class of 2020, he was ranked 400th. 400th. So all you players out there, you're going to college, don't give up hope. He was a number 35th ranked catcher in the country as ranked by Perfect Game. I love what he has done. Part of that COVID growth using college to do so. So a couple of LSU guys now represent, if you don't mind, the Tigers at number 3.
Yeah, and this one, I think if the draft were to go this way, where Cruz goes 1 and Skeens goes 2, that they would take Wyatt Langford from Florida, the outfielder. That's the pick that we're going to lock in. In the universe where Cruz and Langford are gone, then I don't know what they'll do. Then maybe it's one of the prep guys, maybe Kyle Teal from Virginia throws his name in the mix there. We'll talk about him shortly. But Langford, a lot to like. He missed a little bit of time this year with an injury, but came back fully healthy from that. He's explosive. He's a guy who will flash plus run times down the line. The raw speed is impactful. He can play defense. We'll see in center field, but he's a valuable defensive outfielder regardless of where they're going to put him. But it comes down to bat speed, power. He has as much raw power as anybody in the country and does it with that athleticism. Good bat-to-ball skills. On the whole, it's an impactful, potentially fast-moving college bat who you could see playing next to Riley Green in Detroit not far from now.
Ooh, that's a fun call. His number's great. Again, walked more than he struck out. 17 home runs to end the regular season. On base 521, 823 slug played. When he was playing travel ball for that Canes national team, Wyatt Langford. Here's another one, though, that took college and made good. He was ranked 144th in the 20 class. He went to college, he developed and earned more and more playing time, has done incredible things. A one-time All-State linebacker his freshman year in high school at a smaller level. That means he's kind of a skillsy and strong athlete. Wyatt Langford goes to the Tigers. That means the Texas Rangers, who, by the way, are full of wealth and spending and having fun and playing really well, they still get a very high pick. What are they going to pick in your mind?
Yeah, they have a chance to do something cool here. You can look at this from the perspective of their window has now opened based on the free agent signing. So maybe they should shoot to take a player who's closer to the majors and can maybe impact that window with the current core. But the way this board has fell with the top 3 picks all being college guys, I think that here, and we're going to go with Walker Jenkins, the outfielder from North Carolina, the high school outfielder from North Carolina. I think that it's hard to pass up on the top preps, even if those guys are a little bit further away than some of the college guys that we maybe talk about. But Jenkins, he and Max Clark have gone back and forth as far as who the best player in the country is. We have it Jenkins currently. A really good athlete. He's huge. He hits left-handed. It's a gorgeous swing. It's 70 bat speed with 70 power potential. With good bat-to-ball skills, with a good approach, with good zone awareness, and the athleticism really shines in the outfield. Fully healthy now. He'd been dinged up a little bit last summer, but he looks great and is trending towards the top 5 pick, and I think the Rangers would do that if the board falls this way.
The prep bats are coming alive. We're starting to see some of those prep bats who, if you're listening to Brian earlier, they may get less money, be higher. We'll see how it plays. Walker Jenkins, by the way, one of our favorites, especially in the storytelling world, from south of Brunswick High School in North Carolina, swims at the state level on the swim team and did it again this year, which I find incredible. Strong family values. You guys started seeing him on the scouting side back in 2014 when young Walker Jenkins was 5'1" and 76 pounds chasing his dreams. I love how these athletes evolve. South Charlotte Panthers, his travel team, he walked a bunch this year, and that's kind of a theme, I think, for elite bats. 32 walks, the on-base percentage was high. Character plays with Walker Jenkins, man. I selfishly like that pick a lot because I like Walker Jenkins. All right, so Jenkins goes. Is it another prep bat is the question. When you rep another team that's kind of on the uptick in the big league level, the Minnesota Twins.
And the Twins, obviously, big beneficiaries of the new draft lottery. I don't remember exactly where their record said they should have picked, like maybe 14th or something like that. But to bounce all the way up to 5 while having a solid big league club, obviously a place where they can do some damage. We have them picking Max Clark here, the center fielder from Franklin High School in Indiana. Just talked about him. We mentioned him as a potential 1-1 guy. Have him going here at 5. It's massive upside. He's a great player. I went down to Indianapolis and saw him play this year against a really good Mooresville High School team, and all he did was hit 4 balls on the barrel and walk and steal bases, including a couple home runs. And what else can you do? But yeah, everyone knows who Max Clark is. Max Clark's really, really good at baseball. He's also he's 5-tool guy. It's a good hit tool. It's a good swing. He's changed his swing a little bit over the past year to kind of get more loft in, to kind of get more to the pull side, and it's shown up. He's back spinning balls way out to the pull side. He's hammering balls out on a line to center. And he's doing it while playing plus defense in center, running plus times down the line. He has a cannon of a left arm. When he pitches, he's into the mid-90s if he wants to. But it's just the whole package, a complete player, a really, really good competitor. And his numbers in the spring, unbelievable at last check. I believe the season's over now, but something like a 2,200 OPS or something ridiculous. But yeah, Max Clark here, 5th overall.
Yeah, so it's interesting. The kids all say 1 dot when they're talking about OPS. If you're 1,000, he's 2 dot, as you mentioned, over 2,000 with his OPS this year. He was incredible. He had an 808 on base, a 12-15 slug, 6 home runs, 52 walks. 52 walks. The thing I love about Max Clark is he's complex. He's a complex human being. He's a passionate individual. He has the cross with the eye black because he's very confident and strong in his faith. He's very strong in the social media world. That has not led him astray. As a matter of fact, he's a brand. He's not just a prospect, he's a brand. So for me, for the Vanderbilt commit, in my world, and I think for a lot of fans, especially younger fans, you can ask a 14-year-old and you have a better chance that they know Max Clark than a member of, let's say, the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's who he is. Young athletes are watching him very closely. He represents the modern prospect, and you guys helped to project and put him in that space. Fun pick with Max Clark. All right, so Clark goes to the Twins. The Oakland Athletics, they're having a tough year, as we all know. They may be Las Vegas sooner or later. You never can tell. But the Oakland A's pick next, and you say what?
Yeah, I think Oakland's in an interesting spot because I think the top 5 players in the country are how they went in the order that we've described so far. It's probably unlikely that happens on draft night. There's probably going to be a surprise mixed in. And Oakland at 6, they can wait and see if one of those guys fall. We'll see what happens, but we have them with Kyle Teal, the catcher from Virginia. He's a guy that's really forcing his way into that upper tier conversation. I think he's a guy who might be in play in the top 5, depending on how it shakes out, depending on what certain teams want. But going with Teal here for the Athletics, a guy who controls the zone at an elite level. He's a left-handed hitter. He's a really advanced athlete for the catcher position, which seems to be kind of where we're headed as far as the catcher position at the big league level, you have to be laterally agile enough to block 96-mile-an-hour splitters now. You know, you have to be able to move and get to 104-mile-an-hour fastballs that are thrown with 20 inches of horizontal movement out of the zone. You have to be springy and twitchy and athletic to catch at the big league level now, and he's that. He's a little bit undersized as you look at those things, but really good left-handed swing, sprays the field, has good power to the pull side, going to get on base a ton, and really a good defensive catcher as well.
He had a 479 on base this year. His dad played professionally in the Dodgers organization for about a half decade, so there's a little bit of blood of learning it. The ACC Player of the Year a couple of years back in New Jersey, the Gatorade Player of the Year when things were shortened and COVID came about. And by the way, speaking of COVID, I keep going back to this. This is a player that took his ranking number 142 and went from 142 amongst high school players to number 6 in your mind amongst all players that are eligible to be drafted. So kudos to the catcher, Kyle Teal. Haynes National, when he played his travel ball, loved that story. I'm a Dodgers and a Reds house. I may beg you to pick for the Dodgers near the end because they don't get a first-round pick. But let's focus on, may I say it? Sorry, folks, my Cincinnati Reds. As before we get to break, let's not rush through this. Who do you want the Reds to pick? Please represent one of my teams.
Yeah, we have them going with Chase Dollander here from Tennessee, the right-hander. Dollander entered the season as kind of the top dog amongst the pitching crop. We saw him as the top, and then Paul Skeens kind of took care of that for everyone. But Dollander's still viewed as a top 10 prospect. A little up and down this year, not quite as dominant as he was as a sophomore last year, his first year at Tennessee, but still a ton of things to like. He's an athlete, it's a good delivery, the fastball plays really, really well. He's kind of held his velocity, even in spite of some rougher outings, some uncharacteristic outings. It's a full mix. We like the command, you like the delivery, you like the athleticism, how it all fits together and how it all projects. There's been a little bit of concern this year with the vertical arm angle metric. For him, it's lower than it was last year. That sometimes can lead to some things just in terms of how the stuff plays and comes out of his hand. But the idea is in pro dev, if you can kind of get it back to exactly what it was as a sophomore, then that stuff's going to take that jump again. But either way, we're not talking about a guy who lost his stuff. He still has a whole bunch of pluses and 70s on the card. It's just there's still some room a little bit for some tweaking, I think, once he gets into professional baseball. But here at 7, you're taking the second pitcher of the draft, probably the second best pitcher of the draft, depending on your perspective. And I have to imagine the Reds fans would be excited about that.
I'm excited. Georgia Southern is where he started. He's out of Evans, Georgia. Then made the bold transfer to Tennessee. I love the courage to do that. And by the way, talk about evolving. He was ranked 227 amongst right-handed pitchers back in 2020. So he again has used college to develop. He's 21 years old, turned 21 this past fall. And in his career in college, 201 2/3 innings, 279 strikeouts, and his K rate, 5th in the NCAA. We're talking about Skeens, that crazy number. But his K rate is 5th in the NCAA. So Dollander. So we've got some great college players that have come off the board, certainly, and just 2 elite high school players. So when we come back, the Royals get set to go to work. It's our mock draft. We're about 1 month away from the MLB Amateur Draft. Brian takes us down that road when we come back.
Got the shade? We don't want the shade. We want it to be hard. We want it to be tough. We want to build character. What's about to happen to you, we apologize. Not personal, it's just baseball. It's just baseball. Game with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I just sat down. It said. And we welcome you back to the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. It is game number 2 on this 4th day of the Junior National Showcase. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, glad you're with us. We've got Purple and Navy coming up here in this matchup. We've already seen the earlier matchup this morning with Team Orange and Team Maroon, Dave. And now we get set for these two teams to wrap up their time here in Marietta at the Junior National Showcase. Team Navy rosters, we take a look at some of the names.
Yeah, Team Navy, a fun team to watch, a team that plays with a lot of energy, probably best portrayed by the Burdine twins, Brooks and Blake, but also a number of other fun players to watch. I'm going to have my eye today on Matthew Boughton, of course, and naturally we're going to be looking at a group of new pitchers as well that we haven't seen, so a lot to look at on the Navy team.
And as we get into it on occasion, you've got add-ons, as you see here. Everett Johnson from Vegas Gold and Jake Hiramoto going to be part of the lineup and part of the mix here for Team Navy this afternoon.
And note that Everett Johnson is going to be wearing the Vegas Gold. We see him right there in the middle, a speedy outfielder from the Carolinas. Watched him work out yesterday.
So getting set for baseball. First game wrapping up about 45 minutes or so ago. It'll be Team Navy being the away team, so we're going to see Purple take the field here in just a few moments. And we've got a full mix of pitchers. We're going to see the first 3 pitchers for each side. It looks like they're scheduled to go 2 innings apiece.
Yeah, I have some primary pitchers here on both sides starting the game. Probably see a couple secondaries later. Purple squad, I have Connor Hamilton on the schedule as their first pitcher, number 30. As you and I have both learned, Steve, not always to trust the lineups, trust your eyes, or trust but verify. Isn't that the term that's used politically?
There you go. And as we see here, comfortable late morning in Marietta, Georgia. The weather has been terrific. We're expecting only to be in the low to mid 70s on this Tuesday. We've got 2 games later on this afternoon with Brett Dolan and Dave Ronsley calling the games this afternoon for our 3rd group in play with Team Red, Team Royal, Team Vegas Gold, and Team White. So the 2 players that we see, or the 1 player that we see for Vegas Gold, Everett Johnson, might get 2 games in here, or perhaps his schedule is going to allow for him to perhaps go play in another event this afternoon. That's pure speculation, but as we've seen with Vegas Gold, they've had some guys move around. They've had guys playing local tournaments with Canes Baseball in their travel program, and we do get a look at Connor Hamilton, who completes his warm-up tosses here.
Yeah, Connor Hamilton, a little older than many of these players, 17 years, 3 months, big 6'4", 200-pound right-hander from Montgomery Bell Academy and Thompson Station, Tennessee, plays for the Mad Mavericks Dickey travel team. We've seen him up to 85, 86 before. And he certainly has the big body, kind of a profile pitcher's build, and we'll see what he brings today as the ball gets thrown down.
Pitchers that we see here completing their high school seasons in recent weeks. Now in the showcase and travel ball season for the summer months. And Blake Burdine will be the first batter for Team Navy. Blake and his twin brother Brooks both in the lineup. Blake will see in the outfield from Aledo, Texas. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Connor Hamilton, the right-hander. Fuller, Carpenter, Nunez, Hartrick to follow for Team Purple. Spins in a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 1-2.
Yes, one thing, I think a lot of the audience realizes because they've been through it themselves, but not everybody maybe. So when you say getting into their travel season, so that ball is grounded to the right side. Quick one out. Burdine grounds to second base.
Yep, stumbled a little bit out of the box there. Still hustling down the line.
So I was saying the travel season for some of these kids can mean 100 games. And I'm not exaggerating. After a spring where they might play 25 or 30 games and be lucky to get 100 at-bats, it's not uncommon for me to see players, especially players like in the Atlanta area and parts of Florida that play almost exclusively perfect game tournaments, to accumulate 250 to 300 at-bats in the course of one summer and early fall. And the amount of baseball these travel teams play is significant. It's huge. It really gives the players a chance to have big repetitions, whether you're a pitcher or a player.
Jaden Walton batting from the right side. Pulls one foul outside of third base. Down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Hamilton has been 86, 87 with his fastball. Picks up the strikeout there. He's retired the first 2 batters that he's faced here in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, nice compact arm action that he keeps behind his body. Hitters aren't seeing that pitch at all until it comes out of his hand. Just makes that fastball velocity play up a little bit from its 85, 87 so far.
Base is empty for Connor Berman.
We saw a first pitch change up at 80 there to the left-hand hitter.
Berman laces one foul opposite way. Good swing there, 2-0. Chase the pitch up in the zone. And Hamilton picks up the strikeout, works a 1-2-3 top of the first inning against Team Navy. We go to the bottom of the first. Scoreless ball game here in Marietta with Team Purple coming up. Comfortable late morning here in Marietta, Georgia. East Cobb Baseball Complex. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley, as we get ready to go to work here in the bottom of the first inning. And for Team Navy, it'll be Alex Barr getting the start. Indiana commit, lefty on the mound.
Alex Barr, big 6'2", 205 lefty, Kankakee Valley High School, opens up his first hitter with a big breaking curveball. Alex
Benji
plays
Cueto
for the Wow
backstop
Factor.
for Team Purple. And not going fastball to open up. Start you with something soft. First fastball at 84 miles an hour. This is down and away, falls behind in the count. So we'll have the base runner, and Cueto will continue his at-bat at the dish. Got the runner, the throw down, and they complete the caught stealing. 1-3-6, the base runner and the out. The feeling that Barr has done that on more than one occasion.
I would assume so. I'd like to know who the first baseman is, if we can get a camera shot of that, because it looked like he made a really nice play with the release on that. The runner was going on first movement, still made it an easy play over at first base.
Have Nick Cueto down, or Nick Diaz, pardon me, down at first base. Try to get confirmation.
We'll look for that later in the inning.
So Benji Cueto, fastballs for the remainder of this at bat. That one just off the corner.
Yeah, Steve, I remember you asking me yesterday, I think it was during first base drills, what do you look for in the first baseman? And I think I said exactly how that throw to second base is so important. There's a little bobble out there by the second baseman. Allows Cueto to reach. But that's the play that first baseman realistically in the game, in the context of the drills, has to make. That does look like Alex Diaz or Nick Diaz, I should say, at first base.
Cueto able to reach. He's a base runner. Runner goes, throw down, and a stolen base. Benji Cueto now at second.
Nice throw there by our catcher.
Sebastian Barrera.
Aston Barrera. Cueto was an interesting athlete. He's a primary catcher. That's all he's played here is catcher. Through 81 with a 191 pop time, but he's a 6'6" runner in the 60. Lots of athleticism. We saw the speed on that stolen base. Just beat what was a perfect throw from Barrera.
Wade Hartrick at the plate. IMG Academy, Boulder, Colorado is where he hails from. 6'2", 190 pounds. Hartrick, his college interests, it's a long list. Pac-10 schools, ACC, Big Ten. Princeton, Penn, we touched on that. Harvard, so he's looking at the Ivies as well. He's looking at MIT. Gives you an idea of what he's doing.
I don't know whether I've ever heard MIT on a list of schools you're interested before.
He's got MIT on there. Again, it gives you an idea of what he's doing in the classroom. As Hartrick is a base runner. He's able to reach with the base hit. Hartrick is going to see time behind the plate and catch a little later in this game as we see it off the bat. And that plates the runner from second base. As Cueto comes in to score. Comes in to score. Grayson Carpenter stands in, his first at bat. Barr misses up and away. Barr with the runner at first base. Now a toss over.
Steve, I hate to admit, I had to go and look at MIT baseball, their web page. I think they played D3. Looking down some of their opponents this year, they went 16-21. By the way, DeSales University, Tufts University, Rhode Island College, Bates, Swarthmore, Haverford. They did play the U.S. Coastal Academy a couple times, so I was doubting whether they had a baseball program, to tell you the truth, but they do.
Barr has slowed things down here. Lost the release point there on the breaking pitch. Came down in the zone there, but still misses with the breaking ball. This one laced foul opposite way. Able to come in on him that time. What's he doing with that breaking pitch, with that release point right now?
It's a soft breaking ball. He's throwing it in 60s, 70s. His fastball's mid 80s, so ideally you'd want to throw a harder breaking ball. He's sort of casting it, releasing a little early. He's losing some of the spin and ability to control it like that. I think eventually he'll learn to get more out front on that breaking ball and create a little more power to it.
Throw back behind the runner at third base. And the ball gets away. The throw comes into the plate. The tag applied, and the out is recorded. So Team Purple able to get the final out there. And we've got a 1-0 ball game going to the second inning. We take a look at the rosters for both Team Purple and Team Navy. Troy Ford is at the top of the lineup. We'll see him in an at-bat. We started sort of in the late stages of the lineup for both squads, as that's where they ended in the lineup on the previous day with their game. Diesel Toff. We saw Cueto already having a bat. Connor Hamilton will get his second inning on the mound for Team Purple.
Hamilton had a nice, efficient first inning of work. Did a real nice job of mixing his pitches, curveball, fastball to the right-handers, fastball changeup to the left-handers. Rarely threw two straight pitches, the same type of pitch.
Goes to work for his second inning on the mound. Cash Money. That's down in the lineup. Money swings and fouls one back. 1 ball, 1 strike count. It took Kiramoto from Team Purple, Jake Kiramoto. I believe he hits next for Team Navy. I got a little confused as they were leaving the field in the bottom of the first inning. I thought there was a purple jersey in there.
Yeah, that's probably based on positional need. Looking at the score, lineup cards beforehand, there's a lot of names crossed out, players who have moved on to other events, gone back home, what have you. And so they're trying to keep the rosters balanced. Horimoto, a middle infielder, sort of tells me that Navy might be down to maybe their last 2 middle infielders. They needed another one to fill out their team.
Cash Money, a pop-up, third base side. Nice job by the catcher. Long run over there. We'll identify the catcher. It's Reagan McCluskey. McCluskey, I should be able to identify with that hair. Take another look on his journey.
He went about twice as far as the third baseman. I think that's a matter of McCluskey called it early. He felt he had a good track at the ball. Generally, that's the third baseman's ball, but we've mentioned McCluskey's name a lot, too. Steve, just in context, the defense, throwing out runners, a couple, and nice catch there.
And a look initially, as Hiramoto is retired by his teammates on the purple side, looked initially like McCluskey was looking almost towards the first base side of the diamond, to his right. I don't know if he got help verbally or not, but he went after that ball, and as soon as he located it, he knew where he was going and the path that he was going to take.
Yeah, our field mic has been picking up a fair amount of wind this morning. There could be a breeze that impacted that.
Everett Johnson into right center field. Johnson digging for 2, and he's going to get in there safely. He's a 2-out base runner in scoring position.
That
Everett
surprises
Johnson,
me.
Vegas Gold, and for Team Navy.
Not at all about Johnson. He's really one of the top hitters in the 25 class. A smaller player, about 5'8", 5'9", but he is just always hit. Looking up his career numbers now. Yeah, he's a career 429 hitter and over 400 plate appearances. He's just a guy who puts the barrel on the ball, has good speed.
Corbin Reynolds on the ground to third, throw across the diamond, and the throw not handled, and that's going to allow Johnson to take third base. Mason Shimmer at first base taking the throw from Jonathan Vasquez. Connor Hamilton got the ground ball there. And that will bring Caleb Barnett to the plate. Alabama commit from Mountain Brook, Alabama. Good fastball there from Hamilton. The count 0-1.
Yeah, Hamilton has just been very, very efficient. This is already the 5th and final hitter of his second inning of work.
Misses in tight. You'd like to see him get the out here, but again, if the batter reaches in this situation, and Barnett, then the inning would come to a close. Into left field for a base hit. That's going to score Everett Johnson. As Caleb Barnett comes through with the base hit, and it looks like the inning is going to continue here.
I think they might let it continue just because Hamilton's thrown so few pitches. Nice line drive. Single by Barnett there, plates the run. But yeah, Hamilton's thrown so few pitches. I mean, we have a run in, 2 outs and 2 on. That adds up to 5 to me because he certainly hasn't walked or hit anyone.
Trey Jackson gets the at-bat here against Connor Hamilton from Decatur, Georgia, Georgia Premier Academy. Third base, his primary position. We'll see Jackson on the mound. He's scheduled to go 2 innings for Team Navy. Hamilton trying to leave 2 runners on here. And the top of the 2nd inning. Jackson to the right side. Runner coming to the plate and coming in to score the run, and on the play going to third base, Barnett. And that'll bring a draw and an end to this inning. As we'll take another look at how this unfolded with the ball off the bat of Jackson. He stumbled initially. We've seen a couple of players stumble out of the batter's box. Throw coming to the plate, and they get the out at third base as that run does come in to score. We've got an inning and a half in the books. Team Purple, Team Navy here in Marietta. Well, Team Navy running into an out to end the top of the 2nd. And Dave Ronsley, Alex Barr goes back to work.
I think Alex Barr's program this 2nd inning work is just to fine-tune the command. He never really got a feel for his breaking ball. He's going to try to regain it right from the first pitch. And that's a 66-mile-an-hour curveball on a big, strong-armed young man who's can throw in the mid-80s. So, as I think I said last inning, I think the goal for a pitching coach at the next level or the rest of his high school career is to get more power of that breaking ball, get it out front more for a sharper break. Looks like he tried to do that right there. Not sure whether he was trying to throw a little bit different slider. Yeah, 74. That was more of a slider look. I think that's the first time I've seen that.
Alfred Rosario, Andres Gomez to follow for Team Purple. Each team on the board in the first couple of innings here. And Rosario out on strikes against Alex Barr.
Barr came back nicely there, but I think just reaching back and firing the fastball. Fastball's 86. It looks like it has some late cutting life there. And I think he's best when he's being aggressive with that fastball early in counts instead of flipping up that curveball. The curveball's almost more like a changeup in the way it's going to slow down bats. But let's be aggressive with the fastball, get ahead in counts, and then maybe start messing around with changing speeds.
Andres Gomez standing in for Team Purple. Up, Benjamin Godoy, pardon me. I don't know that I had Godoy in the lineup, but he is in there. Able to lay off the high pitch above the neck. Godoy, UCLA commit from the state of California.
I'm pretty sure that I think you were right the first time. That is Andres Gomez.
It is Gomez. Okay, number 2?
Yes.
Or number 3, rather? Okay.
Yeah, that was Gomez. Godoy, his number 3 is a left-handed hitter. So that's the dead giveaway that was Andres Gomez, and he collects a hit. Actually, Gomez is a switch hitter, but he hitting right-handed, collects a base hit to left field to open up the inning.
And I believe this would be Diesel Toth, 23. Toth hits one foul out of play. They get the out, and Alex Barr gets through his second inning on the mound here in Marietta. And let's take a look at the 2 innings, Dave, from Alex Barr.
Well, I like it when Alex Barr is aggressive with that fastball because it's a good fastball, up to 86, might have touched an 87. It has life. It got some run, some cut right there. That's Alex Barr's best pitch. He got to throwing that soft curveball out there in the first inning. He drops one there effectively, but I think that fastball is definitely his best pitch.
Barr in a 1-run game. Darren Sutton sighting right there. Darren and Dave Ronsley. These are guys who go 4, 5, 6 hours tops, and they're ready to go for the next day. Jack Fuller from Southlake High School in Southlake, Texas. Left-handed pitcher is now on for Team Purple.
I took a look at Fuller on the mound. I thought he was taller than the listed 6'2", 175. It's just a long and lean body. We saw him just a few weeks ago in an event, up to 84 with the fastball. But so projectable, still 16 years old. I think we mentioned before that South Lake Carroll program where Fuller attends high school, such an athletic powerhouse.
Team Navy ready to come to the plate here in the 3rd inning. And a strike from Fuller to Sebastian Barrera. Texas versus Texas right here.
maybe two parts of Texas that are about 500 miles apart, but nonetheless two parts of Texas.
Have you driven the state before?
I have not driven the whole state. I lived there for 15 years. I've been on a lot of roads in Texas, but Texas is almost too big to conquer in one lifetime.
Where in Texas did you make home?
I lived in Houston for 15 years. Worked with the Astros
Okay.
for a good
Oh, that's
deal
right.
of that.
Yeah. Okay. Good pitch there from Fuller as he picks up the strikeout. Sebastian Barrera out on strikes. You know, we've touched Dave, and we'll stay with Texas, and Fuller in his first inning. Carter Bailey, third base side. This one lands out of play above the dugout. From Texas to Florida, if you saw a kid and you just saw him out there pitching on the mound, didn't have any information on him, could you almost come up with, say, you know what, I think that kid might be from this specific area of the country? Based on mechanics, based on presence on the mound?
Not necessarily. I'm not going to go that far. Probably the easiest generality to use with that is watching a Southern Californian middle infielder, because they just play so much at that age, even more so than the Texas to Florida, and there's a certain fundamental soundness, a certain ease defensively that shortstops from Southern California have.
Interesting.
So
okay.
That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Off the end of the bat and foul out of play. And again hit foul off the bat of Carter Bailey. Bailey seeing time in this game in right field early on. We'll see him in left field and center field, it looks like, with the handwriting on the scorecard that they gave us. I think that's what we got.
I'm looking at some of Jack Fuller's appearances already this year at WWBA events, and they're awfully impressive. He threw at the WWBA 16U South Championship in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Just last week, struck out 11 in 5 no-hit innings. Threw at the Hoover Met the week before that in the 16U Hoover Invitational. Struck out 10 in 6 innings, only allowed 2 walks. So he's struck out 31 in 16 innings so far at WWBA events. Got his invite here, I believe, at the week before that at the Sunshine Texas Showcase and at LD Bell High School. This has been a busy young man at Perfect Game events. This is his 4th straight week. Seems like he's getting better every time.
Our state showcase is different. Our state showcase is different than national showcases.
Yeah, a Sunshine Showcase is this type of event. As we get the second out of the inning, is an invitation-only event. A Sunshine event or a regional event is something you request an invite to, but a national event like this is invitation only. We're looking to find in this case 300 best 2025s in the country, and it's our invite that gets you here.
Nick Diaz into right field. The catch is made. And that retires the side. Out there in right field, Christian De Los Santos. Inning over. 2-1 ball game. 2.5 in the books.
go. Don't tell me like that.
Alex Barr completes his 2 innings for Team Navy. And we'll get our first look at the new pitcher in the ball game, Fez Big, left-hander out of the state of Connecticut, hails from Marlborough, Connecticut.
He's our second straight big-bodied lefty, 6'3", 200 pounds, 16 years, 3 months. Plays for the Wow Factor National 16Us. Has had a very good summer already at PG events, or I should say, coming off a good year last year. 14 innings, 22 strikeouts, only 5 hits allowed at WWBA events. Has topped out at 85 miles an hour with his fastball.
Love bumps all around as Bay gets ready to go to work here from Rom High School in Connecticut.
Here we go, Nolan.
Ethan Bingaman will start things off from Cal Baptist commit, Redlands, California. A little bit of a write-up on him on the blog from the Perfect Game Scouts, showing some big stuff out of the bullpen. Fastball 90-91 in the opening inning of relief, an appearance yesterday. Big sharp curveball, big arm talent for Bingaman.
But remember, Bingaman wants to be a two-way guy. We talked about that a lot, or either you and I did or Brett and I did. This is a young man who wants to be a two-way player. Big reason between his commitment to Cal Baptist at this point. Cal Baptist coach said, come on, prove it to me. Prove it to me you're a two-way player. And Bingaman's out here trying to do it.
Sends this one in the air down the left field line towards the corner. And a foul ball. Blake Burdine giving chase.
I thought off the barrel there he might have had a chance to sneak one in inside the left field foul pole, and that would have gone a long way to moving along his two-way ambitions.
Chopper over the mound, and a base hit into center field off the bat of Bingaman. And Ethan Bingaman is a leadoff base runner here in the home third inning.
Yeah, he did a nice job of keeping his hands back on that breaking ball. He just taken a really good swing at a fastball, so I think a good idea by the catcher and Baig to slow him down a bit with that breaking ball, but he did a nice job keeping the hands back, just rolling it up the middle for a base hit.
And the first at bat of the day for Troy Ford. TJ Ford, Georgia commit, So Ford, as we've touched on, has plenty of experience at the Cobb Baseball Complex. Even he says for his stature, small somewhat, but does have some pop in the bat. Burdine, sliding catch in left field, throwing back to first base, and Bingham able to get back in there. And Jaden Nunez, Dave, will come to the plate. Take a look at some of the...
Jaden Nunez has really been active in PG events. Has played in 234 games, a career 343 hitter. Goes to Doral Academy and an annual top 50 team in the PG rankings. And Nunez, a great all-around talent, ranked 106 in the country. North Carolina's commit. Threw 95 from the outfield and ran a 6.7 160. And that's a great combination of physical tools to build on. And Nunez has a runner on first base, so maybe he can drive one in the gap, show us his power, show us his running speed.
On the ground, shortstop. Johnson throws on to first base. The runner moves along to second. And Nunez back to the dugout. Mason Shimmer will stand in. Shimmer going all the way at first base for Team Purple. What stands out so far for the left-hander Baig on the mound?
It's a pretty solid delivery. Repeats it well. He's been working 83, 84. The fastball. It seemed like a little more effort there on the release on that pitch. He's throwing some lively pitches. That was a fastball, but almost had slider action to it. Looks like the delivery might have some deception for the hitter.
Opposite way, third base, knocked down. Johnson throwing across the diamond and throws it away. That's going to allow Bingham to come in to score. And Purple tacking on a run against Fez Baig here in the inning.
Yeah, that was a circumstance with Everett Johnson where probably just putting the ball in his glove and running it into the pitcher instead of trying to make it a possible throw cost his team a run there.
Batter now Cash Strayer, outfielder. It's 15 Strayer at the plate. On the ground, shortstop. Johnson on to first base, and that retires the side. Fez Baig working his first inning. He'll get one more for Team Navy. 3 in the books, Team Navy, Team Purple, Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley. Glad you're with us on this Tuesday late morning from Marietta, Georgia. East Cobb Complex. Jack Fuller goes to work for his second inning on the mound for Team Purple.
Just a side comment sort of on between innings there when we keep the camera focused on the dugouts. I love watching the kids and how they interact with each other, in between innings. You can almost see the personalities come out, and part of the evaluation process on big events like this is the scouting staff will go and talk to the coaches. These coaches, Lloyd Thompson and Rico Billups and Frank Foltz, they're all people we've worked with and friends of ours, and we'll say, who are the good kids? Who are the kids that got on your nerves? Who are the kids that acted like ball gamers? Really, and that's part of the whole scouting process. And Rico and Lloyd and Frank are used to it, and we get some great feedback from them. And they mostly want to talk about the good kids, obviously. But you can get some interesting stuff even just from watching what goes on in the dugout.
Cameron Sirocco pulls one on the ground and threw into left field for a base hit. A one-out base runner here in the top of the 4th inning for Navy. Collier struck out against Fuller. I was paying attention there, too. It looked like Everett Johnson was sort of leading the conversation on the view that we had of the dugout. And he was showing something. I don't know if it was a mouth guard or something, but a couple of his teammates were listening intently as to what he was showing them. He's got a matter of fact about it. This one hit well into the outfield for a base hit. Something going here in the top of the 4th inning for Team Navy as they string together a couple of base hits. Brooks Burdine putting runners at first and third.
Cameron Sirocco at third. I think that Sirocco has collected a few barrels so far in this event, and Burdine, of course, an aggressive hitter. Ooh, almost had him at third base there. Be curious with the lefty on the mound whether Burdine's going to be that aggressive until he figures out Fuller's move.
Sanders Dyer from Cumming, Georgia. Burdine takes off for second, makes it without a throw. He picks up the stolen base.
Didn't take him long to figure out Fuller's delivery, I guess.
Yep. See the infielders up the middle, pitch towards the middle of the diamond. Fuller got him to chase a pitch up in the zone. We've seen several pitchers along the lines, and with second and third, Fuller showing the ability to bear down in that situation. And he picks up the strikeout and a big second out of the frame.
Just made some quality pitches there. That left-on-left matchup, obviously, but Fuller creates such great angle from that release point.
Fuller gets out of the jam, had second and third, one down, strands a pair here in the inning. We're through 3.5 here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Fez Baig back to work. Gets his second inning on the mound for Team Purple. Worked around some base runners in his first inning. And Christian De Los Santos at the plate. De Los Santos seeing time in right field and center field for Team Purple. Check swing. As you see, De Los Santos, broad shoulders, really fills up the right side of the batter's box. I don't know if I gave this comparison last year, but De Los Santos has put on some good weight, added muscle from this time last year when we saw him, Dave Ronsley, and I don't know if a fair comparison, but just his actions, and again, seeing him from afar, I'd love to see him up close. And you touched on in the last inning, I'd love to see him with his teammates in the dugout and just get those observations in, but I look at him and I think a young Willie Mo Pena.
Willie Mope, there's a name from the past. Now, actually, I saw Christian De Los Santos in the dugout between games, actually. When the feed was up, we were not on air, and I saw him a number of times. He had the biggest smile the entire time. Every time the camera picked him up, he had a huge smile, like he couldn't be happier than being in that dugout on June the 12th, 2023. He's a happy, happy young man.
So you piqued my curiosity right there with that description, because to me that was part of Willie Mo Pena's personality. Seeing him in minor league baseball as a teenager and then seeing him in the big leagues, and was one of those guys, I hadn't seen him in years. And he started off, I think he was originally drafted at 16 or even 15 illegally by the New York Mets organization, and his initial contract was voided. He ended up with the Yankees, then got traded, I believe, to Cincinnati, because he had something in his contract where he had to get to the big leagues by a certain time. So I saw him with the Staten Island Yankees in 2000, and he just wiry, skinny, athletic kid with a world of talent, but a big personality. And seeing him years later, and for half a season, a couple of months, and he did suffer an injury where he missed the last part of the season, but then saw him years later, went right up to him in the Red Sox clubhouse. I think they were down in Baltimore, and acted as if we had seen each other, 2 or 3 weeks prior, gave me a great big hug, remembered me, had conversation. But talking about Christian De Los Santos and having that smile and enjoying being at the ballpark, enjoying being around players, enjoying getting in the batter's box, going through drills and stuff like that, that fits that persona. That's why I brought up Willie Mo Pena. Runner taking off and making it to second base. This has one of these lengthy at-bats that we've seen on a couple of occasions today. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pitches during the course of an at-bat.
I believe this is pitch number 11.
Sends this one in the air to left field. Off the wall. De Los Santos to second. The run comes in to score. And De Los Santos will go to third as a ball is thrown towards the home plate area and gets away. You heard it off the bat. You heard the reaction. And everyone in those dugouts thought it was gone. And there's De Los Santos. He thought he might have had one too.
That's what I heard. I saw it off the bat, and that's what I heard. I couldn't describe it better. That's what I heard. It really, halfway up the wall, the left fielder thought he had a little bit of a chance to get it, but that put De Los Santos is in such an advantage at that point in the count. Fastball only. He's seen 11 pitches. The timing's there, and that's what he was supposed to do with it. That's what he did with it.
Reagan McCluskey at the plate. Run across against Fez Baig. They've said it numerous times. You get into pitch 10, pitch 11, advantage hitter.
I think Fez Baig
is going to get a visit.
Yeah, just came out a little different this inning than the first inning. He looked pretty comfortable in the first inning, threw his breaking ball for strikes. His first 3 or 4 pitches when he came out were fastballs, and he was audibly grunting like, okay, I'm going to go out and throw hard now. And that rarely works for any pitcher at any level trying to throw harder, because then you get out of your mechanics. And that's what I think we've seen so far with FaZe Beg in his second inning of work.
Reagan McCluskey, Brentwood, Tennessee. One of a handful of players from that Brentwood, Tennessee area. McCluskey puts a charge into one, a little bit out in front, pulling it down the left field line. We saw Beg and the catcher Corbin Reynolds went out there. I know this is showcase baseball, but I can appreciate the catcher going out there and just trying to get him to get through this inning. Big part of the catcher's job, McCluskey out on strikes.
Yeah, see, that's where Beg had to settle down, get ahead in the count, and then he can use that breaking ball. That's a solid breaking ball he has. That was 72, but he locates the breaking ball at this point a lot better than his fastball. That's not uncommon for some young pitchers to throw their curveball for strikes more effectively than their fastballs, especially if you have a pitcher who is overthrowing his fastball.
Jonathan Vasquez, third baseman. We may see him. He's scheduled for 1 inning on the mound later in this game. What does Beg need to do? Is it more in the release? Is it in the lower half in terms of just getting those pitches down in the zone more?
I think it's just a matter of simplifying the delivery, feeling comfortable throwing it without throwing it hard. You just look right there on that. He throws that curveball. He doesn't grunt on it. There's less effort, and he needs to take that. He's letting his arm work on the breaking ball, and it's a quality breaking ball that's got him most of his outs. And then the fastball, it's a different approach. It's just a rear back, max effort, try to throw it as hard as you can instead of taking that same approach as he does on the breaking ball. And let my arm work, put the ball in the strike zone, and don't worry about the velocity. Don't worry about throwing it past the hitter.
Alejandro Abreu with a runner on at third base and 2 down in the inning. De Los Santos crashing one off the wall in left field. Runner coming to the plate, and De Los Santos is in there. I was wondering about him at third base with less than 2 outs, and now with 2 outs, he says, you know what, let's get one here.
Yeah, that's just he paid attention to what the exchange between the catcher was. Maybe Reynolds was tossing it back real lightly. Beg was catching it and turning his back, and he saw something and he acted on it and scored pretty easy.
Abreu down the left field line. This one gets by the left fielder and goes towards the corner. Abreu on his way to third, and he'll go in with the headfirst slide. Blake Burdine had the ball get past him, and that allowed Abreu to race all the way around to third as he went to the opposite way.
Appreciate the hustle. Almost got to it.
Cal Johnson stands in against Fez Beg. Fastball upstairs. heard the grunt there on that pitch to the plate, and he falls behind 3-0.
Yeah, you're already down 2-0. The emphasis should be, I need to throw this for a strike. But
ooh, up and in on Cal Johnson. Johnson has that guard on the triceps, and I think that's exactly where. Well, now he's holding more of his hand.
I think he
Get him
got
on
it
that
on the
guard?
guard. Yeah, hit him on
okay,
that
it
guard,
did,
but that's kind of numb to hit. It hit in a nerve in some way that it went down through his hand. He's probably going to sit out a hitter, I would think. Send up another hitter, Lloyd Thompson, talking to him about how he feels, giving him that option right there. Maybe sit out a hitter.
And again, as Dave's saying, sit out a hitter where you could go to the next hitter in the lineup, Benji Cuoto, and then Cal Johnson. If Cuoto did make an out, Johnson could get an at bat in the next inning, or the next hitter if the inning is extended.
Exactly.
It's like he's going to stay in there.
Yep. Well, he's got all fastballs now. Although that might not be a good thing with the better command that Baig has of his breaking ball.
Got that one over the plate. Johnson sends it foul out of play. So with the hit by pitch, again, Cal Johnson stays at the plate to extend the at bat, and they get the runner at first base. Liner to right field. That'll plate the runner from third base. As Abreu comes in to score. And that'll roll out the inning for Team Purple. Fez Baig does not record the final out in the inning. We're through 4.
We'll take a look here at Fez Baig's 2 innings of work, and it really developed a theme here that was very, very clear. Curveball for strikes, real quality curveball. Got some swing and miss on the low 70s. Breaking ball, sort of a slurvy slider type break. You know, very effective when throwing that. Very easy delivery, but when he threw his fastball, it was a different matter. Got kind of wild with the 83-mile-an-hour fastball.
Grayson Carpenter completing his warm-up process, and Dave, we get a look at Carpenter from
Grayson
Fort Myers,
Carpenter,
Florida.
Yeah, a primary outfielder and a very good outfielder. He's a career 419 hitter in PG play and over 400 at bats. But he's also got a very live arm through 90 from the outfield. and 92 from the infield during drills here at this Junior National Showcase. Let's see what he has to offer up on the mound. Just a very talented all-around athlete.
Jaden Walton swings through the fastball. We saw in our first game, as we got into the second, third, and fourth pitchers, a lot of them the ability to work around base runners. Spins a good breaking ball in there for a strike. Walton a pop-up, third base side. How about that? Carpenter takes care of himself. There's that outfielder covering the ground.
I'm going to throw some offensive numbers at you from Grayson Carpenter. Might be more appropriate when he was in the batter's box, but last year he played in 53 games in WWBA tournament play, 165 plate appearances, hit .402, walked 20 times, and only struck out 5 times. Only struck out 5 times in 165 plate appearances. That's pretty darn good.
Connor Berman batting here with the bases empty and 1 down. Look out. There goes the bat. First one of those that I've seen at least.
Some kid yelled, "Home run." That must have cleared the whole dugout.
Carpenter missing down in the zone. A changeup, previous pitch?
Yes, that was a changeup. I was going to mention that. 74. So we have a secondary pitcher who's already shown 3 pitches. That's kind of nice. Has a feel for pitching.
Berman staying alive at the plate. Back up the middle into center field. And a single off the bat of Connor Berman.
Berman's had a couple long at-bats where he's fouled off a lot of pitches and sees the ball very well. Nice to see him put a firm barrel on that one after maybe not getting a break in a couple other at-bats.
Mason Shermer over there playing Mayor, welcoming him to first base. Getting that conversation in. Cash Money stands in now for Team Navy. Sends this one down the left field line and foul. See 315 down the left field line.
And that really is one of the best parts about playing first base. I played a lot of first base way back in the day. And it meant I could talk. There was always an umpire or a base coach or runner to talk to. You know, you get put out in center field or even shortstop. You don't have anybody to talk to. I love that. The mayor at first base welcoming everyone. That's a good line.
To third. And the ball gets away at first base. There's Shermer over there.
They may have called him safe at second base as well. We'll have to see. They might have pulled this. The throw from third base might have pulled the second baseman off the bag as well.
So it is money at second base. I believe that ball went into the dugout, and we do get the runner at third. So They failed to get the out. That situation, ball head on the ground. You want to make sure you get one. Another ground ball. This one to deep shortstop. Throw across in time. As Hiramoto is retired. Yes, that is Hiramoto of the purple team, playing for Team Navy as he is retired. On the ground ball out, the runner scores from third base. Do we have Cal Johnson at shortstop? This is Everett Johnson. And that'll bring the inning to an end here in the top of the 6th inning. Grayson Carpenter getting through the frame. His first inning on the mound for Team Purple. See some of the top outfield velocities over the last couple of days from the Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia.
3 of those top 4 numbers coming from players that will be in the next group that we see, including that 99 from Mason Greenhouse. For now, we'll stay here and see Trey Jackson on the mound. Trey, a primary third baseman from Georgia Premier Academy. We've seen him up to 88 on the mound this year when he pitched for Georgia Premier at the PG Showdown Academies in Hoover, Alabama. Trey has plenty of experience on the mound through 60 innings in 2022 at PG events. Struck out 86 during those 60 innings, so pretty experienced on the mound. We'll see if he can bring the heat here. I think he is working 2 innings, I believe, Steve.
Do have him down for the 5th and 6th innings, yes. Team Purple coming to the plate here in the home 5th inning.
Okay, you look at that picture. The picture
Yep,
there
ahead.
we just saw, the dugout is, and that's Christian De Los Santos, who we're talking about there, right there in the middle, cutting up with his teammates. Big smile, just like we were talking about.
It is a kids' game, and these are young men. They should try to stay kids for as long as they possibly can. Trey Jackson, quick conversation with McCluskey. Actually, that was Cash Money, who's behind the plate for his 2nd inning, I believe. Benji Cotto, his second at bat for Team Purple. To the backstop.
Guarantee you that got the attention of the PG scouts back there. As you have your heads down, you're taking notes, you're looking at radar, you're looking at cameras, and all of a sudden a ball hits right in front of you going 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, Jackson slipped a little bit there, and we watched him take his warm-up tosses. And got the synthetic carpet on the pitcher's mound. Good fastball there, right at the belt, a little above. But I'm surprised there's not more guys who slip on that. And these pitchers down the road, this is all they're going to know in the future, perhaps, until they get to pro ball. Jackson misses upstairs. And we'll get a base runner. Cueto has got some innings off. Sees another pitch outside. He's also behind the plate in the later stages of this game doing the catching for Team Purple. Runner goes, pitch upstairs, throw down to second base, ends up in center field. And now Team Purple with a runner in scoring position as Cal Johnson picks up the stolen base. Called strike three. Jackson picks up the out.
Johnson sitting 86, 88. Working high in the zone, working the arm side mostly. Caught the corner there. A tough pitch to take with 2 strikes.
Wade Hartrick stands in. Hartrick down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Jackson, I don't know if you've seen adjustment, Dave, but all of a sudden he's starting to work down in the zone a little bit more consistently here the last couple of pitches.
Last couple of pitches have also been from the stretch, which I think has a large part to it. We haven't seen a breaking ball yet. It's been all 86, 88 fastballs. Let's see if we see a breaking ball right here. More power fastball. That might have been what the catcher was asking about in between hitters there. It's okay. Are we going to work the breaking ball in? Jackson seems comfortable just on the fastball.
Hartrick down in the count, 1-2. Fastball pitch prior at 90. I'm thinking he goes back to the fastball here.
If Hartrick guesses right, he had solid barrel last time, I believe, to right center field.
Jackson, the pitcher, takes care of it himself. I don't know if there was really any enough time with that ball in the air that anyone else could have made that catch outside of Jackson.
No, I was thinking the same thing. You often see that happen, especially with the younger players, where you're facing 70-mile-an-hour, pitches, and you don't have much strength and all. You force pitchers to catch it. But even though this is playing at big league velocities, 88, 90 miles an hour, that just didn't go anywhere. Must have jammed Hartrick with that last fastball.
Grayson Carpenter getting 1 inning on the mound.
I can almost guarantee you that Carpenter is not going to strike out here. Based on the fact that he's a 400 hitter, he's going to probably put a barrel on it too. But after 5 strikeouts and 165 plate appearances last year, I think we're going to see something in fair territory.
Repeat those numbers.
Grayson Carpenter in 2022 in WWBA play had 165 plate appearances over 53 games and struck out 5 times.
That's not pretty impressive. That's all capital letters impressive.
The old 20 walk to 5 strikeout ratio.
He's up there swinging and putting the ball in play. Trey Johnson scheduled to go 2 innings for Team Navy. Opposite way foul. I don't know that Jackson knows that he's got a hitter up there right now that is just going to be a tough guy to put away here with a strike 3.
I bet you Carpenter, just based on that swing, also has a very annoying ability to hit foul balls. Because that was a pitch on the outside half. He knew he wasn't going to be able to do anything with it. Probably a strike. Let me just foul it off.
I'm sure he's probably got a pretty good reputation in that capacity. There you go, right there. That was a great indication. Yeah.
That was an intentional foul ball off an he got 89 again, right on the outside half, and it's too close to take, but I can't hit it, so let's just foul it back. I think he fouled it right back into the purple dugout too.
There got to be some guys in the dugout saying, "Yeah, we've seen him do this before. This at bat could be lengthy." Yeah, that was a perfect example right there.
I think Carpenter would just rather get a pitch in the middle of the zone that he can line back up the middle.
Pulls this one through the left side. A base hit. And Grayson Carpenter aboard with the single. Cal Johnson going second to third.
And that's
2
what
outs
you
in
can
the
do
inning.
When you have barrel control. He's fouling off 89-mile fastballs on the outside half. That was by far Johnson's best breaking ball, 76-mile-an-hour curveball. But Carpenter was still timed up with his hands that he could put the barrel on it, get it into left field for a base hit.
So how do you write up Carpenter? Not only off the at-bat that we just saw him complete with the lengthy at-bat against Jackson in the single, but just overall and what you've seen and even the number you just I had you rattle off for a second time.
Yeah, well, it's part of the whole package. He's a good pitcher. He threw a ton of strikes. He plays multiple positions with quality. He has a very advanced hit tool. That's where it's going to really come out in a scouting report, is in the hit tool. And a report should really focus on the defensive versatility and the hit tool and barrel control.
Alfred Rosario stung that one up the middle. They get the force out at second, and Jackson is able to get the final out here in the inning. We go to the 6th in Marietta. Teams waiting in the wings. We're almost halfway through our 4 games slated for this Tuesday in Marietta, Georgia. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will have red, royal, Vegas gold, and white. Jaden Nunez now on the mound for Team Purple. The right-hander is scheduled to go 1 inning.
Well, this could be fun. Jaden Nunez, a talented all-around player, was up to 95 in the outfield. We saw that outfield velocities list, but also has plenty of experience pitching, has been up to 88 on the mound. He almost has a nice pitcher's body there, 6'1", 6'2", 175 pounds.
Corbin Reynolds stands in. Reynolds, Caleb Barnett, Trey Jackson, and we just saw complete his first inning on the mound. And Nunez, we may be seeing him an inning early. Grayson Carpenter. Did we see Carpenter for just the one?
Just the one, yes.
Just the one. He was scheduled to go 2.
Well, I remember overhearing Greg Sabers in the dugouts right before the game, and you could hear on our field mic asking people, hey, do you want to pitch 1 inning today? So maybe something came up even before the game.
Reynolds digging around second. The helmet's going to stay on. The throw comes in. And Corbin Reynolds, looked like that helmet was going to come off. Somehow, some way it stayed on. Take another look off the bat. He hit this one a long way.
I'm sure he was catching grief from the dugout because he's a catcher. Catchers are not usually the swiftest, but he's running pretty good right there and running for a triple. Catchers don't get to do that very much.
Caleb Barnett at the plate for Team Navy. You know, we mentioned his name the other day, Corbin Carroll. And I forget who posted it or reposted it on social media on Twitter. And they said this should not be a triple. Hit the ball in the similar vicinity. This one well hit off the bat of Barnett. And we've got our first home run of the Junior National Showcase. Caleb Barnett going yard here in East Cobb.
And that was a no-doubter right there. That was absolutely crushed. There was just a different sound off the barrel on that pitch. That's a loud home run. We'll see it again here from the side. Look at the trajectory off the barrel. Yeah, that's the left fielder's given up on that one already and turned around. Little polite bat flip there. Nice. If you hit a ball
Reynolds,
like that,
triple.
You can flip the bat all you want.
All you want?
All you want. Maybe not too far, but keep it in context. You're 16 years old. But if you're 16 and you can hit a ball like that, hey, celebrate.
Trey Jackson facing Jaden Nunez. Pitcher versus pitcher now, with both on the mound. So back to that. You heard it on the microphone from the dugout. Coach in the dugout asking, anyone want to go 1? Do you think there were any takers?
I imagine there were, although, this is at the end of an event, a lot of pressure in it, not necessarily. It depends on what I think people, who it was in the dugout.
Nunez, the comebacker out in front of the mound, retiring Trey Jackson.
Usually it's not difficult to get volunteers to pitch because people like pitch. Sometimes there are players who might pitch a bit for their high school, but they go out to travel ball and the travel ball coach says, no, you're just a shortstop. But it's like, no, I'm a pitcher. I want to pitch. And this is their opportunity that they might not get during the travel ball season. to throw. So we see that frequently.
Sebastian Barrera swings through that offering from Nunez, down in the count 0-1, and heard it, and now you see it.
That's exactly what I was
fall.
thinking. It's like, wait a minute, that sounds like rain.
For the time we play through, again, 2 games scheduled this afternoon. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will be on board with you on PerfectGame.tv. Barrera lays off. Perhaps just a passing shower.
Yeah, we might have some light rain for an extended period here. Not extended beyond 20 minutes or so, but nothing heavy or anything. But we're right at the northern edge of a pattern.
Nunez gives chase, will not have a play. Barrera, a base runner. Reynolds, a leadoff triple. Caleb Barnett, home run to left field. Carter Belly stands in. Belly, the 5th batter to face Nunez here, and looks at a strike. Barnett going over the wall and left. Runner takes off, swing and a miss, throw down. And out at second base on the caught stealing as they get Barrera. Throw down coming from Cueto.
Yeah, that was a nice view to watch that from develop with the catcher. Tracking the throw tracked all the way down.
Bailey, a pop-up. Short left field. The catch is made. That retires the side. Reynolds, a triple. Barnett, the home run. We're through 5.5. Caleb Barnett, the first home run of the Junior National Showcase, going to left field. Red versus Royal, Vegas Gold versus White this afternoon. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will be with you. First pitch for Red and Royal, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Barnett back to his position at third. Trey Jackson back on the mound here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
I was just trying to do some research into Caleb Barnett and what his stats might have been in the spring at Mountain Brook High School to maybe get some home run background there, but was unable to easily track any information down, so we'll leave that question open.
Andres Gomez, first out here in the home 6th inning. Trey Jackson getting a quick first out, fires a fastball strike, 0-1. Diesel Toth, his second at bat. Jackson he's only thrown a couple of pitches here in the inning, but he did get the quick first out. Any different here in terms of what you saw from his first inning? He's worked a little bit more down in the zone here.
Yeah, he looks a little more slow-paced. I think he made the adjustment pretty quickly last inning. When he walked the first hitter, had to work out of the stretch, and I think that slowed him down, and he was pretty solid after that. A few Grayson Carpenter foul balls might have, gotten him rushed up again, but I think that was a little scary moment right there.
Deflected off the glove of Jackson. Yep.
There's some
out
quick
to second
reflexes
base
there.
Diesel Toth reaches. Another look. So a 1-out base runner here in the home 6th inning. Ethan Bingaman at the plate for a second at bat. Reached in his first plate appearance earlier in this game.
I think Trey Jackson threw that over just because it's like, hey, you're going to knock me over, I'm going to make you dive back into first base.
This is down low, ball 1 on Bingaman. Into left field, Bingaman aboard again.
We were talking, I had him distracted. I was distracted. I'm off.
2 for 2.
He's had a nice approach, yes.
Yes. Nothing complicated about it. And it was interesting looking at his high school numbers. Not a lot of power, but I think just a lot of that. A lot of solid barrels. High average, high contact type of hitter.
Cooper Poe down the right field line. I believe Poe is up there for the first time.
Primary pitcher. We saw him throw yesterday. I think you are correct.
Runners take off, swing and a miss, no throw. Diesel Toth, the front runner, stealing third. And Bingaman following up right behind him. Poe down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes with 1 out here and 2 in scoring position. Jackson finishes him off, pours in the fastball, called strike 3.
Jackson's only thrown a small handful of breaking balls so far this outing. He's just going primary fastball. I think Poe is looking for the breaking ball.
Troy Ford stands in with runners at second and third and 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Great view from behind home plate as Trey Jackson misses upstairs. Got that one in on the hands, and Ford fights it off foul out of play. Third group of 4 teams, game action today and tomorrow. These 2 teams right here, Navy and Purple, wrapping up the second group of 4. Jackson misses upstairs to Ford. Again misses up high. Toth and Bingham in the base runners. And TJ Ford takes inside from Trey Jackson.
I remember
Catcher
you
with the
mentioning
mask off. This one coming back behind the plate. Go ahead.
Remember you mentioning earlier Troy Ford's previous at bat. He said, you know, a little self-scouting report. Yeah, I have a little power. So I'm looking back. His last 2 events, tournaments, PG tournaments, he's hit home runs. The Southeast Elite Championship here in Marietta and the Deep South Ultimate Championship in Hoover. Hit home runs. In fact, in the Deep South Championship, had a double, triple, and home run over 4 games in that tournament. So, yeah. He has been hitting with some power this summer.
He's been up to 95 with the exit velocity, the walk, and the at-bat continues, so he sees fastballs from Jackson here. He's been 95 consistently. He's topped out at 106 off the bat, and he's gone 420 at East Cobb. He's hit a ball 420 feet. Jackson gets the strikeout, leaves the bases loaded. We go to the 7th. And we'll see the pitching package here, Dave Ronsley, for Trey Jackson.
Well, Trey Jackson has the makings of a pitcher. You know, it's a big power pitcher's body. He topped out at 90 early, and I know I mentioned he'd thrown a lot of innings in PG play, 60 last year, as a matter of fact. It's still pretty much just a fastball package. It's a good fastball, one that he needs to command a little more consistently, but I would like to have seen more breaking stuff. He threw a couple nice breaking balls, but just didn't seem to trust the pitch at all, and almost went exclusively fastball there in the 2nd inning.
Trey Jackson. Yes, he's on his phone.
Probably checking
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What do you think?
Checking what his velocities were.
Nah, I'm
It's on
thinking
the
he's
PG
checking his. I think he's checking his schedule for later this afternoon, tonight, and the next couple of days.
He's probably got some friends on social media who are watching this and reporting to him how he looked.
This is our 2nd of 4 games on the schedule. Again, Red Royal, Vegas Gold, and White later this afternoon and early this evening. From East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia, Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will be on board with you for the games this afternoon. And those 4 teams that you see, Red Royal, Vegas Gold, and White, they'll play games tomorrow, and then they'll be out of here. And tomorrow afternoon we'll start the 2.5-day event for the Sophomore National Showcase. 6 teams total coming in. Wade Hartrick now on the mound for Team Purple.
Hartrick is one of these players that it's hard to tell what he is. He lists in his positions. He's a catcher, third base, middle infielder, outfielder, right-handed pitcher. So he's played them all in the past. We'll get to see what he looks like on the mound.
Big cut by Nick Diaz comes up empty, down in the count 0-1. Remember, Hartrick from Boulder, Colorado, now at IMG Academy. So that specialization to find that 1 or 2 positions could come here for his junior year, which he'll embark on at IMG Academy in Florida come late summer, early fall.
Yeah, I don't see him doing any pitching really at IMG. It might just be in the summer that he gets a chance to throw, because at IMG there's so many young men there who are there just as pitchers. They're going to get all the work. And Hartrick as a catcher, somebody's got to work with those pitchers when they're throwing their bullpens, when they're throwing in games, and that's the catchers. So,
and I've got a note to expand on that. Shared on his PG profile, he's been working with Driveline and come to admire a number of hitters that work with them: Nolan Arenado, Lars Nootbaar, Nolan Gorman. And he finishes it up with, I also admire JT Realmuto's defensive ability and athleticism. So there you go from the catcher's perspective of what he shares.
Well, J.D. Realmuto really wasn't even a catcher until he reached pro ball. He was a third baseman back in high school in Oklahoma. I believe he might have even set some high school home run records, hitting records, but as a third baseman primarily. And he only really developed the catching skills, as a professional.
Diaz a pop-up, third base side. And the catch is made by Diesel Toth.
That was a nice job by Toth calling off the catch. That was way up in the air, straight up the stovepipe. And it was much easier play for Toth to make, even having to come all that way in. I'd like to get a hang time on that pop-up. That probably close to 6.5 seconds. But Hartrick showing a nice fastball, 86 miles an hour. And the strange thing is, look at that arm action. That is not anywhere close to a catcher's arm action. I imagine he throws differently. If we looked at the video of his catching drill, it wouldn't nearly be that long an arm action. That extension, high extension and back.
Jake Collier standing in, his second at bat of the afternoon, or late morning, I should say. Not yet to the afternoon. Oh, yeah, we are. Lost track of time. Into right field for a base hit. Throw coming to the plate. The slide, the tag, in there safely. Job of base running. And that situation. Runner got in underneath the tag.
Yeah, Jake Hiramoto there. I'm wondering how he got into underneath the tag. Oh, well, he didn't, first of all. But the old swim move. But I think he was tagged out well before that swim move went into effect.
Hiramoto playing for Team Navy. With the purple jersey, able to come in to score.
Yeah, that was some athletic actions right there.
Sirocco at the plate with a run in. Called strike 3. He's out of there. Caught looking. So Sirocco out on strikes. Brooks Burdine scheduled up next for Team Navy. We're scheduled to see one of the Burdines on the mound. Not sure if it's Brooks or Blake. But they're supposed to get the bottom of the 7th inning on the mound. Brooks puts a charge into one to right field. At the wall. And the catch is made. As Burdine gave that one a ride, and that retires the side. Cash Strayer, I believe, out there in right field, making that catch for Team Purple. Put a good charge into that one.
Yes, he did. Just looking from the longer distance, that might have been a steal, a home run.
Well, Brooks Burdine retired in a nice catch at the right field wall. Bottom of the 7th inning, scheduled to go 8, 9, 10. Dave Ronsley, question mark. Sirocco is now on the mound.
8 would be what I would think.
I don't believe we had Sirocco on our list of pitchers, but we see him here in the bottom of the 7th. Young man from Massachusetts, uncommitted at this point. Perfect game ranking, top 500.
Lists himself as an outfielder, infielder, right-handed pitcher.
Jaden Nunez, who we have seen on the mound for a stint, looks at a strike. It's 0-1 on Nunez. Well, I'll do it. You've got Nunez, Shermer, Lopez, Strayer. The 5th hitter, if we have a 5th batter in this inning, would be Christian De Los Santos.
Okay.
That's if I have it right, and I think in this instance I do. Nunez off the end of the bat, foul, first base side. So 3-2 count on Jaden Nunez against Cameron Sirocco. Lost him, and we'll have a base runner. We've seen that often here early on. It was Brandon Gonzalez pitching. Or was that earlier? Gonzalez was earlier today, but we saw Gonzalez back-to-back innings hit batters and then settle in after he got to the stretch position. And Nunez hit just above the belt, right square in the middle of the back. So he's walked and he's been hit by a pitch in this at bat. And he'll continue the at bat. And look, there we go. We haven't seen
that. They didn't get the first ghost runner out. And now it's like, hey, just put 2 runners out there. They belong there. Put them out there.
Great job catching that by our crew. Again, Nunez walked, so the base runner, he was tardy. Nunez hit by a pitch. They both come out of there. Nunez skies one in the air to right field. Runner's going to tag from second. The catch is made. And the throw across the diamond arriving late. Right fielder, well, this is where it gets interesting. Because we know who's on first and who's on the mound. That's Cameron Sirocco, but I have Sirocco in right field. So as we say from time to time here in Showcase Baseball, all bets are off. Mason Shermer at the plate has gone all the way at first base for Team Purple.
Are we just going to call Mason Shermer the mayor, based on
He's
your
the new
previous?
mayor.
The new mayor.
Runner takes off for second. Runner comes in. Ford from third base on the back end, and the stolen base now the runner across against Sirocco. Yeah, that was Sean Casey, I believe, originally the mayor. One of my favorites on the MLB Network. I believe Grayson Carpenter out at second base. Yep, number 14. Shermer looks at a strike from Cameron Sirocco. Third base side. Runners go advance on the throw across the diamond. Shermer retired 5-3. And Diaz at third base. Along with Everett Johnson, who is at shortstop on the left side of the infield in support of Sirocco. Jose Lopez now at the plate. Nope, Cash Strayer. Good pitch there from Sirocco. Picks up a strike.
Sirocco has settled down pretty nicely since that rough beginning. And they're paying attention to the dugouts. The score is 6-6.
Late swing and a miss. Strayer out on strikes. Sirocco gets out of the inning. And we will go to the 8th inning for Team Purple and Team Navy here in East Cobb, and we'll take a look at the pitcher package here. We'll get that out.
I think just like so many pitchers, especially pitchers that might have not have a lot of repetition, Sirocco kind of rushed it from the windup when he was able to get the runners on, go from the stretch, mix his pitches. He settled down and after those first 4 pitches had a nice inning of work. probably a good job, especially considering he wasn't even in the rotation before the game, we believe.
Soroka with his teammates in the back of the dugout. Over on the third base side, smiles all around.
Interesting, he went right down to talk to Everett Johnson, who the last time we looked in the dugout had a whole crowd of people around him. And I've seen Everett Johnson play a lot in the past. He's from North Carolina. I've seen him in a number of showcase, saw him at the 14U Festival. And he has that type of electric, high-energy personality that just draws people to him. So that does not surprise me at all over in that purple dugout, or the Navy dugout.
Jonathan Vasquez gets the top of the 8th inning for Team Purple.
Well, Vasquez definitely does have some experience on the mound. Primary third baseman, secondary outfielder, but has also thrown 60 innings at PG events throughout his career, including 21 innings last year. So there's plenty of mound experience out there.
Sanders Dyer, first batter to face Vasquez. Jonathan Vasquez goes 6 foot 170. Perfect game grade of 9 from Miami Lakes, Florida. Falls behind 2-1.
Just a little brief shower, the radar says, overhead right now.
Vasquez does a nice job getting over to first base. Dyer retired 3-1. Blake Burdine at the plate.
I will say tomorrow is when everybody's worrying about the rain, and hopefully I'll reverse jinx it by talking about it. Reading the weather report. Rain and thunderstorms, gusty winds and small hail possible, chance of rain 80%. That's tomorrow's forecast. We'll hope that
Marietta
that changes.
and hail. I don't remember the last time I was in a hailstorm. It might have been in Florida. Vasquez just misses to Burdine.
And maybe I spent too many afternoons outside at ballparks, but it's certainly a yearly occurrence that I will see some hail out at a ballpark.
We have a runner on first base here for Team Navy. Nick Diaz putting the helmet on. Burdine out on strikes. So Vasquez with a ground ball out and a strikeout. Jaden Walton will stand in. We take another look. Diaz takes off, goes in, and he's in there safely with a stolen base. And Alfred Rosario taking the throw. There you go, little handshake. Jaden Walton, you see, base hit, or the strikeout, the pop out rather. Waved at and missed.
1-2.
Vasquez ahead now 1-2.
Vasquez
Walt
showing
trying to shake that one off.
throwing some commands, some pretty good stuff. 85, 86 on the fastball. Nice 73-mile-an-hour slider there.
Got Walton there. I believe that should be 3 outs.
And it was 3 hitters.
Got the ground ball and the 2 strikeouts.
We'll wait and see what's happening here.
Going to bring a new pitcher in.
Looks like we have the mayor on the mound.
Mason Shermer is going to take some warm-up tosses here and face a couple of batters. So Shermer will take his warm-up tosses. We'll continue with him on the mound after this timeout. Connor Berman will stand in, left-handed batter against Mason Shermer. Shermer coming in from first base. After Jonathan Vasquez got the final out. That was 3 outs, right?
Yeah, this was a matter of, instead of playing a top of the 9th inning or something, they had one more pitcher and Shermer that they wanted to get in for. I'm sure this is not going to go 3 outs. It might go 3 batters. I've seen this happen before, especially at Nationals. It's just a matter of keeping the game shorter, keeping the same defense out there, warming up the pitcher real quick, get a few more hitters up there.
Shermer at 85. 84, 85, 85 on his first three pitches. Third base side at a play. Off the bat of Connor Berman. Berman holds up, and the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good pitch there to the outer half, and Berman caught looking. Hear the breeze in the microphone and the hair behind the hat for Shermer. Cash Money gets an at bat here against Shermer. So, Dave, I'll ask you here, and we've touched on it, where the rankings will be updated for the upcoming junior class from the National Showcase here in Marietta. How do you go from PG top 500 to assigning a number, and how do you sign somebody between, say, 250 and 500?
To a point, I wouldn't go a range as 250 to 500 being random or not meaning much. If you're we can look at the talent and know by looking at what talented players were in the past, comparing to, let's say, okay, if you think, hey, this guy's a 75 to 100 player. That's a common thing when we're looking to rank players. His money reaches first on that chopper. So historically, where players generally rank. So when you're making recommendations, you're saying, this guy looks like a 75 to 100 player to me. This is like a 200 to 300 type of player.
Okay.
The difference between somebody who ranks 375 and somebody who ranks 440 is completely irrelevant, really, for the numbers because of the volume you're dealing with and how many players that we rank. But we'll get into some in-depth discussions with some opinions expressed, when you get up there, in the top 50, the top 75, where players will, scouts will have their favorite guys, the guys that they think they've seen more, have a better feel for. And we'll go back and forth on those. It's a whole staff project that's opened up for discussion, with Greg Sabers leading the discussion and organizing the lists. But everybody has a chance on the PG staff to give it feedback, certainly.
Jay Kiramoto at the plate. Looks at a called strike. Shermer has been 82, 84, 77, 75 to 77 with the breaking ball. Kiramoto stays alive against Shermer. Pulled on the ground, third base. They got the short way for the out at second. Back to first, double play. Around the horn, beautifully turned, 5-4-3.
Nice quick 3 batters of work, really a full inning for Shermer. That stuff, command 3 pitches that I can see working back in high school in Festus, Missouri. So we see the end of that double play. 10th inning, but a nice quick outing for the mayor, Mason Shermer.
So we will go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. And it looks like Jonathan Vasquez is this Vasquez perhaps getting a, nope, that would be Vasquez on the other side. Sebastian Baroa. For Team Navy as he'll get his 1 inning of work in. Confirm that. Sebastian Barrera from Los Fresnos, Texas. And a catcher by trade, that's his primary position. He's committed to Texas Rio Grande Valley College. Fluid in his delivery, strides out pretty athletically with that right leg or left leg out in front.
Well, it's certainly more of a pitcher's build at 6'2", 170 than the classic catcher's build, although he's been able to show off his arm behind the plate very well throughout a runner earlier today, I believe. And I looked up where Los Fresnos, Texas is. And that's within shouting distance of the Mexican border. It is way, way down there in the far southern tip of Texas.
Christian De Los Santos gets the at-bat to start things off here in the home 8th inning. First pitch swinging, hits one sharply into left field for a base hit.
And sharply is the word for that. You could hear the contact, and when you're that strong, and this is where exit velocities really come into play. That ball, if it's not hit as hard, it's probably vacuumed up by the third baseman, and it's a routine play at first. But that got through this maybe slightly wet turf infield almost immediately. Not really much of a chance for the third baseman or the shortstop to make a play at all.
Reagan McCluskey at the plate has seen time behind the dish as a catcher. One of the catchers used for Team Purple this afternoon. McCluskey hits one hard. To get the out at second, back to first, and it gets by the first baseman Collier. McCluskey will be a one-out base runner. They get the force out on De Los Santos. Jake Collier at first base for Team Navy here in the last of the 8th inning. Jonathan Vasquez at the plate. We've seen him at third. We've seen him on the pitcher's mound. Tapper foul outside of first base. Off the glove of the catcher, that'll allow the runner to advance. And the throw down. Almost right into center field.
The throw way down.
So McCluskey in scoring position. Reached out a fielder's choice. Opposite way to left field. And it just seems like Everett Johnson is everywhere.
Well, he's played the outfield. He's played center. He's played second. He's playing short. He came up as a primary outfielder. I've always thought he's a second baseman at the next level. I think he's one of the kids who's always going to be out on the field, though, regardless of what position he plays. He loves to play baseball.
Alejandro Abreu. This game approaching 2.5 hours. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will have the games this afternoon. First pitch slated for 2 p.m. Eastern. Red Royal, Vegas Golden White scheduled to play this afternoon. The 4 teams in action, the third group of 4. And Barrera misses upstairs to Abreu. McCluskey at second base with 2 down. And now we've got the runner at first base as well. That one sent foul back behind the plate. And again, Abreu able to stay alive. He's battling up there against Barrera. McCluskey showing off the hair out at second base. This one hit well to right field. And going back and making the catch at the wall. How about that grab? For the last out of the inning.
Wasn't Brooks Burdine robbed of a home run in his previous at-bat? Oh, Brave just says, man, I had one. There's teammates congratulating. That ball was ripped, but what a great play in right field. We'll see it again, hopefully, here. Brooks Burdine crashing into the wall. Great play to end a ball game.
We'll hang a star on that one and remember it as well. Team Navy, Team Purple wrapping up their action here on the field at the East Cobb Baseball Complex. They wrap up the Junior National Showcase. Dave Ronsley, one final thought on this group of four.
Hey, and my thought's going to be Caleb Barnett. I had fun watching him hit that home run. I said during the 7th game of the showcase, hey, we need a home run. Caleb Barnett came back with it loudly. Also wanted to give a shout out to some of these players, Everett Johnson, Christian De Los Santos, who are out there having so much fun, all their teammates who love this game so much and still play it like kids.
Our next game scheduled to get underway in about 45 minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. Brett Dolan, Dave Ronsley will be on board with the first of two this afternoon. The MLB mock draft will come up on Perfect Game TV as we get you set for that second game coming up at 2 Eastern.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Mock Draft 2023, Brian and Darren back with you. We've had 5 college players come off the board, a couple of elite high school bats. Brian, you're speaking on behalf of what is such a unique and strong scouting community. The Perfect Game scouting staff going, border to border, going globally, really, as we have evolved as a company. But I've got to ask you, as you make these picks, is this exactly how you would select these players? I'm curious how that plays in with your mind.
No, this is when we do mock drafts, especially when we're this close to the draft, like this is a month out, not 6 months out, for example. This is what I'm hearing. This is like trying to line it up how I think it's going to go, trying to get into the heads of Major League Baseball scouting directors and GMs and try and project what they're going to do. This is predominantly feedback-based. It's predominantly, I call it dope-based. You get the info synonymous with the word dope. Like that's what we're looking for. That's what I'm doing with this is trying to uncover the mysteries. And this is not going to be correct. It never is. I think the most we've ever had correct, even on a day of mock draft, is like 8 picks. But either way, it's more so this makes sense and matches with what I'm hearing, as opposed to this is what I would do. When you look at the draft board, when you look at how we line players up, that's like the order of how I'd want it. And not me specifically, but like Vinny Servino, obviously involved in a big way, Jared Goodwin, the rest of the Perfect Game scouting department. That's more of a representative sample of what we think the class looks like or how we'd line it up.
All right, let's put you back to work and represent the Kansas City Royals at 8. They're fun because it was yesterday that Nick Pratto and Bobby Witt were being selected out of high school. Now they're playing key roles in the major leagues for the Royals. So please represent the Royals.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take the guy that could be standing next to Bobby Witt on the left side of the infield, and Jacob Gonzalez from Ole Miss. He plays shortstop there. I think he's got a chance to play short up the chain in pro baseball, but maybe second base, maybe third base, and obviously Bobby Witt entrenched there. But left-handed bat, SEC performer, guy who gets on base a ton. He hits the ball hard. There's power there from the left side to go with potentially even more power projection. I think he could maybe get the ball in the air even a little bit more than he already does, which could lead to some 20, 25, 30 home run seasons is the hope. Along with some defensive value on the left side of the infield, I think that this is a guy who is in play anywhere from 5 down to 10, somewhere in that range. Has kind of consistently performed and has been on some really good teams. Obviously won a national championship last year, but I think this is a good spot for him here at 8 with the Royals.
It's a fun legacy because he's a 2016 Select Festival alum. Did not make that All-American roster. As a matter of fact, Gonzalez graduated Glendora High School in the rankings 132nd. So here's another one that's taken college baseball, in this case the Ole Miss program, and used it to develop. That's been his developmental pool. All right, so the Royals, you have that pick. Now the Rockies step into the room, and Brian, please represent them.
I'm going to go with Braden Taylor here, the third baseman from TCU, another college bat, big left-handed guy with big power. Kind of an up-and-down season in spurts, but his exit velo data, the batted ball data, has consistently been really good. He hits the ball really, really hard and does so with consistency. And in the last several weeks, he's been red hot, which is something that's important to pay attention to when it comes to, what have you done for me lately? Recency bias, it's absolutely a thing in draft rooms, and that's something that can come into play. But I think that the Rockies are potentially where we could start talking about Rhett Lauder, the righty from Wake Forest. I think he fits kind of what they want to do on the mound, two-seam guy. We'll talk about him in a couple picks. But either way, Braden Taylor from TCU, stick him at third base, stick him at first base, stick him wherever you want, let the left-handed power play, and that's a guy that could hit 40 out of Coors every year.
He just turned 21, so he's young. He's from Utah to do what he has done in college. And in the Cape in 2022, had nearly 1,000 OPS, so that's probably, I'm guessing, where he opened a lot of eyes. So Braden Taylor goes to the Rockies, and now at 10, the Marlins step to the podium. Brian?
We'll stick with the theme of college infielders here. We're going to go with Jacob Wilson from Grand Canyon, the shortstop there. A different profile than the two we've mentioned in the last couple picks. It's not power over anything else like it is with those guys. This is more approach, zone awareness, zone control. Dude never strikes out. Like, just doesn't strike out. It's an unbelievable eye at the plate, an unbelievable sort of uncanny ability to get bat on ball. I think that his approach has gotten better over the years. I think there was a stretch where he was so good at making contact that he would make contact on pitches he didn't need to be swinging at, even though he could make contact on them. So as he's kind of gotten better in his approach and understood his swing decisions a little bit better, we've seen a little bit more impact as a result of that. There's some potential for power there. He's a solid infield defender. We'll see if he's going to play short long term. He's not super sudden laterally or anything like that, but the fundamentals are very, very strong, as you might imagine, given the bloodlines there of the big league infielder father. And we'll see where he goes, but it's a different profile. The power is more projection than now, but should be a top 10, top 15 pick, something like that.
Yeah, his dad, Jack, had 1,300 hits in the big leagues. Loved watching him play when I was broadcasting. Brian, to your point, the numbers are kind of silly. I want to back you up. 217 plate appearances, 5 strikeouts, folks. 217, 5. And by the way, as you said, a little bit of chasing, only 19 walks. So he brought a bat to home plate, and he brought the bat to use it. That's the bottom line, how he has been this year. He's from Thousand Oaks, California, and played his travel ball, GBG, Garcia Parra Baseball Group. And that's a fun pick. I like Grand Canyon. I love the folks over there. Jacob Wilson goes in that spot. And now the Angels, who have earned their way right here to pick behind the Marlins. The Angels, please represent them.
So they've been so arms heavy in recent years. I could see that continuing. Rhett Lauder's on the board here still, for example. That's a guy that could be for them. But I don't know if they're going to stick with that many arms back to back years or whoever. So I'm going with Enrique Bradfield here from Vanderbilt, the center fielder, one of the most exciting players in college baseball. A true 80 runner, an elite runner who is also an elite defender in center field. And there's a lot of talk about, well, he doesn't have a ton of power. Like, where's the offensive impact going to come from? The exit velocity data is not elite or anything like that. But for me, if he just hits a little bit, he's an everyday player in the major leagues because of how his speed is impactful and because of how his defense is impactful. And I think he'll hit more than a little bit. It might not be a 20 homer guy, but this is a dude who's going to make a lot of contact. He's going to get a lot of base hits. He's going to steal a lot of bases, and he's so fast that you can add an extra base to whatever a normal person would get anytime he hits the ball in the gap. So I don't think that the bat is without impact or anything like that. And I think we're looking at an above average everyday major leaguer in center field here.
We had a chance to speak with his mom, Jenny, on our Mother's Day special. What a classy family he hails from. His dad, Enrique, 130 career stolen bases heading into regionals. Bradfield just took so many home runs away. I mean, it's one thing to do it once, and it's literally, folks, like taking home runs away. It's not hyperbole when we say that. It felt like a handful of times every single year at Vanderbilt. I love it for the Angels, certainly. That's a heck of a get. So love Enrique Bradfield. There's so much there. That's the complete package. Now, it feels like the Diamondbacks are the complete package of young players. Players that we've seen come through the PG world that are racing to the big leagues. See Carroll, see Thomas, doing great things defensively. So please represent the team in the great state of Arizona, where the studio hails from as well, the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I think giving them a ready-made number 2 to number 3 starter is a pretty good shot as far as what they'd like to do. But Rhett Lauder from Wake Forest, the right-hander here, a consummate performer. He's been really good throughout his college career, has been excellent this year. As we know with Wake Forest, they are a developmental factory. They have the pitching lab there. They are as progressive and advanced in terms of the data and in terms of the application of said data as anybody in the country at the college level. So you're getting a guy who understands himself as a pitcher more than most in that sense. But Lauder's, it's a two-seam guy. He's into the mid-90s with the fastball. He commands it at a really high level. Full mix of pitches. He can throw multiple pitches in multiple counts for strikes and move things around. And I don't think he'll take all that long in the minor leagues. And I think that the upside is pretty substantial. As, like I said, a number 2, number 3 type of starter. That
1.58 ERA, number 2 in the nation, wrapping up the regular season. He did do a lot of running around at perfect game events. As a matter of fact, in Jupiter in 2019, he threw 7 1/3 and he struck out 12, and he did that throwing 88, 89 miles an hour. So there was some pitching going on. Rhett Lauder, a spectacular pick there for the Diamondbacks. Excited about the young man out of New London, North Carolina. Wrigley's listening. The Chicago Cubs are on the board. They pick just beyond those Arizona Diamondbacks, and please rep them.
I'm going to go with one of my favorite players in the class here, in Arjun Namala, the shortstop from Florida High School. The Strawberry Crest, I think, is the name of the high school. Either way, Namala, I've talked about him with you on this show multiple times in the last year or so. It is as tension-free a swing and power creation as you will see from someone who's 170 pounds. It's something I've never seen before. And we can talk to any number of guys with longer PG track records than I do, and they all say similar things. He has incredible raw power for a guy who is still just kind of starting to fill out. He's just kind of starting to mature. And he's a good athlete. He had a good spring. It's tough to play in Florida. It's tough to perform enough in Florida for the scouts to keep liking you if they liked you last summer. That's just a reality because they play every day. So I like him here. I think this would be a pick that the Cubs would do if he were still available at 13. But this one, kind of to touch on what we talked about not all that long ago, was a me pick. I think I wanted the Cubs to take Arjun, and I think that he's as high an upside player as there is outside of maybe the top 5, and I believe that since last year too.
Yeah, he's a favorite of all of ours, and I understand why you would make it out of Valrico, Florida, me pick, Florida State commit. Number 3 player overall amongst high schoolers in the 2023 class. And he's 17 years old. I mean, folks need to understand he's not 18 yet. Very, very, very proud of his Indian heritage and that uniqueness of bringing that into professional baseball. Balu Niraja, his parents' dad, had a huge cricket background, but is passionate about baseball. There's so much there at 13 for Arjun Namala. Wonderful pick for the Cubs. And another very traditional ballpark and franchise, the Boston Red Sox, before we go to break, at number 14.
This is going to go back to the college well here with Matt Shaw, the infielder from Maryland. Guy who's he was kind of up and down this season. Just there was kind of one stretch of, well, is this guy really a first rounder? And then it immediately came back up. Guy raked on the Cape last year. He raked through the Big Ten this year. He hit well even in out-of-conference games. There'll be an opportunity, obviously, for us to see him against some more out-of-conference arms as Maryland is well into the tournament. But either way, he's not a shortstop, probably a second baseman, maybe a chance to play some third too in that versatility way. But a right-handed hitter with a ton of power who makes a lot of contact and sprays the ball around and has performed. Can hit breaking balls, waits is the wrong word, but is patient in his approach, doesn't chase. A lot of things to like there as a performer. I know the lack of not being a true shortstop kind of may ding the value there, but you're drafting a bat who could probably get to the show pretty quickly.
He's 21 and his body's 21, so understand what I'm saying. He has the mind and the prep of someone who's 45. He has a very serious girlfriend in his life. He's very regimented. Sounds like a 3 or 4 year major leaguer who's understanding how he goes along. Enjoyed conversations with the young man out of Worcester Academy in Mass. 5 for 5 against South Florida, his second game of the year. Had 5 hits. That's incredibly impossible to do. And he's another one. Ranked 169 among shortstops in the class of 2020. Matt Shaw has taken college, in this case Maryland, to truly evolve. A mixed bag in this second segment. Royals, Rockies, the D-backs, I love their pick. When we come back, the White Sox step up to the podium. You're taking a peek ahead at the 2023 MLB Amateur Draft. This is PG's Mock Draft. Brian and I back in a moment.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Making our way now into the second half of the first round. Brian, just 3 high school players, 11 college players as we get to pick number 15, the Chicago White Sox at 15. You're representing the great organization, and you say...
Yeah, I think we're gonna start to pick some more high schoolers here. I know it's been a college-heavy first half, but that's kind of generally how it goes nowadays anyways. Everyone likes the safety of the college guys, or the perceived safety of the college guys. Anyways, White Sox at 15, we're going with Aiden Miller, the left side of the infielder from Florida. He could be a shortstop. I think he's probably more of a third baseman. Doesn't matter. Miller came into the season right in this range. Maybe top 20, maybe even top 10, depending on who you looked at. I think he broke his hand. He had an injury in the middle of the season, cost him a bunch of time. He did come back healthy from it. His high school season is now over, and in attending private workouts, he's been going off. The data has been outstanding. The testing has been really, really good. The exit data, how much power he's able to create and how much power we think he's going to have long term. So the profile is not a super complex one, and I don't mean that in any sort of negative way. This is a dude who's going to hit and hit for power and play on the left side of the infield. He hits right-handed, maybe a third baseman, but either way, that's a slam dunk middle of the first rounder, and I think that would make sense for the White Sox here at 15.
Yeah, he's bounced back from that hamate bone injury. Aiden Miller, his dad Jason, the top-tier Ruse baseball group in the academy, where the teaching facility where he's done so much developing. His brother Jackson, albeit battling through some illnesses and injuries, a very highly thought-of catcher in the Cincinnati Reds organization, number 6 overall in the rankings, and just so many things he's done well. We talked earlier about Namala. He won Jupiter, the World Wood Bat Association World Championship a couple of years ago. Aiden Miller's team won it last year. A couple of Jupiter champions also going high in the draft. White Sox go. Giants, San Francisco, right behind at number 16.
It's kind of like a not super well kept secret that the Giants like Walker Martin. That's not a dope that I have exclusively. I think a lot of people have that, but we're going to go with Walker Martin here. I think this is probably where his run would start, his ceiling in the draft. A Colorado guy, he's got 20 bombs this spring, and he's not done playing yet as a high school player. He's older for the class, which is going to kill him in some of the more age-appropriate models or age-specific models, but in terms of the performance, in terms of the tools, in terms of the athleticism, he's kind of an off-the-charts athletic tester. That all makes sense as far as a first-round guy. And obviously with the performance this spring, left-handed power, athleticism, left side of the infield somewhere, it all adds together to be a first-rounder. So I'm going to go with him here for the Giants.
Yeah, crazy numbers. Eaton High School in Colorado, back-to-back 3A championships coming into this year with Tony Hernandez as their head coach. Martin, a fun study, really, with all he has done. Mom played college basketball. The family is strong athletically, Daryl and Sarah. And so for him, as his sister goes off, by the way, too, and plays college volleyball, Walker Martin, along with Sis. Just an interesting family, an interesting athlete. And at this point, Colorado representing. And so the Giants with Walker Martin. At 17, the Orioles. They walk into the room, they grab the microphone, and what do they say?
I think the Orioles are one of the teams, and I think the Cardinals are one of the teams too later down the board, who are just kind of a, all right, who falls to us mentality. Like, who do we have graded really high that someone in front of us is going to mess up by not taking, and that's the guy we take. And I think that Mike Elias does a great job with that, and they identify players they know are going to hit, and they worry about the rest of it later. And Tommy Troy from Stanford is one of those guys. He's not a shortstop, and that's kind of one thing that might hurt him with other clubs, but kind of an identification of a guy who can really hit. The exit velocity data has been off the charts this spring, especially for a player who's not super big. He's not super physical. I wouldn't call him undersized, but this is not a physical giant by any stretch. And he's hitting the ball as hard as dudes with freak strength. And so it's talking about catching lightning in a bottle there of a super offensive, big performer, power, hit tool approach guy who maybe has to play second base, maybe he's got to play third base. It's not going to be shortstop. We'll worry about the defense later. This makes a lot of sense for the Orioles if he were to get here.
You feel like the defense will lock in. I pump my fist. He's one of my favorites, covering the Pac-12 network out of Stanford. The athleticism will hopefully mold into defense. I'll remember 2019 at National Chase Field. It felt like he was like this far above the ground, just floating, doing drills. And watching him then, seeing him go on to do things at Stanford. His father, a captain in a police department up in San Jose, is recently retired. His mom, a marathoner, a really unique and a rich family, certainly in that area. Turned 21 on January 17th, and mixed martial arts black belt, which probably doesn't surprise you with the type of athleticism. One of my favorite in the draft as far as human beings, Tommy Troy. 18, the Milwaukee Brewers. Who do they select?
I put Colton Ledbetter here for Mississippi State. I don't have any specific information that says that the Brewers are on Ledbetter. This just made sense to me in this spot. So to give a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, this one was more of just that fits. Ledbetter is a transfer into Mississippi State this year. This was his first year in the SEC. He performed really well. We expected him to. He knows the zone really well. He doesn't swing at balls all that often. He doesn't expand. You could maybe make the argument that he could swing at more strikes. But either way, it's a guy who knows the zone, who knows his approach, is comfortable in it. The batted ball data is very, very strong. He performed in a big way this year. Like the counting numbers are good, but the exit velocity data would tell you that he has more power than maybe he's even shown. So I think getting the ball in the air a little bit more, and he's got a chance to play center. I think he's more of a left fielder for me personally, but I saw him play center field this year at Kentucky. He made some plays in the gaps. He's a solid runner down the line. I think there's a chance there for him. But he fits right here at 18 for the Brewers.
Another athlete that challenges himself, a smaller program at Samford in Birmingham. He's from Birmingham, from the Hoover area, Spain Park High School. Makes that bold transfer. You talked about those counting stats, 17 stolen bases, 12 home runs, slugged nearly 600. Kudos to him. I mean, Colton Ledbetter really turning this year out of Samford into Mississippi State into a wonderful jump. Whoever the Rays pick, you wonder why you didn't pick them, no matter who it is, literally, because they seem to do everything right. So all you organizations, whoever Brian says here, even if you're picking 1-1, you're going to be concerned why you didn't pick this player. Who did the Rays select in your mind?
And you could make the argument that this guy has the physical abilities and talents of a potential 1-1 guy, but for the fact that he's a high school pitcher, we're going to go with Noble Meyer here for the Rays. I think he's in play way higher than this. I think he's in play from number 10 down, maybe even. It's just tough to peg the prep arms just because everyone's so scared of them, and then the teams that aren't scared of them are the teams you're surprised that aren't scared of them. It's a little weird. But anyways, going with Noble Meyer here at Jesuit High School in Oregon, right-handed pitcher. As good a pitch traits as we've seen from the prep class in a while. He's huge and he moves well and he's athletic and he fills up the zone. He's had a couple up and down starts where maybe the command eluded him a little bit. That happens to 99.9% of high school pitchers, so I'm not all that concerned about it. But it's elite arm speed. He's up near triple digits with the fastball and sits in the mid-90s. It's a 70 grade slider with probably a 60 grade curveball on top of it. The spin metrics all off the charts. He projects in a huge way. All kinds of talent, all kinds of upside for Noble Meyer.
Waz, I don't think he's getting you at Oregon, unfortunately. Jesuit High School, Portland. I love his head coach, Colin Griffin, up there in the Portland area. And had a great outing at NHSI. I know you guys talked about it quite a bit, threw very hard. A couple of things that I find interesting. On a biographical survey a couple of years back, Noble, when I asked for the pronunciation, opted to help me pronunciate his first name. And if I were to pronunciate it, like I'm mispronouncing the word right now, I would say Noble. Noble Meyer. Well, I don't know that the word noble needs a pronunciation, but just in case, N-O-B-U-L-L, Noble. And in other words, to me, what I found fun about that, there is no bull with this kid. He loves his simple mechanics. He loves watching DeGrom work because he does everything quietly, no bull. And I love this young man. And pronouncing his name, I definitely was comfortable with. But getting to know Erica, Mike, his family, and his head coach in high school, this is a wonderful pick. Again, all the rest of baseball, you messed up. The Rays took Noble Meyer. Okay, so the Rays take Meyer. Toronto is at 20.
I think Toronto could go in a bunch of different ways here. There's some prep arms still on the board that are interesting. There's college bats on the board that are still interesting. But a guy that is rising in a big way and has done so all spring, almost really dating back to last summer, is Colin Houck, Parkview High School shortstop. We're going to go with him here for Toronto at number 20. Probably a third baseman long term, but it's huge power from the right side of the plate. He's a good athlete. Performed out of his mind this spring. Georgia scouts go nuts about him whenever you ask about him. So I think that how, like I said with Meyer, the pick before, his ceiling is going to start higher than this. There's a pretty good chance he goes higher than this. But it made sense to me on the board right now for what we're doing. Toronto at 20. Colin Houck, get another impactful right-handed hitting left side of the infielder in the system. And maybe that's the dude who can play next to Bichette long term or something like that. But makes sense to me here at 20.
Hey. He picked the right time. You guys are all at the high school showdown. He homered twice at that event. Houck probably doesn't make it to Mississippi State. Big arm, certainly, has thrown in the 90s as a pitcher in front of you guys. About a 6'6", 60, and went off at Jupiter. So high school showdown, Jupiter, went off at both out of Parkview High School. Love that program. Colin Houck picking the right time to play well. He goes to Toronto. The Cardinals are an intriguing team, certainly, as we watch like Matthew Liberatore try to make his way back into the rotation. We see Nolan Gorman, a darling amongst prospects, a couple of years back, a PG All-American. And at 21, who did the St. Louis Cardinals pick?
We're going to go with Nolan Shanuel here, the left-handed hitting first baseman for Florida Atlantic, maybe an outfielder also. But either way, we want to talk about stats. We can talk about stats with Nolan Shanuel. And Sut, actually, if you have him in front of you, I'm going to let you tell the folks before I even break down what he is as a player.
Yeah. I'll just throw a few at you. This is great. It's his regular season. This is obviously what he did in the body of work in his regular season. 71 walks, 14 strikeouts in a full season. His walk rate is 25%, number 2 in the country. Weighted runs created plus, all you geeks like me, an advanced metric, 219, number 1 in the NCAA amongst all 300 schools, all players on the roster, number 1. 612 on base percentage, number 1 in the NCAA amongst all players. You take the mic back over, please.
If my understanding of weighted runs created plus, that means he's 119% better than the average player.
Yeah, the average player is 100. You're exactly right. The average player is 100. 100, that's right.
That's nuts. But yeah, it is what the stats say it is. He's got huge left-handed power. He knows the zone. He doesn't swing and miss. I've had some people that I trust in a big way, higher up in scouting departments, tell me this is the best amateur hitter on the planet. And that's inclusive of, we talked about Dylan Cruz, we talked about Wyatt Langford, et cetera, et cetera. But the drawback is he's probably a first baseman, maybe a DH, maybe he can play right field a little while. There's not going to be a ton of defensive value here, but you're getting such an impactful bat, and from the left side of the plate, and with the on-base stuff that you want to see. This isn't just power. And I think that there's a pretty good chance he goes higher than this too, but if I would have to imagine if he's there at 21, this is going to be the pick for St. Louis.
The Conference USA Player of the Year, deservedly so. Who's not romantic about baseball? I mean, romance through and through. He turned 21 years old on Valentine's Day. Oh. That is how romantic we are about those numbers. I love Shanuel. Had a chance to have him on our Amateur Hour podcast. One of my favorites. We now shift gears, and we'll talk about this team 3 times as they've got some comp picks. The draft is in Seattle. They'll have all sorts of fun. This is a big one for you. I thought the Rays was a big pick because everyone else is now jealous. But the Mariners are at home. They celebrate the draft. You represent the M's at number 22.
So generally speaking, with the top tier prep arms, you're unlikely to get them in the 20s. You're like, it's usually you have to go before that in order to have enough money to pay them, or it's with someone's second pick where they're overpaying them, and that's in the 40s or the 50s or whatever. But when you have 3 picks from 22 to 30, you have a ton of money and can do whatever you want. So I'm going to give Seattle the best prep lefty in the country, and that's Thomas White from Massachusetts. I don't think that he'll be picked in the 20s by anybody other than Seattle because of the reasons I laid out. Like this, he's going to cost money because he's really, really good, and they have the money, so it makes sense. But gorgeous delivery, good body. He's been outstanding this spring, sans 1 start, I believe. But anybody who's gone in and seen him, and Jeremy Brown went and saw him too, it's into the mid-90s with the fastball, and he's holding it. The changeup is plus. That's brand new. We've never really even seen him throw a changeup until this spring. And it's plus now. It's a 60-grade pitch. The sliders come on in a big way. The metrics all check out. It's a good body. He's projectable. He throws strikes. Kind of the whole package in terms of a projection prep lefty. And this will be great for Seattle in front of the hometown crowd to make him their first pick.
Yeah, and Thomas White is fun because the mind is so strong. I love this pick. Phillips Academy in Andover, Mass., which represents 47 countries and 46 states, where he's passionate about mathematics and engineering and physics. And a man who is, he's available at that pick, it's thrilling because you get that, you will be costly, but at number 4 overall in the nation, number 1 lefty, he should be costly. He's earned the right with what he's accomplished. All right, the Cleveland Guardians now, the number 23. Before we take a quick break, who are the Guardians selecting?
The Guardians were interesting for me. Usually you can kind of get a range with them, like kind of get an idea of who their group is going to be because of, we know things that they value. They value age in high school guys. They value contact ability. We understand that. So I think there's a bunch of guys who were picked right ahead of them that might be on Cleveland's board. Shanuel comes to mind in that sense. Ledbetter, Tommy Troy, those guys I think will all be on Cleveland's board. But with those guys gone, I went and stayed home, as close to home as you can, and went with Colt Emerson. He's from a couple hours outside of Cleveland, but not too far. Still an Ohio guy. Left-handed hitting shortstop who has kind of hit at every stop. I first saw that kid when he was 14, and he raked. I think he went 3 for 4 with singles in every direction when I saw him on the barrel. It's a really good swing. He's added some power to his game. He had a good spring this year. Hit for some power, hit for some more explosiveness. The athleticism is solid. It's more good than it is outstanding. Maybe not long-term a shortstop, but has infield traits and to go with that left-handed swing and the offensive upside. He fits in this range, and there's some things that fit what Cleveland likes with him. But so we'll see how the board falls on draft night, but going with Emerson today.
He's an Auburn commit, select festival athlete. That's when we all got to know him, and his family as well, ranked 35th overall. Cambridge, Ohio, and he was great at Jupiter. Another time he went down and joined Team Elite, played for that roster, nearly 700 on base. So Colt Emerson. Well, we started to see some high schoolers come off, and Miller and Martin, and then the arms of Meyer and the big arm of White, and then Emerson as well. Hauk joins the mix. High schoolers in this last run of athletes. When we come back, the Atlanta Braves, San Diego Padres, the Yankees, the Phillies, the Astros, the who's who. The joie de vivre amongst baseballers standing by. They get to pick too, and we'll represent them coming up right around the corner. Our mock draft heading into the 2023 MLB Amateur Draft.
Beautiful day in Marietta, Georgia. The Perfect Game Junior National Showcase rolls on. A pair of games this afternoon. We're going to see the Red Squad and the Royal Team from the famous East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Always exciting to see these new teams come in, a chance to watch them play in these 7-8 inning games, introduce you to some new pitchers, and watch these hitters attack these young arms. as well. I'm Brett Doldham with David Ronsley. Delighted to have you with us. And David, I'm always curious when we welcome in a new group if there's a name or two that we should focus on or whether there's kind of a theme for these quartet of teams.
Well, there are more than a few names in this group, Brett. I think I've led this third group of teams over the last few days. This is, I think, the most talented group. It certainly has the most ranked players, and by ranked players, I mean number 2 ranked player Sean Gamble, number 7 ranked player Kason Cunningham. Players like that we'll see today. I got to see him in workouts and batting practice yesterday. They lived up to their billing. You know, Mason Greenhouse, young man, we're going to see on the Royal team today, 99 miles an hour from the outfield. That's the kind of thing we're seeing right now. The Royal team, it might be the most talented team of the 12 at this group. We'll take a look at their roster here and look at the rankings next to their names as you run down through here.
Boy, you aren't kidding. Impressive numbers with those rankings, and I would imagine they did indeed kind of live up to the billing through the skills yesterday, whether it was the 60s, the batting practices, of course, throwing from outfield and infield, but we'll kind of continue on and see Sean Gamble there, number 2. A lot of guys within the top 100, top 200, which should make this first game today awfully entertaining. There's a Zach Strickland at 13, Micah Matthews at 34. So that Royals squad that we're previewing will be the visiting team in our game here this afternoon. Tell you what, David, it was kind of funny you talked about these individuals living up to the billing yesterday. And it is amazing because you've put eyes on these guys at some different events, but for some kids, maybe you haven't seen them in 8-9 months or since last year at the sophomore. So it's always a tremendous chance to kind of see the growth in their game, maybe even their bodies, and how that translates, of course, to the baseball field.
And that's tremendously important. And a lot of these guys that are ranked 500 now, that are ranked 400, those guys, those are ones that tend to improve the most. And I think we saw in the first 8 teams so many guys that had that 500 ranking that we've never seen perform up really at that level of being ranked. It's going to change a lot. We've got kids who are going to go from 500 to top 100. I can absolutely guarantee it. And maybe there's somebody in this group too. You never know who it's going to be until you watch them play over this 3-day period.
I don't envy you guys. I think it's a lot of fun when you start getting into a room, maybe comparing notes, trying to figure out how you maneuver guys in their rankings for those that have made the jump up, those that have held serve, and those that may be falling a little bit. I got to believe there's a lot of work and a lot of conversation that goes into that after an event such as this where there's so many PG eyes on these players.
Yeah, and a hats off to especially Greg Sabers. Greg has a mind for this sort of stuff. He organizes all these lists to begin with, and his ability to do it, not just with this class, with all the classes, is simply phenomenal. I don't know how we would do it without Greg's particular ability in that, but it really is a whole staff effort. And when we look at players, we have enough experience to know, okay, we watched this play. This is like a 75 to 100 player. This is like a 200 to 300 player. So you can be loose with the rankings, fit them in, but talent is pretty obvious, and when you look at some of these players we'll see today, it will jump out to everybody in the audience.
Well, I appreciate that insight. I think a lot of people are curious and interested in how that takes place because we know that these young men, that's the first thing they're curious about, where they're ranked, where they're slotted. Meanwhile, we're going to see our first pitcher today. It's Colin Pence from New Braunfels, Texas, and Canyon High School.
Now, here's an example of a young man who is going to could change his rankings totally. I haven't seen, there's nothing in the database that shows Colin Pence pitching in the last 2 years. Our people in Texas obviously recommended him for this event. He's not ranked. He has 0 ranking whatsoever. A 6'5", 187-pound right-hander from Canyon High School. And this is kind of open slate. You know, what we see here today is going to pretty much dictate where, Colin Pence ends up. And I'm kind of thinking we're going to might see something special. Our Texas scouts are outstanding. They see everything in the Lone Star State, and he wouldn't be here if they hadn't heard or seen something really impressive about him.
Part of the Scorpions scout team. There's Kason Cunningham. He's about ready to lead things off. We'll tell you a little bit more about these guys, including Colin Pence, as we work our way into this first inning and our first game here this afternoon. But Pence is an individual, says he likes to watch Nathan Eovaldi pitch, kind of attacks the zone and controls the game. So we'll see if this young man might be able to do the same. Said the biggest thing he's had to learn is how to keep his composure in some high-stress situations. So as we talk about the game per se, doesn't have a lot of meaning, but certainly the opportunity to impress within the confines of what we call a baseball game does, and he's ready to go.
I'd submit that this has more pressure on it than a game. In a game, you're used to it. You're with your normal teammates. You know you're out there for a start. This is two. He knows he's only going to throw 2 innings. He knows he's on national TV. He knows right now he's facing maybe the top pure hitter in the class in Kason Cunningham.
Here's the first one of Cunningham down for a ball. Well, fill me in on Cunningham because you've intrigued me now as well.
Oh yeah, Kason's dad was a minor league player. He comes from that baseball background. He reminds me a lot of Tamar Johnson from last year's class.
Ooh.
Same type of shorter middle infielder, left-handed hitter. But from when I first saw Kason 2 years ago, all it's been is line drives. He barrels up everything. He's a career 445 PG hitter on big volume. He just flat hits. He sees the ball so well. And he's really grown into his tools. 2 years ago, it was like, well, he's a great hitter, but he's small and he doesn't have any tools. Well, now he's throwing 91 in the infield. He's running a 6.5. The tools have really come.
Next one from Pence. That was a low pitch, but lined into left for a base hit. We covered a lot of the plate and beyond, and Cunningham with the base hit. And anytime you throw out the name Tamar Johnson, you get my attention, and that young man hit a rope to start the game.
Yeah, and I don't think Cunningham's going to have Tamar's pure power. That's going to really have to come.
You do.
But you see the barrel skills there. I think that was off the plate. That wasn't even a strike, but he put a solid barrel on it, didn't try to do too much, lined it to left field for a base hit.
This is Sean Gamble, kid from Des Moines, Iowa, out of IMG. I want to finish the scouting report, though, on Pence before we move on to some of these hitters. He says his strengths are early count changeups, fastball, curveball, tunneling, first pitch strikes, doesn't waste pitches. Weaknesses, still working on his pickoff moves and kind of fielding his position. Often rolling is Cunningham. I think he's out. He is. Not sure if he slipped by the base. Yes.
Yeah.
Julian Braga will get credit for throwing out a would-be base stealer. He had to really lunge out to his left to come up with that. And did he come off? Apparently he did.
Tip of the cap to the catcher for making such an accurate throw. If that's not an accurate throw, you're not in a position to tag the runner when he comes off the base.
Good look at Sean Gamble. And that one's going to be fouled back and out of play. But again, a young man from Des Moines, Iowa, goes to IMG, plays for USA Prime National. Big Francisco Lindor fan.
Yeah, good self-scouting report by Pence. He threw 2 beautiful changeups, one right there, one on the first pitch. Very integral in getting the number 2 ranked player in the country out.
Gamble retired on a ground ball to Riker Benz. Mason Greenhouse, next man in. I didn't realize we had so much locomotive traffic around East Cobb.
That may be the first time I've ever heard a train at East Cobb. I am serious. I know where the track is. You drive across it to reach the ballpark, but I've never heard a train here. I'm kind of freaking out at that. It's like, wait a minute.
It was a long one. Mason Greenhouse from Riverside, California. Intrigued by his college commit to Miami for a California kid. Aquinas High School. See if Pence can hit that target on the outside corner. A little bit low.
As I mentioned when we were going over the roster, looking at the rosters, Greenhouse with a 99 throw from the outfield yesterday, and it looked 99. It looked easy.
Another low pitch that he's able to spray into center field, and it'll drop on the carpet for a base hit in front of Bass, and Greenhouse gets the 2-out single. Greenhouse has had some hamate bone problems in his life, but back and healthy, and he gets the base hit. brings up Cannon Golden. It's going to bounce away, provide a free base on the wild pitch.
Yeah,
Tell you more
Golden,
about Cameron
20
Golden.
Oh, excuse me, the number
jump
23
right in, David.
ranked player. Yeah. Just has been outstanding in perfect game play, an Old Miss commit. You know, it's a power bat, it's a power arm, kind of a bigger, stronger left-handed hitter from Buford, Georgia.
There's another one to the backstop. Buford High School. Parents are Ryan and Abby, and he says mom's his superhero. So I think you always get bonus points when you say mom is your superhero on your bio. She's a teacher and takes care of her family and these boys and her sister as well. Pitch a little bit up and out. Teaching works well with the baseball summer schedule when you can go from one schedule to another. Nice job by Braga to kind of handle a few of those pitches that have been in the carpet around the plate in the batter's box. Did that get Golden as well? He's certainly walking off a little bit of sting. Now, after that conversation, I think Braga wants to go out and kind of get Pence through this first inning.
And there's not much to discuss with what pitch he's going to throw. He's going to throw a fastball after hitting
correct.
Golden with that previous pitch. Maybe they just that isn't clear. Maybe the umpire didn't articulate it enough. But yeah, we're going to see a fastball here.
Pitch from Pence, sprayed back and out of play. Fastball velocity has been in that 82 mile-an-hour-ish range for Pence here in the first. Really comes set far away from that body before his next pitch, and this is going to be a big bounce off the carpet. Is that a fair ball? It is, taken by Murray back to the pillow to retire Golden to end the half inning. So a couple of singles. Pence able to navigate around it. Caught stealing help. Will step aside and come back in the bottom of the first. Well, David, I'm excited to see this young pitcher we're going to watch for the first couple of innings. Cooper Moss, big right-hander from Panama City Beach, Florida.
Yeah, Big describes it well, 6'3", 217, J.R. Arnold High School, the 113th ranked player in the country, 28th ranked pitcher nationally. And Cooper's been on a heater lately. He threw a week ago in Hoover at the Hoover 16U Invitational, was named the most valuable pitcher at that event. through 8 innings total, no walks, 11 strikeouts. So he's been throwing very well already this spring. And looking at his background, this is a young man with power stuff, but also throws strikes. 11 walks in his last 54 PG innings over the last 2 years.
Well, that's exactly what he said in his scouting report, facing Nico Sol, who's going to take one for a strike over the outside corner. He said he's become more of a pitcher versus a thrower, whether it's from pitch sequencing or mechanics. A little more efficient, a little more effective with that low to mid-90s, but able to locate and change speeds a little bit better.
We haven't seen the low to mid-90s yet from Cooper. It's mostly been, upper 80s. That was 89, that last fastball.
No swing on that pitch.
I'm sure he has it in him, though.
No, he's a young man that's already committed to Florida. And, we've talked about these commitments and the rule changes and whatnot, but I think Cooper took us in his bio through the conversation with Coach Sully at Florida. He was on his way to Omaha, and it kind of made me chuckle. He said when Sully called him up, he said, "Now, Coop, we usually don't recruit 14-year-olds here at Florida, but you're a good player. We think you're going to be really good. So if you'd like to be a Gator, we want to have you." And he said, "You better believe it." He won't be recruiting that age anymore. That ball, though, is hit out in the gap to right field. It's going to drop for a base hit, and then it kind of kicks off the glove as well of Matthews. Sol's going to keep on running. Why stop at second base? He might turn what would have been a single into 3 bases with some acceleration.
Nice piece of hitting, even a better piece of base run. He kept his head up. The right fielder had some trouble with that. Sol didn't hesitate and just kept going. I was thinking that throw might end up in the third base dugout. We'd have a little League home run there.
I thought so, too. This is Jalen Fox. Big swing and a miss to start his sequence.
Well, we got rid of the idea that either team was going to have a no-hitter going this game with leadoff hits on both sides.
Say that again. That's well placed on the corner for a called strike. Pause before the pitch to Fox. And that strike 3 called. He found the bottom parameter of the zone. Fox may have thought it was a little bit down, but Cooper Moss paints to get the first out with a runner at third base.
Yeah, with 2 strikes, you really can't. You can be disappointed, but that's a pitch you've got to offer at. With 2 strikes and a pitcher who's proven that he's able to throw strikes and throw to spots.
Nice job of framing, though, by DiCarlo behind the plate, and that one hit Lamar Edwards. He's on his way to first, and he's like, no, wait a minute, I need to hit. I need to stay in the box and swing the bat. For the Duke commit, another Florida native.
Lamar Edwards is a fun athlete to look like, just broad shoulders, long arms, almost like a basketball body in some way with the length of those arms, but big strength. He had an exit velocity yesterday of 97 during the PG Tech, one of the highest figures so far in this event.
See the ball roped hard in the air to right field here. And that ball had a little bit of juice to it. Retrieving on the other end was Matthews, but the base hit scores a run, and the red team is on the board.
I think that might have been a sacrifice fly as we see Edwards jogging back to the dugout. He might have hit that so hard it got to the right fielder.
I thought initially maybe it did, but he was standing at first, so we'll have to double-check that. See if he remained at first or whether he headed to the dugout. Well, he's being held aboard, David. He might have got a base hit out of that. Here's Jackson Roper, who promptly ropes one foul for strike 1.
Jackson Roper had himself a day yesterday in drills, ran a 6.9 160, but the primary shortstop threw 97 from the outfield and 93 from shortstop and looked very, very athletic doing so.
All of those numbers will certainly get your attention.
They get your attention, yeah.
Quickly. I mean, it's one thing, as we talked about yesterday, maybe you excel right now in one area like speed, but when you can run 6'9", 60 and then throw 97 from the outfield, then throw from the infield, you realize why he is a Florida commit as Roper. We got a couple of Florida commits.
Yeah, facing one on the mound, his future teammate potentially, in Cooper Moss. And I'm sure they know that. Typically in a recruiting class, everybody gets on a shared Instagram, social media accounts and stay with them. They get to know each other that way, even though they may not have played against each other or even be in the same part of the country.
Hart hit on the ground to short. Maybe a chance to get the lead runner, but that is, of course, all they need. Nice play at shortstop to make sure that Buffalo secured it. And the inning does come to an end. RBI single by Edwards, though. Played to the run. Nico Solo started the inning with a base hit. Advanced a couple of bases on an air. Would come across to score. So we played one inning off and rolling here. Let's take a look at our Red roster. And again, got a lot of players to introduce you to. We've already taken a peek at the Royal roster, but here's what we're looking at with our Red team and their rankings on the right side. We just saw Jackson Roper, for example, bat. No Campbell, 76, a little bit later on. Jalen Fox also saw him bat in that bottom of the first inning. Notice a combination of both position players and pitchers. See Luke Beeler next inning when he bats. Nico Sol just scored a run. Gavin Stedman batting towards the bottom of the lineup. And there is the third page worth of our Team Red roster, including Colin Pence, who pitched in the first and should be back out there for a second inning of work. Didi is.
Pence topped out at 95 that first inning. That body, you can tell how young he is, 16 years, 1 month old. Very young face, young body. Huge room for improvement there, just as he gets physically mature.
Micah Matthews is going to lead off. He was busy in right last inning and took that one up near the bill of his helmet. Bridgewater, Virginia native, South Carolina commit. Same pitch in that same spot.
The topic we had yesterday in workouts about Micah Matthews, who's been a festival player. He's a very well-known prospect, ranked 34th, USC commit, as you mentioned. He ran a 6.43. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. He looks like a Power 5 wide receiver right now. And I was kind of thinking, okay, I wonder if he even does play football. Well, he's starting to get offers to play two ways, even though he's a baseball commit to South Carolina right now. He's got football schools coming after him, schools that will encourage the two ways, saying, hey, play football for us and we'll also let you play baseball. Because you look at that tool set, and you look at that body, and it just screams wide receiver in football.
Well, that's great insight. And, it's hard enough at times to kind of find that right spot for you as a young man, maybe from one sport, let alone contemplating two or playing two. But, hey, it's great to have options. Right now, Pence kind of fighting his command to begin the second.
And with three ball count there, he tried what has been his best commanded pitch, a changeup, and that even faded inside.
Mike, in the college game, they'd call a strike on you by now for stepping out that long. Here's another payoff pitch. In the air, right side, and out of play. Fastball velocity for Pence. Minnesota right around the 83 range average this inning, but right now command a little more of a pertinent issue. So another fastball should be on the way to Micah Matthews. He fouls one back. Catcher again this inning is Julian Braga. He's been working with Pence for both of his frames. Pence gave up a couple of singles last inning. A caught stealing helped out, able to strand a runner at third base. Got a couple of ground ball outs as well. Put that opportunity, that ghost runner aboard at first, and that'll promptly result in a stolen base with Cannon Golden running.
This is pitch number 11 of this at-bat. And with every pitch, it's advantage hitter more and more. He's seen the pitcher.
Golden took off so early that he is going to be erased. We're losing base runners at a big-time level. He got such a great break that Pence hadn't even really started his motion, so he was able to break contact and flip to third. But this lengthy at-bat will soldier on. Fouled back another play. Those pitches continue to miss up and in, though, to this right-handed batter.
Yeah, and Matthews so far hasn't been able to get that barrel out front and get it turned to pull that pitch, because that's a pitch you pretty much have to pull with that location. Matthews just not getting the barrel turned yet.
We're trending toward a 15-pitch sequence.
We're trending to a higher sequence.
No, we might have more than that. You can see a little frustration with Pence. The body language is one, and I know when you're out there and you're trying to get a guy out, it just kind of lingers on that whether it's a little bit of fatigue or frustration, they certainly both can set in. Goodness. That's our second ghost runner for this batter.
And you are very right, Brett. You can see the frustration there, the head shakes. And one of the difficulties when you're in this situation for a pitcher, because it's an artificial showcase-induced situation, is you can't go to your other pitches. And oftentimes, and it might be Pence with his changeup, you can't go to changeup. Right now he says, well, he can't hit my fastball there. If I throw something that moves the other direction, I can get him out easily. I can throw him a slider or something. I can get him out easily. But the rules of the showcase don't allow it. So it can be frustrating in that regard for a pitcher, too.
Yeah, I think that's a good reset. Bounces that one in there. But right now, when you're talking about secondary pitches, sometimes when you're not throwing your fastball for a strike, it might help just to throw a breaking ball or something to kind of change that arm slot. Although right now, it always usually starts and ends with fastball command 2. Let's try it again. We'll soldier on. We got to be close to 20, right?
That was number 19.
Oh, boy.
And there's also going to be, I'm not sure what they called there. I think they're just letting Matthews go down and take his base. And this isn't and that's, I will tell you, that may be the first time I have ever seen that.
I was going to say, isn't that a first?
In my 1,000 perfect game showcases. And what they're doing here is they want Pence to reset. Matthews is going to get another chance to hit. He just got 8 swings. But they want Pence to be able to, they're going to cut him off on a pitch count sooner or later anyway. And because he's already thrown 20. And they want him to go face another hitter, use his secondary stuff, have him do something good here that will make him feel better about himself when he eventually leaves the mound.
No, it's a good point. As Taylor bells at bats, I will say, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, if we had a showcase bingo card, we've covered up pretty much all of the dots on there with actually getting a walk in a showcase. Some of the other oddities we had yesterday. More days to come to keep them rolling. But what do you see mechanically, David, though, with those pitches that are either coming up and into the righties or so far away from the lefties?
I think it's when you see a pitcher who's missing all over. He's bouncing balls, he's throwing balls high, arm side like that one right there. He's just completely lost his feel altogether. And he didn't have that problem in the first inning.
No.
So this is something he just came out and it hasn't been comfortable. Since the first 2 pitches almost hit Matthews, and he just hasn't been able to come back and make the adjustments. There we go.
Nice job. Well done. Maybe that'll kind of kick things into a positive direction. Well, that's hit fairly deep out to center field. Belza hit that a long way, tracked down by Wesley Bass. At least gives Pence an opportunity now to face a third batter and see if he can, as you mentioned, kind of finish on a positive note.
And that's always the goal when you're a PG scout behind the plate and you're running the game essentially. You're keeping track of the pitch counts. We never want pitchers to go out and labor because of pitch counts. We're generally going to cut off, especially a young pitcher, at 24 to 26 pitches. That's pretty much the maximum we want to see. But you always want to have 3 hitters too, because if you don't have 3 hitters come up, then you're getting behind on your hitters. Some hitters may not get a equitable number of at bats. So it's a line to walk in a showcase sense. There we have 3 hitters.
Soft ground ball off the bat of Kelvin Paulino. That'll be our 3rd hitter, even though there's only 2 outs. Is he going to continue on, face another, or did Paulino reach?
I think that might have gone through the wickets on the second baseman there.
Okay. Here's Nash Pierce. Young man from Alabama. And that will do it. So Pierce is retired to end what was a rather lengthy second inning. Pence was able to kind of find it late in that frame to get off the mound after that wild 20-pitch plus sequence. 2-1 game. We go to the bottom of the second. Ready to start the bottom of the second. Cooper Moss going right back out there. Rolls it a breaking ball for a first pitch strike to Jordan Jacob. Jacob from Ontario.
I was going to say, from a scout's perspective, what I wanted to see this inning from Cooper Moss was some breaking ball command. He went primary fastball that first inning, and it's a very good fastball, upper 80s, well spotted, but he kind of buried a couple curveballs that he tried. So seeing him throw that first pitch breaking ball for a strike, maybe he's on the same thought wavelength as I am with that. It's like, hey, I need to establish this breaking ball, and he'll always have that fastball, it seems, that he can put on a corner.
That was a nice sequence.
But anyway, we saw that a few times in the first inning where he gets ahead, he gets that 2 strikes, maybe the hitter's thinking curveball, and he just dots that fastball right on the black on the outside half.
Big wave and a miss by Luke Beeler. Actually, I think ball's hard hit. No. It's going to drop in off the bat of Beeler. Ty Kennedy next in. Hacking at the first one, fouls it right back to the screen. Kennedy from Orlando. He's got a story to tell as well. Time permits this inning, and he may not give us that.
He'll play
Popped up on the infield. What are the other scout or showcase rules where they just give us a second or two to identify them? But he was an Oklahoma State and is an Oklahoma State commit. But he grew up watching guys like Dylan Cruz, Jackson Holliday, and Brendan Rodgers. There's a wave and a miss by Stephen Chuka. A couple of outs and a runner on base in the second inning. I guess the reason for that is father coached the Scorpions 17U team, so he's been around a lot of good ones. Meanwhile, Chuka going to shoot one to left field. This ball's back towards the monster, and that's in play. Chuka's going to have himself a double. Beeler heads to third, lost a helmet, but hit one to the high fence in left field.
That ball really carried off the bat there. I thought that was, maybe a routine fly to left field. No, but that just carried, squared it up. It's so nice to see a young hitter hit the ball hard to the opposite field. That was halfway up the wall.
Sure was. Played back in by Pichardo. Riker Benz will bat with a couple of runners in scoring position and 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Pitch just a little bit outside for a ball.
Ben's a primary third baseman from St. John Vianney in St. Louis, Missouri, one of the top schools in Missouri.
And that one will drop, so it'll produce a couple of runs. There's been some balls that have gone up, David, that we thought might have a chance to be caught, but they've come down. Not quite like that Texas-Stanford Super Regional last night, but nonetheless, it plates a couple of runs.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Cooper Moss. That one just went out and landed in no man's land out there. I think that was the 5th hitter with Moss pumping strikes, and
it was
the red hitters being aggressive. So quick inning there with a couple of runs for the red team.
David, he gave up 3 runs in those 2 innings, but I felt like at times his command kind of impressed me with how he was able to kind of hit his spots.
Yeah, I think the fact that Moss wasn't, and we'll take a look at it here, able to spot that curveball kind of hurt him. He's gonna look back at this outing and feel bad. He did a good job spotting the fastball, especially when he was in pitchers' counts, but he couldn't get into enough pitchers' counts. And if anything, that fastball, which is a firm, 88, probably averaged 88 miles an hour, there was a lot of hard contact on that fastball. If he gets it mid-zone, it kind of plays a little straight. But you're right. That wasn't an outing where you said, hey, he deserved to allow 4 hits and 3 runs. He deserved better than that.
So it's a 3-2 game as we head into the top of the 3rd inning. We worked through our 2 starting pitchers, and now we'll maneuver on to a few more, including next man in is Brandon Ryder from Melbourne, Florida. Pitt commit. Going to see a lefty.
Always nice to see a lefty. Ryder, 6 foot, 180 pounds, plays for the Scorpions in the summer and Mount Verde Academy during the spring. From Melbourne, Florida. Been up to 88 at Perfect Game events. That was last fall. No telling what he's gained since then. Be interesting to hear the story of why a Florida kid is heading up to Pennsylvania to go to Pittsburgh.
Indeed. Let me tell you about a scout first. 4-seam, circle change, curveball splitter, arm side run, up to 90, he says. So we shall find out. Young man who's had to overcome a lot. He had a father that passed away back on the age of 4, so certainly his mom has been a huge part of his life. Here's Dominic Stevenson to lead off, Georgia Tech commit in the top of the 3rd inning. But he said he visited a few different campuses, had an opportunity to just experience a few visits as well, but he loved the campus and facilities and the coaching staff at Pitt. They have great academics, many majors to choose from, and his visit was fantastic and made him realize Pitt felt like home and the place he wanted to continue his athletic and educational career. Two balls and a strike to Stevenson. Pitch up and out, 3 balls and a strike. Stevenson said he struggled a bit during the high school season, especially at the plate. Had to learn a little bit of perseverance. We put a ghost runner out at first, and he'll promptly move up. Said the hard work, though, he put in to kind of overcome a little bit of an offensive skid has finally started to pay off. And now you jump right into that summer season facing some good pitchers, and that one up and out again. Fouled right back to the screen.
Well, Mount Verde Academy, where Reader attends, one of the more interesting schools in the country. It advertises itself as maybe the most diverse campus in the high school world. I believe last time I looked at their website, they said they had students from 45 different countries attending school there. They're also a basketball powerhouse, and their second team might be the best high school basketball team in the country. And sometimes, the basketball. I follow basketball very closely at that level, and they are just a recruiting magnet for basketball prospects.
Yes, they are.
But also the one of their baseball alums, of course, Francisco Lindor, who came up from Puerto Rico to attend his last couple years of high school.
I like the basketball knowledge. Stevenson struck out. This is Pichardo. Our steal of third base will result in another 90 before Pichardo really gets a chance to settle in.
Would you like to talk about the NBA championship game last night? I would be happy to.
Is that right?
No, I don't think we should do that.
No, probably not. I was just curious. There are some people that bounce around between a lot of different sports, and I guess I probably fall into that category. There are some that really specialize in one, and that's where you come in. So that's where we balance each other out as Pichardo will wave and miss.
Nice curveball there from Ryder. Big break curveball, 67 miles an hour. Almost acts as a changeup at that velocity when you're throwing 86, 88 on your fastball.
So Pichardo down on strikes. Brings up Austin Pierzynski. And David, I do not have a bio on Austin, but I'm guessing he is the son of?
He is most definitely the son of.
First name starts with A, and a catching background was the first couple of tip-offs. But I just wanted to double check.
No,
son of AJ?
Son of AJ. I saw AJ catch back at Dr. Phillips High School back in the day. So another example of scouting father, scouting son, which I really enjoy actually at this point.
Question is whether AJ, his dad, might get a chance to manage at some point. I certainly seem to think that might be in the cards if he's interested. Meanwhile, his son Austin batting. Ghost runner over at third. A couple of strikeouts this inning. I think we thought maybe there was going to be a third. At least Rene Ramirez was hoping that he had induced strike three. He's going to get that one, though.
Yes, that was a little better. Good try, Rene, but you got it the second time.
Pretty good beginning for Ryder if that's the first of two, David. He struck out three. We'll step aside. Come back for the bottom of the third inning from the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. To our score, the red team in front of our Royal squad as we go into the bottom of the third inning. New pitcher now as well for the Royal team. Charlie Wilcox comes on. Florida native.
Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Goes to South Walton High School. Charlie, a big athlete, doubles as a first baseman at 6'3", 205. Pretty athletic. You see when he gets down the mound. Also ran a 6'9", 260 yesterday in the drills. But that free-flowing delivery really gets down the mound well with that strong lower half.
Says he likes to move the fastball up in the zone due to high spin. Uses a curve and a changeup to keep hitters off balance. But the strikeout pitch, and I know this will intrigue you, David, he says, is a split finger.
And our left-handed pitcher, Brandon Ryder, mentioned split finger too, although I didn't see it. And of course, throwing a split finger at this age, is fairly rare. It's not always encouraged if it's not taught right. And it can take two forms, either the one where you're just separating your fingers a bit and it's effectively like throwing a hard, firm changeup off your fastball, or you get your fingers a little wider and then you're throwing that nasty diver that really takes, most people think, more physical maturity to really be advisable to throw.
I would agree. Colton Sims will lead off this inning. Kansas. Wilcox, though, a big Spencer Strider fan, as you can imagine. A lot of people intrigued by Spencer Strider. Meanwhile, Colton Sims, a kind of a ball but a strike. He's a Nolan Arenado guy himself, and boy, that was a wonder it didn't hit him right in the chin.
That might have been the split that he tried to throw there that just completely got away from him. Change up type velocity, but just kind of just flew out of his hand very early.
Next pitch just a little bit up and out. Colton Sims will rip and miss. He says he's a very coachable player who sprints everywhere. So I want to see him putting the ball in play and put that to the test. That one's down and out. Kind of a tumble down off the mound from Wilcox.
Yeah, there's a little indentation right down at the bottom of the mound, and Wilcox is getting all the way down into that far indentation that's probably rarely reached. And he got it maybe a little far even that time and lost his balance.
We've talked a few times about Spencer Strider and his stride, how far down the mound he gets on his extension and his release. And maybe Wilcox a little bit similar. See if he finds a better landing spot. He found a better result. That's a wave and a miss and a strikeout to Colton Sims to begin the bottom of the third inning.
And that's some nice self-scouting by Charlie Wilcox, because that ball took off. Not really took off. It stayed up in the zone, 89 on the velocity, and it's going to have great spin rate, and the vertically induced movement on that is going to be tremendous, because that should have been down in the zone. Is really right. What it looked like when it left his hand. So that was a great pitch. All his fastballs, the first 4 or 5 he's thrown, have shown that characteristic really.
Here's John Austin Wood, a TCU commit. Pitch finishes a little bit below the knees. First team all district as a wide receiver on the football team as well. In Mississippi. Just a little bit down and out again. It's a big JT Realmuto and Yadi Molina fan. See if he gets a pitch to hit here, 2-0. Well, that one's going to go off the glove and roll to the backstop. That might have been the splitter again? That had a lot of strange movement.
I was thinking the exact same thing. It was some sort of changeup, 80 miles an hour. Dove hard in there. Not a pitch that, after the first two, that he has a lot of feel for yet, obviously. And split's kind of a feel sort of pitch. It's not something you can just roll out a couple times here and there. It takes some repetition, some feel.
Should be Pierzynski working with him behind the plate. That pitch had some arm side run to it, and a wave and a miss by John Austin Wood. With our ghost runner out there at second base in the bottom of the third inning. First frame here for Wilcox after Moss went the first two.
That's real interesting watching Wilcox. He does, and he's different every time. I'm trying to pick up a pattern with it. When he comes to the set point and takes the ball out of the glove, sometimes he takes it out very early and keeps it out of his glove. Sometimes he keeps it in the glove. He tends to do a lot of hand manipulation in the glove. He took it out there and threw the fastball. When he threw the breaking ball last time, he kept it in the glove. And that's something that coaches and base runners can pick up on, and if they have a way to, without banging on garbage cans and stuff, communicate that to the hitter. It's a tipping point potentially that I think would be a legitimate tipping point.
No doubt.
The unwritten rules of baseball to use. He's deep in the glove right now. He took it out early, fastball. So I just want to see what happens the next time he throws a breaking ball, whether he keeps it in there or not.
Because this has become so scientific, and not just at the major league or minor league level. People feel like, there's coaches or individuals that can pick up on that so quickly. They can make it a long day for a pitcher if indeed he's tipping.
Yeah.
Fastball again, took it out. He's kind of teasing us now. We want to see him throw something.
we should be paying attention to the pitches, what the hitter's doing, and now I've spoiled it. I'm watching one thing. I think that he kind of went against grain on that one.
He may have. Fly ball out to right field. The play looks like it's going to be made by Greenhouse.
Who's that?
How about the arm?
Oh, my goodness. Mason Greenhouse, the 99-mile-an-hour arm. You don't get to show that very often, what you do in the workouts and the games. That was a routine to deep fly ball to right field. Greenhouse just hosed him with no problem whatsoever.
You can't tag against a guy with a 99-an-hour arm. Look at this throw. That's Roberto Clemente or something right there with that toss.
The third baseman, Buffalo, didn't even have to move the glove and make the tag. It was right there. And no, that was a low arm slot. He was heading back, big arch on it, but just throwing a strike from that part of the ballpark. Wow, that was fun to watch.
Now, we only had 2 batters hit that inning, which is a little bit unusual, but what a dynamic throw.
Yeah, that was worth it for the throw. Yeah, somebody
that
missed
last
that
replay
on
we
batters,
had, David, too. I mean, you talked about him kind of retreating, kind of getting behind that ball, and then just launching one on the fly to third base.
And that's a completely different throw, obviously, than you get in a workout. When you get that throw in the workout, you're getting multiple steps in. You're getting your momentum going through. You know, you're getting to really choose your arm action, so to speak, and get on top of the ball. None of that existed there, yet those tools that Mason Greenhouse has all came into play from, that we saw earlier when Steve and I were doing the first few games. We saw 2, over the fence, crashing into the fence catches, highlight defensive plays. That might be the defensive play of the showcase there in context with the tools of the athlete that did it.
Wow, that was something else. Hudson McNew is going to lead off the 4th inning. Ryder back out for a 2nd inning of work. The Borney, Texas product, McNew. Just got his bio late last night. I think my page total is somewhere around 1,000 now. And I'm not exaggerating. It's in the high 900s or 1,000s and gone through them all. Young man, though, that his brother is an engineering student at Texas Tech that inspires him, but he wants to be a long-term Texan. Right now, Ryder's working quickly, and that curveball spun in beautifully.
That's been a real weapon for Ryder, that breaking ball. It lacks velocity, 67 miles an hour, but it's wonderfully located, and hitters just aren't picking it up. I'm sure he's tunneling it very well with his other stuff. And there's a 18 to 20 mile an hour difference with the fastball. So unless you pick it up right away, you're going to be way out front or just locked up by the time it gets to the plate.
Big Hud will wave and miss, goes down on strike. So that means Ryder has faced 4 batters and struck out 4 batters.
And that last pitch was a completely different pitch. That's a 77 slider. And it is rare for a high school pitcher, especially a 16-year-old, to be able to throw 2 very distinct breaking balls like that, a true slider and a big breaking curveball. It's just something that it takes a while to develop feel for. Ryder seems to have it already.
This is R.J. Groomster from South Carolina. High school season, he said he had 5 outfield assists, and that's really tough to do in today's day and age. He'll wave and miss. At some point, somebody needs to learn and just stop running on certain outfielders, and we saw one of those at the top of this inning. One's going to be on the ground to third. This is going to be a tough play, but the effort was not quite pulled off. It was a difficult play for Jacob over at third base, and the one thing Groomster was kind of telling us is how speed is a big part of his game, so I was curious to see him try and get down the line and create some havoc.
Interestingly, Groomster did not run the 60 yesterday. Don't know whether he might have been favoring a muscle injury in the leg or what he threw from the infield and the outfield, just did not run the 60. And we will tell players before the 60, if you are having any sort of leg problem, a little hammy, a little groin, something, do not run the 60. Because the worst thing that can happen is you would injure yourself on the very first thing in the showcase, and you can't play. And Groomster, I believe, is picked off there. We'll take
See this one
look
again.
at it. Ryder picked off the first baseman, too, but definitely picked off Groomster.
Vincent DiCarlo quickly retired as well. I was just going to mention on Groomster, he said his 60-yard dash time went down by a whole second, which was interesting. So maybe he wasn't quite right. We'll step aside and come back in the bottom of the fourth inning. Here we go, fourth inning. Wilmer Martinez leads off. Wilcox back out there for a second inning. We saw him face just two hitters last frame because of that tremendous outfield assist from Mason Greenhouse with the ghost runner cut down at third base.
But there was an impressive two hitters. I know Wilcox didn't quite get the feel for his split finger in particular, but that fastball is a singularly impressive pitch. Not just for the velocity, but for the ride that he told us about in his self-scouting report. And I think that was another attempt that went out first pitch and said, I'm going to get this split figured out, and he still hasn't got it figured out, although that was closer.
See what Wilmer Martinez can do to lead off this inning. That a pretty good pitch at the belt over the outside corner. Thomasville, North Carolina native for Martinez. On the ground to short. Diving attempt at first does not work. Play made by Sean Gamble.
It never has worked either. So I haven't seen that in a long time. I think words got around that that's not only not a good baseball play, it hurts and it can really injure you if you do it badly.
David, I think you need to meet this young man, Corbin Martins. And I'm going to tell you why in a second. As he bats, hopefully he'll give us some time, and he's going to take a big swing and a miss. Martins from South Carolina. If baseball doesn't work out, he wants to be an orthopedic surgeon, but he also wants to bring an expansion major league team to Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, he goes to Wando High School in Mount Pleasant. That's about 45 minutes from where I live in the Charleston area, on the complete other side of town. Hey, we do have an A-ball team. Play down at the Joe Riley Stadium, right on the river and right near downtown, and a wonderful ballpark. A big league ballpark, that might be a little bit ambitious. The orthopedic surgeon sounds ambitious, but might be doable for this young man.
I like ambition. I like uniqueness. He has both, although he'll go down on strikes here. for the second out of the inning. I saw a play made earlier this frame, and we have our defensive charts. Sometimes they vary a bit. That might have been Cunningham earlier this inning who made the defensive play to start it. Meanwhile, Max Murray, the hitter. Pitch falls a little bit low for ball one. Another Floridian UCF commit. Tell you a little more about Murray as well. Maximilian is given name. He goes by Max, of course. That seems to be a little bit easier. He said the motto of the Scorpions, his travel team, is train, develop, and succeed. It's kind of their motto, their mantra. Fouls one right at the plate. It's been recruited by some of the top teams in baseball, but UCF was intriguing because of their transition to the Big 12, going to the Power 5. Never made it to Omaha, and I think he'd like to be a part of something special there at UCF.
Well, UCF has long been, the two schools in the country that I think a lot of people who follow college baseball just keep waiting to go, okay, when are you going to explode? When are you going to become an annual power? And the UCF being one of them, and arguably Georgia the other. Georgia's had some little hints of it over the years, but just hasn't been able to sustain it at all. And of course, Central Florida is in, or middle of Orlando. It's a huge school. It's got facilities, and it just never has been able to get the magic formula to how to succeed.
Tell you what, though, David, this kid's also been a football player. He says he's gone from 230 pounds a year ago to 190. Feels more twitchy, more athletic.
I definitely believe that. I know my son was a high-level right tackle, and unfortunately had to give up the game because of repeated shoulder surgeries. And he went from 250 to 195 in about 6 months. Just you stop lifting the weights, you stop the diet, and your body, at that age, your body changes to what it probably more naturally is.
I got to believe as you start to maybe play more and more baseball and less football too, at his age going forward, that twitchiness that he talks about, or that speed, will benefit him tremendously.
Oh, exactly. No doubt about it.
Bases empty, 2 outs. Payoff pitch from Wilcox is on the way. How about that spin pitch, right? Dropped in for strike 3.
That was his best breaking ball of the outing. He kept trying to throw the split finger. He kept trying to throw the breaking ball. Stayed with it and got the nice called strike 3 for his final out. We'll take another look at Charlie Wilcox here, and a lot of things to like. That body is just perfect. 6'3", 205. The athleticism stands out with the speed, the flexibility. The fastball really stands out with the ride and the upper 80s velocity, and it's getting the feel for those secondary pitches. That is kind of the next thing. The thing I think that he'll take away from this outing as well. It's like, hey, I just need to keep refining the feel on those off-speed pitches, and I'll be just fine. And you will, Charlie.
I would agree. I think there's a lot to like. Talk about refinement, just more reps, more innings. And with that, you see the natural stuff and ability, which is probably one of the big reasons why he is here. And his 2 innings have come and gone, so we're to that point now where we start to settle in, seeing our third pitcher for each of these respective teams. New pitcher coming on for the red team is Michael Sine.
And just one more thing about Charlie Wilcox before we leave him. We were talking about rankings before and going through the process. Before this, Charlie was a top 1,000 player, essentially not ranked. He's here. The way he performed, if I had to give him a general area right now, I would say he's probably in the 100 to 150 range. When you put it in there with all his big positives and all. Don't quote me, I guess you should quote me on that, but it a lot to go through before then. But that's how much a ranking can change based on, just the 2 innings of baseball here on the big stage. for a young man.
No, David, I enjoy hearing that. I think the young men who go back and watch these broadcasts on PerfectGame.tv have a chance to see the archives if they're not watching in person. That's the type of information they're curious about. That's kind of the pulling the curtain back just a bit, and I think they're intrigued. And meanwhile, here's Michael Sine from Orlando, goes by the nickname the Chucking Check.
Okay.
As he faces Elijah Buffalo, I believe, to begin this inning.
Okay, now I'm thinking it's going to be, okay, how am I going to break down this pitch? The chuck and check here.
The chuck and check.
I guess we know what Mr. Sine's ethnic background may be.
Buffalo is going to send one out to the gap in right center, drops for a base hit, so a leadoff single here in the bottom of the fifth inning. I'll tell you a little bit more about Sine in his scouting report. He said breaking balls on point, good command with it, fastball's quick and good horizontal movement, works around the zone and can locate glove side. So we'll see what he's able to do. Meanwhile, going to deal with a runner on base. And this is Kaysen Cunningham, who singled back to begin the game. So now batting for the second time for Kaysen. Sean Gamble's on deck. Number 2 ranked player, number 1 shortstop in this class.
Sean was exciting in batting practice yesterday. Just an exciting bat speed, fun to watch.
Kaysen, meanwhile, from San Antonio, Johnson High School. Going to Texas Tech. Both parents went there, so might have been a little bit easier for Coach Tadlock to reel in Kaysen Cunningham. See if he can get on base, bring up Sean Gamble that we just talked about, and really kind of kickstart this fifth inning. Sine would like to restore some order quickly. Sine actually had a shoulder inflammation issue with a minor tear in his UCL. He worked several weeks on both. He did bands, pronations, and weights to get back and be healthy.
He looks healthy. He's 87, 88 so far. Arms working real well.
Next pitch to Cunningham. This one's on the ground. Play at first is made, getting the force at second base. Pretty good effort at first by Max Murray.
Very nice. I was going to bring that up anyway. That's such a hard play to get the ball, make that accurate throw to second, and Murray executed that perfectly.
Well, here is Sean Gamble. He's got an opportunity to do a little bit of damage. Maybe a lot of damage should he so desire. We're going to have a throw that heads to second that's going to end up in center field, so it's going to provide a free run. Trotting home to score was our Elijah Buffalo. Gamble takes that one a little bit in. Don't have a lot of Iowans, but good to see the home state represented. A perfect game.
Yeah, Steve Lennox last night during drills asked me, well, what do you like about Sean Gamble? And I just said, everything.
Yes.
Yes. When I first saw him play, it was like he played shortstop, he played center field. He was outstanding at both. He's 14 years old. He hits a ball off the center field fence at a big league-sized stadium. And it's like, he's 14 years old. And the way he carries himself, the whole profile, it just works. And he's obviously at IMG Academy now instead of back in Iowa, which I think, with no disrespect to Iowa, will be of tremendous benefit to his career.
Especially because he's on their National 1 team. And this was a kid, as he takes a strike, that growing up had played hockey, football, track, and tennis. Wanted to kind of specialize in one sport, probably his best sport, and do it at the best place for him, which was IMG. Wanted to really, I guess, say, immerse himself in baseball. While it was difficult to leave home, he's kind of on that path, on that track already. Tremendous student, as just about all of these kids are. And for Iowa, of course, they're one of the few schools or few states that their schools play high school baseball in the summer. I know that path well, and he waves and misses. So that kind of interferes with what he'd like to do, of course, on all of these travel teams, and it's just not the same caliber.
Yeah, it just completely, for the elite player, it just completely, corrupts your high school baseball, because everybody else playing in the spring, and then you have your travel ball, your national tournaments, your national events, no matter what you want to play on. It's hard when you say, I'm going to go play here instead of play with my high school buddies who I spend, the rest of the year with, it, going to class and hanging out on Friday night, blah, blah, blah. It just, for that level of player, the Sean Gamble level of player, just makes up for a lot of unnecessary, difficult decisions.
So it brings up Mason Greenhouse, who singled back in the first inning. When people say, tell me something about yourself that we might not guess, I say, well, I had 5 baseball letters in Iowa. And they say, well, you must have been good. And I said, no. we needed a lot of players in the 8th grade. So you play when you complete your 8th grade because your high school season is considered started, and it's just not quite the same. But meanwhile, away from me and back to Mason Greenhouse. We've already seen him with the glove in the arm and has a base hit to his credit in what has been not even 5 innings yet of this game. We saw that arm not only in the workouts, but then, of course, in the game with that outfield assist. And, David, that might be one of those replays we're going to be watching for quite some time, because it was not just getting behind a baseball. He had to circle, go back, and then turn around and throw it on the fly to third base. It reminds me a little bit of that Bo Jackson throw where Harold Reynolds gets up and says, what? I didn't even know there was a throw coming, and I'm out?
It had to have happened to Harold Reynolds too. So, but yeah, I mean, you talk about the great arms from right field. Essentially, you mentioned Clemente. You just Bo Jackson, Dave Parker comes to mind for me. Ellis Valentine, Ichiro, totally different looking athlete, but elite arms, and you wonder what they would have thrown off a radar gun when they're 16 years old from the outfield.
Greenhouse hits one on the ground to third. A little bit of a double clutch. Play, though, will be made to end the inning. So it's good to see Greenhouse showing off his stuff. A kid that broke a hamate bone back in 2021 and had surgery, missed his entire freshman year, but he's back and healthy. Showcasing today. We'll step aside, all tied at 3. Game hits into the 5th inning. We're going to get to see Zach Strickland on the mound. See his rankings, David, and his accomplishments to this point. And third-ranked right-handed pitcher in 2025, part of that 14U National Showcase team. Certainly his perfect game numbers, very impressive. So the 13th ranked player in the class, UCLA commit for the Arcadia, California native. He's working here in the 5th inning.
Excuse me. It'll be interesting to see how Strickland throws from the mound. He threw from the outfield yesterday and only threw 89, which I thought to be rather unusual. And he didn't have real outfield mechanics throwing or anything, but it just didn't look right compared to what I've seen him on the mound in the past.
First batter, going to hit a quick ground ball out, retiring Rene Ramirez, so he didn't waste much time. I mean, just the scouting report on Strickland, he doesn't quite go through the spin rates and the fastball as much as others, as McNew made that play, but he talks about strong arm, changeup, curveball, cutter, fastball. Did talk about hurting his arm previously in his baseball journey, where he had to be shut down for 6 months. And did the recovery process to get back and be healthy. He said during that time frame he learned to throw left-handed to be able to play in the field while he couldn't throw with his right hand. I mean, you can't make this stuff up sometimes. That's fascinating.
Well, as an old Houston Astros hand, Brett, you know the story of Billy Wagner, don't you?
Well, there's one. His brag of patch. Yeah, no, it's a good point. Because what, didn't he break his right arm and started to throw with his left?
He twice when he was, I believe, 8 or 9 years old. He broke his right. He was right-handed. He broke his right arm. Was in a cast for a few months. Had the cast taken off, and then immediately re-broke it and had to be put in a cast for another 5 or 6 months. And during that time, learned how to throw left-handed, and never went back to throwing right-handed, which makes you wonder how hard he could have thrown right-handed.
No doubt.
Had that not happened.
You're talking about a really kind of true borderline Hall of Fame career, and some think that, he may find his way there as we kind of reevaluate through analytics some of these players. As Braga has the count go to 3-0.
Looking at Strickland just recently, he pitched at the PG Memorial West Classic in Goodyear, Arizona. Was named to the all-tournament team as a hitter, hit 500 in the event. Only threw an inning on the mound, but was 89 to 93 with a 76 curveball and 84 change.
He retired Ramirez on a ground out to begin the frame. We didn't have a lot of time to talk about him, but a young man who says he's a Ted Williams fan, so maybe he'll bat again. Meanwhile, Braga, though, has taken the count full here. The ghost runner will easily swipe second base, putting a man in scoring position with one out.
Is Ted Williams the earliest, I could say, I shouldn't use the word oldest, the earliest player that you remember seeing in these 1,000 pages of background information that's gone at least through your heads this time? And I know from previous events, that's an unusual name to hear from a young player.
I mean, it has to be a first. I know you still go back and look at some of the books and the mechanics of Ted Williams and what he was talking about back then. He was really a guy that kind of specialized in launch angle before we started talking about it in those terms. But yeah, I think the only thing more intriguing might be somebody that says they enjoy watching old film of Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig or something, because that's fascinating. And when guys seem to have this appreciation for the game at this age, David, we're talking about 25s and such, it just it makes me curious, how much they must really enjoy and love this game to jump back that far in this game's history.
I think you are exactly right. And, Ted Williams wrote a couple books, discussed hitting heavily. So the material's out there, especially for the Splendid Splinter. But that wouldn't be normal 17-year-old reading material.
Not even close. High pitch rolled on the ground to second base. That was a pretty athletic play made. Nice job, if indeed that still remains Sean Gamble. I think it is.
It does.
Kind of had to
Very
make a twisting
athletic.
throw.
Yeah.
Second out of the inning. So a good beginning.
Yeah, that's hips. If I'm thinking about that as a scout, if a young man can make that play, it's the ability to turn your hips. They talk about that when they're evaluating cornerbacks in football, the ability to swivel your hips. And that's the one play maybe in baseball is that catches the hitter in the hips. Speaking of hips, maybe a little above the hip. But that's maybe the one time in baseball you really have to swivel your hips. And I've seen shortstops that move over to second base and really struggle because they can't go to their left and get their hips turned far enough to make an accurate throw there.
That's a good point.
And Gamble obviously can.
He did. Wesley Bass, the player, and I would say we talk about all these young men commuting from Hawaii and Ontario and Puerto Rico. His was probably the shortest from Marietta. He could probably ride a bicycle over here since he can't drive. Georgia Tech commit. This ball going to stay in play. It will not. That was a long run over at first base for McNew. I don't know if catcher or pitcher of the battery saw it. McNew came racing down and just about made the catch behind the plate. Pitch to hit here, wrapped on the ground to short, flipped to second for an out that will end the inning. Good beginning for Strickland. If we're going to see him for a second inning, we'll look forward to that, but able to navigate his way through that first without really too many issues. So Brett Dolan, David Ronsley, and David, I think we started this telecast in this game kind of talking about the athleticism and the talent in this group. I think we've seen it on display, whether it's a throw from right field, whether it's some pretty good pitchers. We've kind of seen a sampling of why you think this group and this 4 teams worth are pretty impressive.
Yeah, and actually it's the athleticism. We've seen Cunningham barrel up a few balls. We've seen the pitchers, but watching Greenhouse, watching Sean Gamble just there on a pretty, I'm not going to say normal play, but just to see the athleticism there. And sometimes it's the small plays in baseballs that you watch and you appreciate. That wasn't an easy play. That was maybe something kind of special. It's the ability to hit a pitch that you might not think. For a pitcher making that key pitch, the hitting the spot over and over that he's trying to do. It's a daily baseball play, but it makes these 16-year-olds, and you always have to remember they're 16 years old, it makes them stand out as prospects.
We will see plays like this from other players if we watch them for a couple of months. We don't have that opportunity, so it's just a showcase. So we are happy when we're able to kind of get a glimpse beyond their just normal abilities as Michael Sine goes back out now for a second inning of work. Cannon Golden, the batter. Grounded out to first in his only previous at-bat. You see the ranking, though, for this young man from Buford, Georgia.
Sine's doing some really nice things out here, the chuck and check. He opened up with a nice firm changeup that dove away. Firm, slurve-type breaking ball there. Has been up to 89 with the fastball. I'm curious about the Czech background, because Perfect Game has done a number of games in the Czech Republic, kind of our home on the European continent. I was blessed to go for a week in Brno, in the Czech Republic to watch games there, pre-pandemic. So.
Well, we asked these guys, David, what their favorite foods are, and I have yet to read off anybody's yet, although they have been fairly intriguing. But Sine was one who kind of got my attention with that. He says something called Rajska Omachka. Mom makes it. Red sauce with pork or beef, noodles or rice. It is a check meal. So there is your answer. There he is, most undoubtedly.
Sounds like Mom is first generation.
Ground ball to left for a base hit. We go to no bounds just to prove our initial conversation's true. If our curiosity extends beyond the superficial, it goes a little bit deep. Good job by Golden to get that base hit, though. See what he can do on base against Sine, working out of the stretch now with Micah Matthews, next man in. That one's going to sail and go all the way to the backstop.
Pitchers must look at Matthews and say, I don't want to pitch to this. And we saw him have a 20 pitch at bat. Sine has not missed the strike zone by much yet in his first 4 or 5 hitters, and that one goes straight to the backstop. That's 6'3", 200. He must have a growl up there at the plate that we can't see.
Breaking ball caught too much of the plate, and it is lined in the left center field for a base hit. It's going to chase home Golden. Now you realize if you do put a pitch in the zone, maybe Micah Matthews won't miss it. A 20-pitch walk earlier. This time, though, rifles that run-scoring hit. That breaking ball hung just a bit. And it doesn't matter the age level. When you leave a pitch in the zone, kind of hanging in the zone, hitters will make contact. And here's Belza. Good pitch for strike one.
I made the comparison yesterday with Belza, and it's worth repeating today. He's a 6'1", 212-pound left-handed hitting catcher from Ohio. The exact same profile that Kyle Schwarber had back in the day.
Interesting.
Schwarber never made it to the national level showcases. We saw him in some regional stuff and some tournaments, but really wasn't a guy until he went off to, what was it, Indiana?
Indiana.
And turned into a big-time slugger.
Boy, that he did. Ball and a strike to Belza. A pitch is requested on the outside corner, and Sine was able to get it in that spot, and he gets the wave and a miss.
That's always a beautiful thing when a catcher has an idea how the hitter's set up and calls for a location, and bang, doesn't even have to move the mitt. Great execution by both players.
Paulino the batter, and he wore that first one.
Well, there is a thing about being a teenager. Execute an absolutely dotted up perfect pitch and then flip a curveball up there that hits the guy in the elbow.
It does go pitch to pitch. I did have a conversation with my 17-year-old softball player by phone this week, and I said, listen, we can't be riding this roller coaster pitch to pitch, at bat to at bat, maybe week to week, not even game to game. And then I'm like, I am talking to a 16, 17-year-old. I mean, that is kind of how things operate in their universe. That was close back at second base.
It was.
We have seen a lot of Miami Hurricane commits, though, and Paulino, one of those. Of course, they'll have a new head coach, which might change a little bit of that. Hat was lost, but the pitch in there for a strike. Paulino, though, really enjoys Manny Machado and Nolan Arenado, and said he can't choose his favorite between the two because they're both just consistent and good year after year. And I think those are a couple of good guys to follow.
The two best defensive third basemen of the generation to start with.
Indeed.
Counting recent Hall of Famer Scott Rowland is in the previous generation.
You can tell Paulino was raised right by his parents. He said they just don't believe in taking shortcuts. You have to have the right intentions, the right path, give your best effort. He's going to wave and miss. And nay, Well, that throw is going to end up in left field, and that's going to provide a run. Matthews will make his tour around the bases and score. Third run for the red team. Matthews not only drove in a run this inning, but also scored. John Austin Wood behind the plate here in this inning, and that one fouled away again by Paulino. We're in the 6th inning of our first of 2 games here this afternoon from the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. Steve Lennox was aboard earlier this morning. My alarm clock took a much-needed break. It didn't know what to do with itself without going off at an obscene hour.
Do you have the first 2 games tomorrow?
I do.
You do. Okay. You're going to be. I'm going to be in the same thing as you. My alarm is not set for tomorrow. You'll be working.
It's a vacation within a vacation.
Yeah. Yes, I will be working on a different event, but I will nonetheless not be waking up.
Okay.
At the alarm clock time tomorrow morning. So.
More power to you. Right now, every single person in our truck in California is they're just yelling at you or yelling at me. They're like, yeah, whatever. You guys just enjoy your Central Time and East Coast time sleep-ins. We'll just keep charging middle of the night in SoCal. Count's gone full to Paulino. Fouled back.
Yeah. Yeah, our worthy leader, Steve Banta, our producer, in his truck back in Southern California, could actually care less about what we're talking about.
Might actually make him angry, which is not the intent, of course. But,
bad idea to make your producer angry.
Sine trying to finish off his inning. That was a pretty good pitch, but just a little bit downstairs, not to get strike 3. Fastball continues to be in that 86, 85-inch-ish range. Sine has not missed that badly in each of the last 2, but he's not quite been in the zone. And Paulino stays in the box. A couple of runs have come across this inning. Wild pitch. Free runner certainly didn't hurt. Smoked in the air to center, but playable and put away and caught. Be the second out of the inning on the 4th batter. I think we're just going to go ahead and call that an inning for Sine. Catch was made by Chuka. Let's take a look, David, back at some of his stuff.
At the chuck and check. Like I said, the results weren't always positive, but so many positive things to take away from this. I think that, the 3 pitches are there. There is some feel. I think he likes throwing the breaking balls and mixing it up. There's a natural inclination to mix it up and try to spot the ball, and he did that a few times. But a nice performance and a great background story on the young man from Orlando, Florida.
Let's step aside. We'll be right back. Strickland back for a second inning of work, and he spins in a breaking ball for a strike. Should be Gavin Stedman, I believe, who has yet to hit yet in this game, but doing so here.
Strickland working quickly both in his warm-ups and once he reached the mound.
Big tall right-hander uncoils, and the pitch Still a little bit above the belt. Maybe breaking late. Two and two to Stedman. Soule and Fox scheduled to follow here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Second inning for Strickland. Fouled back and out of play again. Good breaking ball, wave and a miss.
That was probably Strickland's best breaking ball there. He got some nice sweeping depth with it. It's a true curveball. It's been up to 76. That was a little softer one, took a little bit off of it, but nice depth, perfect location.
Brings up Nico Soule. Now he singled in the first. We didn't get a chance to really talk about him, a young man that has gone 40-plus feet in the triple jump in track and field and competed in track and field this offseason, so he feels like it's gotten him faster. And we also ask these guys where they're going to be in 10 years, and I love this question. Many of them say the big leagues. I think just about everyone does, and Nico's probably no different, but he also said married with 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, so he got specific.
I think he probably comes from a big happy family to be thinking that at his age. He must come from a happy family.
I encourage creativity and individuality, and I enjoy those questions as Soule takes one low and in.
That's interesting, the triple jump, because those are some impressive numbers.
Yes.
At that age. And I say only a 6'8", you think somebody who can then triple jump, you know, in the jumping event, speed is so important, maybe more so in the long jump than the triple jump. But there's some explosion in those legs, obviously. There was some explosion in his bat. First time up, he laced the ball to right field in his first at-bat.
See a quick move over to first base. Put that ghost runner aboard. It's Wilmer Martinez running. Soule batting for the second time, looking for a hit. That was up around the letters. The throw will bounce, and it's going to be stolen base. David, is this the second game for this group? The Royal and the Red, or their first?
This is their first game. They did their drills and workouts and BP, you know, yesterday evening, and so this is their first game. They'll play again tomorrow. This same group of 4 teams with you, Brett Dolan, and Cam McElwaney, young perfect game scout on the call, and that will do it for the Junior National Showcase. We'll resume a little bit later after we get all the 6 teams of sophomores, and that is upcoming sophomores for the Sophomore National Showcase, which will also be televised live here on Perfect Game TV.
Good pitch for strike 3. Throw to third base. Martinez got a little bit daring. Decent break, but with that left-handed batter up there, it left an open path or an open avenue for our catcher, Dominic Stevenson, I believe.
You can almost see what a routine play it is when you have that open throw. You know, with Stevenson's actions there, it was like he was throwing down after a called third strike. It's such an easy play for a catcher to make with a left-handed batter at the plate. I guess he didn't get them because
he did not, but Jalen Fox
Martinez
will
coming in to score.
Provide an RBI single to score Martinez. That was awfully close at third base, but Fox gets the single and a run batted in. Makes this a 5-4 game.
And to be honest, Stevenson's throw on the steal of second wasn't that far off. I think Martinez just outran both those with his quickness and his jumps.
Lamar Edwards had a run-scoring single way back in the first inning. It's a rather imposing figure in the batter's box as Fox draws a throw. 5-4 here in the 6th inning, bottom of the 6th.
I'm trying to think of a player whose shoulders and upper body were that much wider and stronger than their hip width. And it's not that common.
Like he has shoulder pads on?
Yeah, like yes, that's a very good analogy.
Again, that is a body and a frame where you don't have to project what it's going to look like in a couple of years. You have a really good idea because it looks like kind of a college athlete right now. Payoff pitch fouled back.
And I'm not making the comparison for players. It's just I'm trying to remember players like that. And in one of the first players I kind of fell in love with growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area was my first impressions were of a Willie McCovey in his prime. And that's what Willie McCovey looked like. That very, very shoulder heavy. Yeah. and he had, and stretch, the arms on McCovey were the same, and his swing was so long and extended, and he hit balls probably harder even back there in the late 60s, early 70s than anybody I have ever remembered. You know, it's kind of harder to stay short, get to the ball with that kind of build, but when you do, it just pops so much more punch.
Ball's rocketed out to the gap in left center field. It's going to provide some extra bases. Golden chasing. Scoring is Fox, heading to third, and that throw was there waiting, but it wasn't on line, and Edwards kept on running. And that, I do believe, will bring us to the end of the frame, but some good contact by Lamar Edwards. David, he's driven in a couple of runs with a pair of base hits in our game.
Yeah, look at that. You could see it contact. He got his hands extended, and that's just a rocket up the left center field gap. You know, beautiful swing, great-looking athlete. That was fun to watch.
So that'll do it for the 6th inning. 5-5 our score. How about identical totals through 6 innings? That's another showcase oddity. We'll stay right here at the East Cobb Complex, Marietta, Georgia. A little nicer day. We've had some cooler and some overcast days to begin this junior national event. As David mentioned, tomorrow afternoon we will also jump in with the sophomores with 6 teams going through their skills competition. So this is what's on tap. Sophomore takes place the 14th through the 16th. The National Showcase, always a big event, Chase Field, Phoenix, Arizona, July 11th through the 15th. And then the 13U Showcase, 14U events in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the ballpark of the Palm Beaches for their big event.
And those are 2 events, the 13 and especially the 14, that under the guise of Jeremy Brown on the Perfect Game staff that have really, really grown in the last couple years. I'm wondering how many we might get to full boat. Full boat is the same as this, the 12 teams, 300 players or so at that 14U National Showcase. The enthusiasm for baseball at that age is just tremendous. And unfortunately, I'm going to be at all of those events listed there, and it's a great experience to see the best players in the country perform.
All right, David, so then you identify players for the 13U and 14U Select Fest from those events?
Now, all through the year, especially through the spring. Yeah. Yes, through those that will identify the Select Fest. I misunderstood your question, my bad. But identifying the players then just for the 13 and 14U is a year-long process.
Correct.
I've probably been to at least 8 or 9 13, 14U showcases since the beginning of the year, and at the end of every one, it's like, hey, these are guys that would belong at the National. Send the email in to Jeremy. These are guys I think who can compete there, and are worthy of the invite. So it's an ongoing process, certainly, but very true. That's how we get the festival rosters, finally selected.
Well, this is Nash Pierce, Alabama commit, Florida native. He's facing Cody Bennon from Palm City, Florida. New pitcher on this inning. We'll introduce you to both as we work through this frame. Pierce, though, told you about his commitment.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bennon on the mound since last summer, where he topped out at 87 miles an hour, a 6 foot, 185-pound right-hander from Martin County High School in Palm City, off to a strong start here.
Indeed he is. Brings up Dominic Stevenson. David, we put up that big calendar, though, the upcoming perfect game events, and we touched on the National Showcase at Chase Field. And I would imagine you guys are doing the same type of television schedule for that big event for all the athletes?
Oh, for the National Showcase, certainly. That's a huge undertaking. It's a fun event to do, obviously, because it's at Chase Field. The National Showcase, we've always tried to have it in a major league ballpark. It's been in Tropicana Field frequently, including the last few years. It had a long run at the Metrodome in Minneapolis. And I will tell you, you've experienced this far, far, far more often than I have. But announcing games in a big league ballpark is just special.
Well, it is. We like our roofs, too, when we can, as Stevenson fouls one back and out of play. I think the first one when I was with you would have been 2013 at the end of the Metrodome's shelf life. Bennon spins in a breaking ball for a strike to Stevenson, his second batter here in the 7th inning. Stroked in the air to right center field, and it's going to be played back in. Dominic Stevenson will have the one-out single.
Dominic Stevenson's a nice young hitter. He kind of stood out to me a bit in batting practice yesterday for his hand speed. Kind of an aggressive hitter, really gets into the ball with an aggressive shift in, and he swung the bat well today too.
This is Pichardo. He went down on strikes in his only previous at-bat. His nickname, and he doesn't really provide an explanation, but I'm curious, Mr. Worldwide. So that is Pichardo.
That came up yesterday with the same sort of, I wonder, an explanation to it. Maybe somehow Angel can reach out to us or his family or something. Give us this little tip, maybe for next event.
Wave and a miss at a pitch elevated.
Cody Bennon doing nice work on the mound, 84, 86 on his fastball, 73 breaking ball, 80 mile an hour change. Mixing it up well. Just turned 16 years old, so on the young end of the scale for a 2025 graduate.
I think it's always worth reminding people tuning in the age group or age level for these young men. You might just be flipping around and seeing these young baseball players and not realize indeed just how young they indeed are. Pitch just did miss the zone. That's rather close at second base. It's more than close. It's in time for the out. On the receiving end was Jackson Roper handling that throw down. Luke Beeler behind the plate.
Nice throw by Luke Beeler. Again, you have that left-handed hitter in the box, and that gives the catcher time to get his footwork a little bit into the right-handed batter's box. Have a nice, clean, open lane in front of him, especially on that pitch from Bennon. Well executed, though. So, Brett, I have a discussion in my mind right now, and it has been since you talked about the Metrodome, and you said the dying days of the Metrodome. I think we were holding national showcases there for years after the Twins had moved on to their new stadium. So it was truly dying.
No, you were, but when I was there in 2013, I went from on a rare couple of off hours over to the Twins game, and then I think after that year, they tore it down and started working on that football stadium at some point.
But I was thinking also, the last few years, we've had our national showcase in Tropicana Field, which some people consider to be a dead or dying ballpark. And I'm thinking back, and it's like, I was in the Astrodome like a year and a half. The last day I worked in the Astrodome was shortly before the Astrodome shut down. And I was just trying to make mental notes on what was the most dead of those three stadiums the last time I was in it.
Probably the last one you mentioned. As the play was made by Martins at first base to end the inning. We'll step aside. Stretch time for the Junior National Showcase, tied at 5. Got a new pitcher for the Royal team. It's Joey Dupree from Cocoa, Florida. Over on the Space Coast area of the state. And meanwhile, he's going to work here on the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, Joey Dupree, 5'11", 160 pounds, working from the stretch. Has a distinction of all the players I have seen so far. Joey has not turned 16 yet, 15 years, 10 months. So we'll turn 16 this summer. Kind of a middle infielder's body, and he does play some middle infield. He's also a switch hitter at the plate.
He's facing Jackson Roper. I want to tell you about the spin rate of Dupree before we get too deep into this inning. Roper, the Florida commit. Grounded out back in the first, but Dupree says, David, that his spin rate has been the highest in his organization for fastball and curveball. Fastball lives in the high 80s, curveball over 2,800 RPM, changeup 1,800 RPM. And I know these college coaches would be intrigued by measurables and metrics such as those.
They would be. Or the fact he's already throwing 88-90 this outing as a 15.
That doesn't hurt. That does not hurt. Roper is going to drop one into right for a base hit. Just blooped one down the line and right. Retrieved and played back in by Pichardo.
If we see some nasty looking breaking balls from the hand of Joey Dupree, I'll give a text to our scouts behind the plate, see if we can get those spin rates.
Intrigued by that. Jordan Jacob, the batter. Even Dupree mentions in his bio a very, very young member of the 25 class, as you pointed out.
We have a pickoff there at first base.
How about that? Had a couple of pickoffs. We're losing base runners at a high rate clip here today. curveball.
That had some
you're
hit
right.
to it.
That had some spin to it. Jacob is retired on the throw across the diamond. Handled by Gamble over at third base. Jacob really trying to hold that bat back. Couldn't do so and hit a soft ground out for the second out. Dupree, a big fan of Max Scherzer, big golf guy as well. Luke Beeler, who singled and scored back in the second, fouls one back. Pitch up and in.
One thing that's particularly impressive about Dupree, whether it's in the context of his age and his size or not, is how easily he's generating this kind of velocity and spin. He's working from the stretch. Nice, easy delivery, high 3/4, no grunting, no real effort to it, just very low tension. It's almost like he's out, doing a 75% bullpen between starts type of thing.
I like it.
It's just pure natural arm ability. When you're 15 years old, you weigh 160 pounds, and you can throw 90 that easily.
And I don't know about the mechanics and the pitching style, but when I see a body like that, it makes me think of like a Rich Harden, maybe, for example, back in the Oakland A's days. But somebody who certainly isn't a big stature on the mound, but certainly has a lot to like. There was some spin on that pitch again. I don't think Beeler wanted any part of swinging at that, but he was in preservation mode, just trying to make contact and split it once it rode so far in.
Yeah, that was a changeup that just kept, like you said, kept moving in. I think Beeler said, okay, this is good. This is over the plate, and he's just gradually going, no, it isn't over the plate. No, it might hit me. It just kept coming in. Called the strike. Okay, that's not his best breaking ball, but it was certainly effective enough. Very impressive inning.
Wow.
For young Joey Dupree.
I will say so.
I'm looking forward to that second inning already. Might have got a little call from the umpire on that one.
I bet he's done that a time or two, though, with that big break.
Yes, changing the eye angle.
Second inning of work for Ben, and he faced just 3 last inning. Did give up a single, but also had a caught stealing. So Austin Pierzynski, first man scheduled to step in. Although we might have somebody else jumping into the mix here. Looks like it's Strickland. So we saw him pitch, so he's going to jump in now and get an at bat. Saw a lot of pitchers late in the game yesterday kind of jump in, insert themselves into the lineup in order to get some swings. Two balls and a strike. And that was going to lift it back and out of play.
Yeah, Strickland's just such a good two-way athlete. Mentioned his first perfect game WWBA tournament of the year. He was named all tournament as a hitter for hitting .500 out in an event in Arizona.
Left-handed hitter.
Actually, I believe a switch hitter.
Okay, that makes sense. Right-handed pitcher, switch hitter.
Can look that one up here.
It's going to wave and miss. So Bennin faced 4 and records his second strikeout.
Yeah, Strickland a switch hitter. Didn't help him on some of Cody Bennin's offerings there.
Bennin's got some flow coming out of the back of that cap.
Hardly
so
the
this
only
is Pierzynski.
Player. Yes, there's Austin Pierzynski. Wondered yesterday how Dad didn't. He might have tried. He very well could have tried. Dad, of course, a left-handed hitter. Son, a right-handed hitter. I don't think people realize, I mentioned this yesterday as well, how good, I don't think people recognize, maybe some of our younger audience, our players watching, how good of a hitter A.J. Pierzynski was during his 19-year big league career as a catcher. That stands out too. But A.J. Pierzynski ranks 13th on the all-time list of hits by a catcher with over 2,043, I believe.
See, I called a lot of his games, and I don't know if I'd know that off the top of my head.
And 10, if you include Izzy Molina as a future Hall of Famer, which I think everybody does, 10 of the 12 catchers in front of Pierzynski on the all-time hits list are in the Hall of Famer. In Molina's case, will be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's in some rarefied air.
No, that's really interesting, David. And I'll tell you one thing he also brought was some grit. There was some toughness there with Dad, which makes me wonder if maybe there might be a chance to coach or manage at some point. For these guys who have been playing that long, though, they have young kids, boys at this age. It is fun to be dad every once in a while. And, you know, there's even a conversation about, like, Craig Counsell in Milwaukee, perfectly made for that situation. Is this the end of the road for Craig and Counsell? He's got a couple of kids that are playing high school, college ball. Do you want to just see them play for a few years and, you know, step away from that rat race? Pick try back at first. We get another pickoff. Things traveling in threes with pickoffs.
I think that's Luke Beeler behind the plate, throwing over to Corbin Martins, doing the old back pick.
That's a great angle here. That dive back into first started a little bit early and didn't quite get the skid back to the base. So Pierzynski's still up there, and he's going to chop one softly on the ground to short. And the play is going to be made by Jackson Roper. That's just 2 batters. There are 3 outs, but one of these situations again where we might as well see one more batter, and that'll be Hudson McNew. And the Texan gets a chance to bat for the second time.
Yeah, I remember going through that same situation with Dante Bichette when his 2 sons were going through the system, especially Bo and the younger of the 2 Bichette playing brothers. And I remember one year Dante went out to Colorado to be the hitting coach, and it just basically from what I heard turned around and said, "No, I want to go watch my son play," and did. And you only get to see your son play high school ball once. You know, you might look forward to seeing him be an all-star in the big leagues like, Bo Bichette, but you only get to see him in high school once,
No,
and it's
great
just
point.
as a dad, you have to do it if you're in a position to do it. I think.
If you can afford to do so after a big lengthy career, go do it. Meanwhile, McNew goes down on strikes. I would say Bennett had a pretty good couple of innings, getting some
nothing
handshakes from his teammates.
spectacular. Yeah, nothing spectacular. 86, 80 change, mid 80s, 70s breaking ball, but very consistent around the plate with everything. The ability to comfortably change speeds, create a little bit of swing and miss, especially when hitters are looking and trying to cheat on that breaking stuff. Then you slip in that 86 fastball, and it looks awfully good.
We'll be right back. We're ready to roll in the 8th inning. Ty Kennedy is leading off against Mr. Spin Rate Joey Dupree. And there's a chopper towards short. Nice big bounce near the bag, handled by Cunningham to retire Kennedy. And a quick out to begin the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, Brett, I did hear from Vinny Servino behind the plate, and the spin rate on the breaking ball for Joey Dupree in the 2,700 RPM range. Yes, that's good. That's good. Except for that last one, they passed the eye test, too.
I watched a college pitcher this year by the name of Brady Tiger throw spin rate. I saw one pop up at about 2,900 on my TrackMan as Chuka bats, and I'm like, you know what? You almost feel like you need to take a picture at that, because you do not see many above that 2,700-ish, 2,800 range.
No, you don't. And I'm gonna flash a comp on you that I think you're in better position to appreciate than most. For Joey Dupree, 15-year-old Joey Dupree here, throwing 88-90 at 160 pounds, maybe less. The first time I saw Roy Oswalt pitch, he was a 17-year-old high school senior who was listed at 5'10", 150 pounds, and was throwing 88-90. And this is a 17. He had a year or two on Dupree now. And we talked about drafting him. We're like, how do we send as we quick strikeout there for out number 2, how do we send a 150-pound kid out? We really wanted to draft him as a signable player. We finally decided we're going to draft him. He's going to go to Meridian Junior College next year, I think, or some junior college, and try to sign him next year. Well, he gains 20 pounds, and all of a sudden is throwing 94, 96 the next year, and we had to give him first-round money. And it was obviously first-round money very well spent. Thankful to ownership for giving us extra money in our draft budget. But that's that's what comes to my mind, as a young arm, extremely talented arm like Joey Dupree, who doesn't have the age or the body or the weight, the maturity yet to be throwing like he does, but he is.
Oh, I like that a lot. Chuka struck out. Riker bends batting. Riker had a couple of RBI single in his previous at-bat, so getting one more chance today. And time permitting, I'll tell you just a little bit about Riker as well. 0-2 the count. St. Louis, Missouri native, as that pitch bends down and out. He is an Oklahoma commit. a young man who says he wants to go into aviation. One guy told us he wanted to be a pilot, and if he needed to fly the big league charter, he could do that too. And when he gets to the big leagues, that one poked into right field by Benz. A little bit like softball. They're going to try and throw him out at first base, but he will reach with the single. One of the reasons why he went to Oklahoma, though, was because, or committed to Oklahoma, is because they have an aviation program, which is kind of thinking forward. Here's Colton Sims, who went down on strikes in his only time in from Leawood, Kansas. Or as they like to say on that side of the state, KCK, Kansas City, Kansas area. Next pitch to Sims. Swung on and missed. Pitch up and a little bit out. Dupree trying to finish strong after facing 3 batters in the 7th. This is 4th in the 8th inning.
Brett, well, most of these games are scheduled for 8 innings. I believe this is scheduled for 8.5 innings. So after the sides retired here, I think we have a half an inning more to play.
That was a good addendum to our discussion. That's lined into left for a base hit. Good swing by Colton Sims. One of the harder hit balls we've seen.
Yeah,
Cunningham went into a dive at short.
Yeah, we saw that perfectly coming back off the bat from the camera angle. I thought the shortstop was going to make a great diving play there. That was just hit too hard, actually.
So John Austin Wood will be the 5th batter of our 8th inning. And David has promised us bonus baseball for a top of the 9th. One more game to go. We're at the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from Marietta, Georgia. John Austin Wood skies one to right, playable. And the catch is made by Dominic Stevenson. So a couple of singles with 2 outs. Dupree faces 5. Does not give up a run over his 2 innings of work.
Yeah, that's a name everyone out there should follow for the future. I think there's a high ceiling there for Joey Dupree. It's going to be fun to watch him develop over the next couple of years, and especially keep in mind his relative age, the rest of the 2025 class.
Here's our schedule for today. One more game to follow. Got the gold and the white. The white squad out there taking a few hacks in the cage, trying to get loose and get ready to go. Completing another busy day, day 4. Here at the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. We're going to see Max Murray. He has not thrown yet, so he is the 5th different pitcher we have used. We've seen 4 guys go 2 innings apiece, but now Max Murray from Winter Springs, Florida, will come on and work in this 9th inning.
Talked about Max before and his athleticism and his transition from a 230-pound football-playing athlete to a 195-pound baseball player. Really strides down that mound, gets great extension out front. It's been up to 87 at PG events in the past.
Vincent DiCarlo is going to lead things off. He grounded it out in his only previous opportunity to bat today, but now getting a chance with this extra half inning to see him bat one more time. The Tampa Jesuit product. NC State. That ball is looped out towards right. I believe that one was put away. Do you see the result of that, David? Is that caught on the fly?
I did not. I don't see how he's pitching from the windup. I don't think
he's won from the windup, so yep, that was put away. Here's Buffalo. Singleton is only at bat, scored a run a handful of innings ago.
Not only single, but ran the bases very aggressively, eventually scored, but made some good decisions, used his speed well on the bases.
It gets back to what we just pointed out a couple of times yesterday. I mean, if that is your element, you know, we called a showcase for a reason. That's your chance to showcase some of the skills that you bring to your respective teams, or the skills you have in your resume. Speed and ability to steal bases, create a little havoc. So Murray
Go on.
working on this 3-1 pitch to Buffalo. Ball's tagged pretty well to right field. Starting to travel back near the fence, and it will be caught. Ended up being a somewhat easy play, but Stedman had to retreat to get back near that short wall to put it away.
That looked really good off the bat. Not quite enough strength behind it. I was going to say the one thing on our PG Showcase bingo card we haven't seen today is a bunt. You do see bunts occasionally, but if there's a player like a Buffalo, like a number of other these, speed-oriented players, sometimes putting down a bunt and trying to beat it out for a base hit, a good thing. You get down a running time home to first on a very advantageous play, and it goes down in the notes as a positive, and you're part of your game that you have to develop. It's like Enrique Bradford not bunting at a showcase. I mean, I've seen Enrique Bradford bunt at a showcase. He should. That's part of his game.
It's this Groomster. R.J. Groomster, infield base hit back in the fourth. Yeah, there aren't a ton of guys, at least going back the previous 3 or 4 years, where you say, well, that is by far their best element. And Bradfield's one of those that brings a lot of other things to the table, but speed was probably the first, I'm guessing, to kind of put his name on the radar, a dynamic player at Vanderbilt.
I mean, he first started coming to Perfect game events in the 8th grade, and I've seen him untold dozens of times in tournaments and showcases as a youngster, and he's the same player now as he was when he was 13 years old, 14 years old. That's always been his game. Barrel control, bunt, speed, big range in center field. Now it's going to lead to a first-round choice, probably.
Indeed it will. It was a year ago, and we got a quick stolen base as well, where Bradfield had a big game at Arkansas. And Robert Moore, also a PG alum, came down and said, is there another player that impacts the game in as many different facets as Bradfield? And somebody walked by and said, Dylan Cruz. Like, okay, well, we get it. But, you have two different styles of players, but two exceptional talents in the SEC. Cruz, who knows, maybe the #1 overall pick if the Pirates want to meet his demands. But Bradfield will be taken highly. And it just wasn't that long ago those kids were in events such as this.
And actually, it was just a few years ago. And it's not like Bradfield's tools have changed since he was coming out of high school. I think what's valued in the game has changed so much, just even in the last year.
Good point.
With the way speed has been emphasized as part of reshaping the game. And that just plays right into Enrique Bradford and his tool set.
Great point. Catch is made in center field, and that will end the game. Jalen Fox puts it away. So Murray got 3 fly ball outs. We played 8.5 innings. We will finish in a 5-5 contest between blue and red, and David and I will have one more game upcoming to finish off a busy day 4. A lot to enjoy about this game. We're going to step aside, but don't go anywhere. The MLB mock draft is coming up between games, and David and I will be back for one more contest today, but always a lot of programming here on PerfectGame.tv. Entertaining game between Royal and Red, finished in 8.5 innings in a 5-5 contest. A lot of great athleticism. MLB mock draft coming up. We'll be back for the final game right after that.
Brian and Darren getting right back to it. A dearth of high school players selected in the last wave of picks. The Braves are never shy to select high school players. And so let's get right back to it. At number 24, Brian, please represent the Atlanta Braves.
And we have them with high school players indeed. Here's Sut going with Blake Mitchell, left-handed hitting catcher, high school kid from Texas. It's usually a sign of being really, really good if you're a high school catcher and you go in the first round. Because high school catchers are risky. The catching demographic is super risky just because of what the process of getting to the major leagues as a catcher does to your body. It's hard to project those guys. So when we're talking about projecting on catchers, we're looking for athleticism, we're looking for an ease of movement, you're looking for offensive impact nowadays. You can kind of no longer just be a glove first guy, you have to do something with the stick. And Mitchell's that guy. A really good year for him in Texas this year. He's been a consistent performer throughout his time with Perfect Game. It's like a 70 arm behind the plate with good athleticism, with good ability to receive. A guy that we have no problem saying is going to catch long term and hit from the left side with some impact. And not to mention, he's not a two-way guy when it comes to professional baseball. But if Blake Mitchell had never picked up a bat and had never squatted behind the dish, he would be an incredible pitching prospect too. He's also really, really good on the mound into the mid-90s with a good breaking ball. So we'd be talking about him in that way too. But right now, I'm sticking with the left-handed bat and behind the plate and the first rounder right here for Blake Mitchell.
Sinton High School in Texas as a junior in Texas was the Gatorade Player of the Year. That's how crazy he was last year. His coach is a legend, Adrian Alaniz, and interestingly enough, the man who played at Texas, he went and won a state championship right there at Texas's home beautiful ballpark. So there's a lot of woven tales through the journey of the man who, as you said, can touch 97 miles an hour out of Sinton High School in Texas. So many fun things there for the son of Kevin and Jennifer going to the Atlanta Braves. At number 25, the San Diego Padres.
This is one I think is something that could actually happen as far as a projection. That's not another thing, unique information or anything like that. But we know the San Diego GM has seen Dylan Head play, and that's usually a pretty good indicator of interest. So, and Dylan Head, an explosive athlete from the Chicagoland area. He's a left-handed hitting center fielder. He's committed to Clemson. Was actually originally committed to Michigan, but then followed the Michigan staff and Eric Bakich to Clemson with his commitment. But explosive player. 80 runner down the line. He's got power. He's going to play center field. The power showed up better this spring than we'd seen it before. We'd seen it flash, but it wasn't a huge part of his game. This spring, that's changed a little bit. hitting for more power now. Like I said, it's the whole package. If you think he can hit, he's going to be an all-star, really. And I think that there's a chance he can hit and hit well with impact. While patrolling center field at a high level, while playing high-level defense and adding that speed and athleticism value as well. A really good pick at this point, and a guy who we've viewed in an extremely positive way for a couple years now.
Class, class, class. As far as the human being, there's no doubt about it. Loves the Chicago White Sox, being from Glenwood, Illinois, and loves that ACES program that gives back to the community, that makes sure that those nearby that ballpark are playing baseball, and those that can afford to play can play, and those that maybe not can play as well. So he's part of that. He loves Alek Thomas. It's no surprise. He's from that same neck of the woods. Alek now in the big leagues, Gold Glove caliber center fielder for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So many fun ties here. What a great and what a fun pick for the San Diego Padres as we now pass the baton to 26, the New York Yankees.
And I think the Yankees could go in any number of directions here. I think Brock Wilken might be in play. I think Bryce Eldridge might be in play, a high school guy. But we're going to stick with Sammy Stafura here, mostly. Well, it makes sense. It's not like we're doing it mostly, but I like a New York team taking a New York high school player. That doesn't always happen, and I think that's cool when it does. So we're going to roll with that. Stafura, another guy who we liked in a big way last year and then kind of went off in Jupiter. That was kind of, for us, his big coming out party, his, hey, look at me, I'm a first rounder next year type of performance. Good body, bigger kid, gorgeous swing from the right side of the plate, has power, has athleticism, developmental road ahead for him, obviously, as there is for any high school player, high school hitter. But really good traits, really good components, and how it all works together there for Stafura. And that's a guy that has had big helium this spring, and for good reason.
What I love about the New York team picking him, he is a passionate New York Mets fan. He loves the New York Mets. I would love more than nothing. You're watching this, Sammy. Sammy's come on our content. He's wonderful. Brandon Nimmo's his favorite player. He's very proud of his Czech heritage, very strong Czech background. When you talk about Sammy Stafura, Yvette and Stefan, our parents, his grandfather, for a long time played professional soccer. So Sammy's a great pick. Sammy, Mets fan, you're going to the Yankees, deal with it because you're going to be a pro. The Philadelphia Phillies, a wonderful team. You're representing kind of a lot of guys on the tech side. One of our leaders in Jim Jenks and the producer of this show, Jason Jaquette. So please pick, do it carefully because they kind of have Philly ties. I don't know what that really means, but please pick very carefully for the Phillies here.
I've heard the Philly ties are something to be worried about. But anyways, as a native Midwesterner, I fear no man. But I'm going with Charlie Soto here for the Phillies. I think it makes sense in terms of upside. I think it makes sense in terms of the Phillies are more than willing to take a very talented prep arm. Later on in the first round here, the risk kind of mitigates itself. You're not taking a pitcher with the 8th overall pick. You're taking the 27, just a little bit different. And I think Charlie Soto fits here in a lot of ways. He's explosive. It's really, really good stuff. I said on Twitter multiple times over the course of last summer and even into this spring that I don't think he's all that far off from the top tier of prep arms in the class. And I think that he did nothing but silence any critics this spring. He's super young for the grade. I think that that's something that plays a role too when you're talking about how much developmental road that you'll be able to own with him as the drafting team. And not to mention, it's really, really good stuff right now too. It's mid-upper 90s with the fastball. It's a really fast arm. The breaking ball is plus. It's a good talent. He's a high school pitcher, so of course there's some developmental ahead as there is with any of them, but really, really good components there.
I love that pick. Reborn Christian Academy. There was a high school showdown, the big one we know of in Alabama, but then there was one down in Florida. He threw 98 in Alabama, threw 98 in Florida, and went to both high school showdowns. It was great, which is a wonderful time for you guys to do it. Wanda Rivera is his mom. Carlos Soto is his dad. His dad played Double-A baseball in Puerto Rico. Charlie Soto has been a favorite of mine for a long, long time for all the right reasons, too, as a human being. So let's round it out with those who actually have earned picks. Now, there's some fun things coming up on the backside of this, but pick number 28, because the Mets and the Dodgers, they go over financially. They don't pick technically in the first round. So the Houston Astros, the champs, round it out.
We have them with Brock Wilken here, the big third baseman from Wake Forest. Wake Forest's second first rounder of the draft, inclusive of Brett Lauder earlier. But Wilken's a guy that we, as a scouting staff, collectively have loved dating back to his amateur days. And I will shout out my boss, Jared Goodwin, in the biggest way here. He has been the biggest fan of Brock Wilken. And Nolan Shanuel, dating back to their high school days. Not to mention the fact that he was the driver of the bus for Ethan Petre last spring too. And Ethan Petre just had an incredible freshman year at South Carolina. Anyways, enough about Jared. This isn't about him. But Wilkin, huge numbers, huge power. We'll see if he's a third baseman long term. He has improved there. There's positive signs to how he's improved defensively at third and maybe a chance to stay there long term. We'll see, but either way, it's massive power from the right side of the plate. He takes his walks. It might not be an overwhelming hit tool at the end of the day, but he should have strong OBP numbers, strong power numbers, and provide some value defensively somewhere. So I think he makes sense here for the Astros. We know that they like power. We know that they value batted ball data. So it fits, and I think that he's deserving of this sort of slotting just based on how good of a player he is.
He's young. His 21st birthday is on June 17th, so he's very, very young to be at this point. 2 years he played in the Cape, had a .402 on base percentage in the Cape.
Yeah.
That's a gauntlet. You're facing a closer that's stretching out essentially starters because they're not going deep. Just a wonderful career, as you said, a great on-base machine. Well done. You've rounded our first round, but because we're in Seattle, there's no way that we just button this up without you repping picks 29 and 30 because of the way things slotted, comp picks that head back their way. And this is why you talked about the Mariners having all this cash, if you will. The Mariners picked 29 and 30. So I'll give you the floor. You can go ahead and talk about both athletes. You can be dramatic and talk about one at a time. But 29 and 30, Seattle is watching very closely.
So there's some elements at play here of you have all this money to play with, and so generally speaking, you're going to take a shot on a guy, pay him a lot, pay him over slot. That's probably what they'd end up doing with Thomas White in this scenario. Then with your other pick, you're probably giving him slot. And then the other pick you have to cut a little bit on. That's generally the formula. It's not a guarantee or anything like that. So I tried to go into these two picks with those in mind. I went with Kevin McGonigal, the left-handed hitting infielder from Pennsylvania. He's a high school kid, as well as Jerron Watts-Brown, the right-handed starter from Oklahoma State. I think they both fit what the Mariners like to do. McGonigal has some comparisons to Cole Young, who they took in the first round last year. I think he's getting dinged because he's probably not a shortstop. He's more of a second baseman, and he's not an overwhelming athlete either. But conversely, viewed as maybe the best high school hit tool, best prep hit tool in the country too. We've seen him show some power from the left side of the plate. Always performed with Canes National. Every time we saw that kid, he was hitting. And then for the second pick, like I said, Watts-Brown from Oklahoma State, a guy who, depending on your organizational philosophy, you either really like him or he's more of a third rounder for you. And I think that for me personally, I love projectable college guys. I love guys with good deliveries. I love guys who throw strikes and have feel to spin the baseball. And even with some up and down results, and even with the velo being up or down depending on the start, I think that Watts-Brown is a guy who fits exactly what Seattle does developmentally with their arms. I think that, you could point to Logan Gilbert or George Kirby of recent drafts, and those guys went higher than this. But either way, he's a guy I think could get into Seattle's system. They can add and sort of keep consistency with the velocity. The slider's already plus. It just makes a lot of sense to me. So for the Seattle fans who will be watching the draft, Thomas White, Kevin McGonigal, Ron Watts-Brown in front of the home crowd, think you'd have to be pretty excited about that.
So it's interesting. Best left-handed pitcher. Again, there may be better, but he is skewing as the best left. A man in McGonigal who you guys, I know about Kevin because of you guys. You've called one of the best pure hitters in high school baseball since you could lace him up. So, and then a real upside, a guy who gambled on himself, left Long Beach State, went to a tougher gauntlet. I love it. A few quick notes. McGonigal, as you said, he comps to a similar pick because he's from Pennsylvania, like the man Young who came before him. He is an Auburn commit, McGonigal. So many great numbers. High school baseball, 647 on base, 27 hits, 26 walks. Tracy and Kevin, his parents, McGonigal, a pure bat. And I had a great conversation along with Danny Wexton with Watts-Brown earlier this year. He threw a no-hitter when he was a member of Long Beach State on Mother's Day against UC Riverside with his mom in attendance. That was in his first year, Watts-Brown. And this year, 78 innings, 117 strikeouts. That K-rated comes back again, 33.3, seventh best in the NCAA. Really love Jerron Watts-Brown. All sorts of fun. Thank you for doing that on behalf of the Mariners. We're not going to leave out the Mets and the Dodgers. There's no way that happens. So if you don't mind, if you could represent the Mets at 32, that's when they will step into the room. The Mets, who are so busy with the big boys, they get to come down and pick an amateur player. Who did the Mets pick at 32?
I actually, for the folks watching at home, I didn't know that Sammy Stafura was a Mets fan. And I had Sammy Staffer at this pick in an earlier iteration of the draft when I was working on it. Ended up bumping him up to the Yankees, so that's I apologize, Sammy. I don't even play for the Mets. That's my bad. But either way, here at 32 with the Mets, I have them with Bryce Eldridge, the two-way guy, a high school kid from Virginia. He's huge. He's 6'7", 6'8", whatever it is. He's a left-handed hitter who rakes, and that's unique in and of itself. And there's obvious Spencer Jones comparisons made to last year, but they're different players, they're different athletes, they do different things, whatever. They're both huge and left-handed though, so I kind of get the automatic inclination to comp them. But Eldridge, really good hit tool from the left side. He has monster power. He's performed. We've seen it. Every sort of hurdle we wanted to see him surpass on his developmental path in high school, he cleared. And not to mention the fact that he's also a really good arm. A big right-handed arm on the mound, up to 95, 96 with a good slider, a swing and miss slider. So there's some potential two-way upside there if the Mets wanted to explore it. But Darren, a lot of folks know that I'm mostly a scout within Perfect Game, but sometimes they see me on TV, sometimes they see me on broadcasts with you. And the same can be said of many of our other scouts, Jeremy Brown, Jared Goodwin, Vinny Servino. We kind of have that little, we do both type of thing. But what most folks haven't seen is Darren Sutton put on a scout hat. Make that transition from broadcaster media to the scout world. So with pick 36, with the Dodgers' first pick, I actually want you to make that pick for us, if you'd be so kind.
Oh man, I'm humbled by this one. I'm really humbled by this one. Hang on one sec. Just off camera, I keep all my fan gear in. Hold on just 1 second. Let's get this.
We didn't plan this at all.
Let's get this. There we go. All right, 36
there it is.
Pick. Kershaw on the back. All right, I'm honored. By the way, folks, if I make the print version, meaning if I make the website with this pick, I'll be humbled and I will be honored. So with the 36th pick, the Dodgers have come into the room. I've seen Josh Burns running around the country. Certainly he's been at High School Showdown and his entire team. They do a wonderful job. This is a personal favorite of mine, and so he's on the list of all the guys I researched. With the 36th overall pick, the Los Angeles Dodgers select Arizona outfielder Chase Davis. Former PG All-American who, simply put, Chase, and we've talked about it, rode the bench his freshman year, didn't play really any meaningful games at all under Jay Johnson, and has gotten better each and every year. Before I maybe extol some more of his virtues, how'd I do with the pick? And scout up Chase, if you don't mind, for us.
I think you nailed it, but I also think you're going to be wrong because I think he's going to go before that eventually, once we get to July. But you definitely nailed it on value. He's a guy who's coming into his own in a big way, especially in recent weeks. A guy who we have a top 40 grade on dating back to April, but we're probably going to adjust that upwards as we do the final draft board. But huge left-handed power. The hit tool is coming along. He's probably a corner outfielder long-term, but with that offensive profile, who really cares is kind of where we're at. And he would make a lot of sense for the Dodgers, who do an excellent job of taking the guy that other teams look at as risky and turning him into an all-star. So it makes a lot of sense, and I would love to pick if that would have happened.
Yeah, strikeouts have gone down, right? I mean, that's a big thing certainly for you guys. The strikeout numbers have gone down dramatically. There's something interesting. Carlos Gonzalez, if you followed the game long enough, Cargo, everyone called him. He models his game after him. The swing is very similar if you can go back about a decade to watching Cargo play. Here's the fun part about it that I do know. Cargo and he are communicators regularly. They FaceTime. Cargo heard about it, got in touch with Chase Davis. He's available whenever he needs him. I love that. I love the fact that Cargo's doing it. Thanks for letting me pick. Now I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me three players, and there's a lot of players you guys sent me to research, and now I watched you pick them. There is a bunch that didn't make the mock draft. I'm going to start the clock. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Crystal ball, if you don't mind. 3 players that by the time we get to the draft that weren't on these lists will be drafted in that first round, and quickly tell me why, and go.
I'm going to give you 3 high school names because we are, after all, perfect game. Going to start with Alex Clemmie, the left-handed pitcher from Rhode Island. He's a high school kid. He's up to 98, 99. It's explosive. It looks gorgeous. It's unbelievable. He walks too many guys, so that's a risky profile, but when you look at the traits and how it all works together, his upside is massive. I would imagine that someone might gamble on him. I will say Cam Johnson, the left-handed pitcher from IMG, originally from Virginia, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but up to 99 with the fastball. He's huge and physical. He throws bowling balls. The sink and the horizontal movement on his fastball is unbelievable. Slider's gotten better. Was heavily scouted at every start this spring. Would imagine that he's got a chance to go in the first round. And I'm also going to go international for you here and go with Miles Naylor, the youngest brother of the Naylor crew. Miles is different than his brothers. He hits right-handed and plays the left side of the infield as opposed to left-handed and catcher. But huge power. Saw him hit a ball 480 feet 2 weeks ago. He looks great. First rounder.
Well done. Just a few seconds over. Brian, thanks, man. Thanks for your insights, and thanks for inviting all of us to come into your scouting meetings when you and your team get together. You guys are tireless. You see players at all ages from 14, 13 on up, and then you see them in college. You have a spare moment, you drive to a college game. That's the kind of work you do. So thank you. That's what separates, I think, us, meaning you guys, from some others, is that you've seen these young men since they kind of went through puberty, then into their dreams of pro baseball. We appreciate your time, man.
Thank you for having me as always. Draft is almost here. I'm excited. I hope everybody else is.
All right, and I can't wait to find out if my pick makes the final rundown. To follow along this draft, the very great stuff that Brian and his team, the stuff that they put out, visit perfectgame.org, find the newest, the very latest mock draft. On behalf of all of those that get together and scout these players, and those of us that are fortunate enough to create this content, my name's Darren Sutton. He's Brian Sikowski. Enjoy your summer. Enjoy the draft. It's right around the corner. Thanks for spending time with us on Perfect Game TV.
That's it. He just told me to bring something off the camera. Okay, we good. I'm taking it off. Everything coming off. I'll take it off. Oh, yeah, I call you.
Yeah, I was trying to get it off. He's throwing 80 to the head. All of a sudden, he's swinging this around. I took this. The person got the power in. I'm still down. He's playing baseball. We're on team. On team. About 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Hey, you back on?
I will, thank you. I have a lot of them.
Back on? So what? So Chloe. Oh no. I was trying to tell you, Chloe had came over here asking. Nah, I was trying to tell you that Chloe had came over here asking about my availability or whatever for June. And she was like, so we're having this over there at the smaller fields, this or whatever. And she was like, I just needed to know what's your availability for the 20th, also the 28th. And I was just like, the 20th, I can definitely do, but the 28th, I can't. She was like, oh, well, then that's perfectly fine. Well, Bill said, well, no, she was like, well, Bill's kind of running it. So he said that you and Thomas was amazing. So, you guys got a first dibs. So I was like, oh, okay, thanks. Oh, you canceling on Pat? Man, oh man, why you gotta do me like that though? Why you gotta do me like that though? Because he's gonna be talking about that the entire game. You say you'll cancel on anybody? Right, but I don't know. I just feel like if I told somebody, I'm like, you give me like a set date, and I can be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do them. Then like, I just feel like I gotta do it, unless like something just like really, unless like something like actually really happens, and I just can't do it. What you mean he gave you the dates yesterday?
Get back at the
Yeah, especially if it's like a better opportunity, I'm gonna be like, I don't know. I'm gonna be like, I don't know. I ain't talked to him in a couple days since last week. Hey, I wasn't gonna say that today, my business. Honestly, I don't never tell Patrick nothing. Like, it ain't my business to say. Unless he comes to me and be like, oh, Thomas, and I'm like, oh, well, he already know. I guess we can talk about it. But if he's like,
Day 4 of the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase rolls on with our final game of the afternoon. Seeing some of the best young talent in the country from this class of 2025. And our game here today will be the Vegas Gold Squad as the visitors against the white team from the famous East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. This last quartet of teams possesses quite a bit of talent, and we enjoyed the previous game and looking forward to this one as well. I'm still Brett Dolan. He's still David Ronsley. Trust me, even 4 days in. But David, always curious to get a name or two from you, a couple of people that you're anxious to see from this game this afternoon.
Well, right off the bat, we're going to have Blake Illich on the mound. Blake is a 14U Festival player. You probably recognize the name Illich, grandson of the late Mike Illich, founder of Little Caesars and former owner of basically most of the teams in Detroit. I think I wouldn't even try to name them. He's a hard-throwing right-hander. Has been up to 90 in the past. I've heard over 90 this spring. So he's going to be starting right off the bat for the Vegas Gold team. I'd hope to see Seth Hernandez on the white team this game. He's the number 1 ranked pitcher in the country. He's not going to be throwing till tomorrow, so I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow. But there's tons and tons of very good players on both teams. One guy on white I do want to mention, Billy Carlson, number 9 ranked player, shortstop from California. Boy, was he good in the workouts yesterday. And not only talented, but he had a lot of fun. He had flair to his game. That's not a normal thing to see in a Southern California shortstop, but Billy Carlson had that in spades.
A flair and talent. We love both of those things. It'll be fun to watch for. Let's take a look at our pitcher on the mound. Talked a little bit about him. Kobe Sealing from IMG Academy. Massachusetts native. Will be starting for the white team against the visitors from Vegas Gold. Here's the roster for this Vegas Gold team. You see their rankings on the right side. Got a couple of players within the top 100, or a couple of players, in fact, within the top 30 in this class. And as we mentioned, every time we throw up these rosters, it is multiple pages worth of individuals through the second page as well. More top 100 players, top 200. These rankings will be adjusted going forward once we get through this event. But giving you the list of all the players that will comprise this team, both pitchers and hitters, position players. And this is Brandon Logan, who's going to lead things off. Jump a little more in depth on Brandon Logan, number 3 outfielder in the class. See his perfect game career numbers and a Vanderbilt commit.
I know Vanderbilt's sometimes known most for development of pitchers. When you see a rising junior already with a Vanderbilt commit, that certainly jumps out. Kobe Seelig on the mound, listed 6'1", 170. He's looking a little bigger than that. Might be an old height and weight. It's up to 89 last summer, so a fast, loose arm. Last time I saw him play, it was a fastball changeup combination. Still looking for his release point on his breaking ball. We'll see what some time at IMG has done to help that pitch.
He trying to get you to put him on that.
And here's a 1-1 to Brandon Logan. Good pitch. Catches that outside corner.
It looks like it's helped it a lot. I got that question answered almost immediately. That 72-mile-an-hour sweeping breaking ball.
And that was electric. See if he wants to throw it again. Time was called. We're not used to that at the major league or collegiate level. Pitchers have been getting the baseball ready to fire, but Logan stepped out. Count remains 1-2. And the fastball rides high and outside. Fastball velocity has been 89 in the previous pitch. There's a ground ball to third. That was a strong throw across the diamond by Carter Christensen for the first out of our first inning.
I like the way Christensen moved to his left, stayed balanced well, and especially making that hard throw across the diamond from a lower arm slot. That's where his direction was taking him. Your arm works best down there from the lower slot, and he made an absolutely perfect play there for a routine first out.
Here's Hagen Wright. Breaking ball sweeps outside. Mesa, Arizona native, Arizona State commit. Red Mountain High School. A little bit down on that pitch. He verbally committed to ASU as a freshman. Loves the history of baseball and putting players in the major leagues, and of course from that area, so it'll be an easy commute for the family. 2-0.
Yeah, pulling up an MLB alumni list from Arizona State might be a couple pages on your browser.
Would agree. It's going to take you a while.
Especially going back to the great teams in the late 60s, the 70s, all the way to Spencer Torkelson, the top pick in the draft a few years ago.
Mix in a Pedroia, you're right. A lot of guys. And who knows, maybe Wright will be the next. He had 9 home runs as a sophomore in high school baseball this year. It's a pretty big number.
They don't have very long seasons, ironically, in Arizona. You think Arizona, they could start playing the first day of the second semester and go all the way through. They have pretty short seasons, 22, 25 games in the spring in Arizona.
Young man who's been dealing with dyslexia his entire career. Good baseball player. Grounds one deep into the hole, and the play not made, but it was not without a valiant effort from Connor Lytle over at short with the backhand and the throw across the diamond, but Wright able to reach on the single. He did not take long to exchange that into the hand and plant and try and get it across the diamond.
Made it a very close play at first as well.
This is the center fielder, Bryden Bull. Doesn't waste any time. Blisters one to center. This ball starts to travel, and it's going to get over the head of Cooper Teeples. Wright's going to go to third. In fact, he's going to keep on chugging, heading to the plate on a run-scoring double from Bull. And a ringing extra base hit for a 1-0 lead.
Nice. Bryden Bull, the 127th ranked player in the country, a 6'4", 190 left-hand hitter, got all of that one. Didn't get the lift, but certainly got the exit velocity. Goes into second with an easy double. Thought about 3 just a little bit.
One out.
Young man who's a Long Beach State commit. We'll talk more about him when he gives us more time, but he was up there ready to be aggressive early in the count. Presley Corville is next. Lake Charles, Barb High School, probably no surprise, A&M commit. A&M, when they had Jim Schlossnagel took over, brought, I think it was Nolan Kane, the recruiting guy from LSU, so he had some connections in Louisiana. Probably brought a few of those guys to A&M. Big JT Realmuto fan. See if he can follow up what Bull did with a ringing double. He's going to hit one into center field, dropping for a base hit. Bull's going to turn third. Teeples, the left-handed center fielder, fires one to the plate. We might have a play, and he's out at the dish on the throw. The one-hopper from the center fielder, Cooper Teeples.
Cooper Teeples busy out there in center field, gets that double thrown in time to hold Bull to a double. Now with an accurate throw. Perfect one bounce, catcher catches it, easy tag. Couldn't execute it any better.
Cade Goldstein, the catcher, played that bounce, put the tag down on Bull, and there's 2 outs for Eddie Zahn.
So I just stay with my batter.
Bradenton, Florida native, his father, Ed Zahn.
I just wanted it to ask because, I know I saw him on.
Eddie is a Miami commit.
And he was already scoring.
These young men have come out of the gate swinging some lumber here in the first inning.
Selig not throwing badly at all. Has been up to 89 on the fastball. He's shown much better breaking ball that he hasn't been afraid to throw than I've seen him in the past. Hasn't really thrown that changeup I've seen before, and that might be a pitch he needs to mix in because these hitters are obviously seeing his fastball.
Stroke to left field for a base hit. Corville will score on the base hit from Zahn, so that was 4 straight singles. That should be our 5 batters and end the top of the first inning. But the Vegas Gold Squad came out swinging. 2 runs on the board on 4 hits.
Yeah, and you could see Selig's body language after that 4th hit. He just took the ball and rolled it on the mound as if to say, hey, somebody else take this. This isn't working for me.
We'll be right back. Here we go to the bottom of the first inning. It's a 2-0 game. Couple of runs for the Vegas Gold team. Talked a little bit at the very beginning of the broadcast about Blake Ilitch, the left-hander. And David, this is a big-bodied guy. We'll talk more about him. Here is the roster first, though, for the white squad today. Saw Cooper Teeples with that outfield assist. Billy Carlson, 9th ranked in the class. Ed Small at 57. Seth Hernandez, number 4. Omar Cerna, a catcher, ranked 12th. Talked a little bit about Billy Carlson. Let's touch on his rankings. Number 4 shortstop, 9th overall. Preseason underclass All-American. Vanderbilt commit. Here he is. Leading things off from Corona, California against Ilitch. And that's a big-bodied pitcher in Ilitch as well, David.
And that's part of Ilitch's package he's always brought. He matured early. He's a bit old for the class at 17 too, but the arm strength has always been there. You know, he can touch 90. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Hey, first pitch 92. Why not?
There you go. There's a big bouncer to the right side. Ilitch over to cover. He's going to take the ball shuffled from Kellner. It's the out, so right away tested. Getting over to first and able to get the first out against Billy Carlson. Young man from Brother Rice High School, Canes National, and he is a Duke commit. He really loved the facilities, even the AAA ballpark where the Durham Bulls play, where Duke plays some of their games. This is Omar Cerna. Big bender in for strike 1.
And Cerna's a fun player to watch. I sometimes worry about his body, 6'2", 225, but he's a catcher, but he combines that big strength and size with great flexibility and looseness. And boy, can he throw a baseball. I believe he is throwing the 8th inning off the mound. You're going to see some You see some gas then. Threw 86 from behind the plate yesterday during drills. It's a big arm. It's a big bat as well.
Had to check his high school, David. It listed as Dobie from Pearland, the Pearland High School. And again, there's multiples. Went to the state championship game. Just played last weekend at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock AAA facility for the Express State of Texas. He's at a neighboring school in Dobie. Illich ahead on the count, 1-2. The pitch to Cerna. Going to be tap foul. Blake did a great job filling out his questionnaire, and he said the person that inspires him is Grandpa Mike, and you touched on that, the owner of the Tigers and so many other facilities there. There was some question whether that ball was fair or foul. I guess it ended up being called fair. Cerna didn't bolt out of the box, and he's retired easily. See it again.
I didn't even watch what happened there. Maybe Cerna thought that went off his foot.
Maybe that's it. Had it been the
probably
situation.
happened. Yes, he thought he went off his foot. Obviously, the umpire thought differently. You can see Cerna going there like,
Yes.
wait, whoa, sir, I'm looking at my foot.
Yeah, made for an easy throw, and he didn't move because that high chopper would have been a base hit had he taken off. As long as that was in the air. Sebastian Norman, Springfield, Missouri, next man in. But I was saying Illich, the man who inspires him was Grandpa Mike, who was a minor league baseball player but changed his goals and became really maybe the most important person in Detroit sports. Got the Illich family and the Ford family. That just about covers it. That pitch spiked in the carpet. 3-0.
And one thing I'm enjoying about this performance so far from Blake, he's thrown his fastball often. It's been 91-93. And the previous times I've seen him, it's almost like he wanted to be a big, strong, finesse pitcher and try to trick hitters. And I've sat and watched him and go, Blake, throw your fastball. It's a good fastball. You can blow it past these guys. And it was curveball, changeup, slider. He has the full arsenal, but he's going out with his fastball, and it's a good one.
Ground ball up the middle. Major will not get that throw across the diamond in time. Sebastian Norman had a chance to beat out a base hit and did so. And maybe to your point, David, when Illich gives us his self-scouting report, and you talked about throwing a lot of different pitches, he says he is a 6-pitch pitcher, curve, sweeper, bullet slider, sweep slider, circle change, split change. But obviously that fastball's looked very good.
Yeah, Sebastian Norman, 6'5" runner in the 60. I think he surprised the shortstop there.
I think he did
seen
too.
that a little earlier in the event where, these players, they know each other, but they aren't used to each other's relative talents. And maybe taking a little too much time on that throw with the shortstop. And Norman, an easy plus runner, beats it out.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of explaining it. Luke Corneliuson bats with the runner at first and 2 gone. A pick try down at first. We've seen a ton of runners picked off, but not this time. Illich goes on to say he's both a power pitcher and a crafty pitcher, a feisty competitor, and determined to win a World Series.
Preferably with the Detroit Tigers?
I think that might be his preference. And if they should win a World Series before he gets his chance, I'm sure he would be glad for that as well. So would their legions of fans. 2-0 the count to Luke. There's that breaking ball again. Able to roll it in for a strike.
With 6 pitches, I'm not going to be, and without access to spin rates right away, I'm not going to be sure what he's throwing, actually. I'll know when it's a fastball because it will start with a 9 like that one right
Just
there.
like that one. Ripped on and missed. Pretty good inning. Couple of soft ground outs. An infield single, which wasn't hit hard, and the strikeout after an inning. 2-0 our score with Gold in front. Let's go back and look at a few of the pitches from Illich. There's that fastball, though, David. You wanted to see it a little bit more, and I think you've seen the hitter's reactions a few times where that's a lot to handle for a 15, 16-year-old young man.
Didn't see a fastball under 91 that inning, which is impressive in and of itself.
So well underway here in our second game this afternoon. Day 4 of the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley. And this is the last quartet of teams. Of course, we have long since excused the first 4 squads and now working towards these last 4 teams. We'll see them play again tomorrow before, as David mentioned, we'll welcome in the sophomores. We're 6 teams worth and go through their skills tomorrow afternoon. It's our second chance to see Kobe Seelig. Watched him throw in the first, although he did give up 4 base hits for the IMG Academy right-hander. 3/4 arm slot pitcher with what he says is a true sweeper, a 2-seam and a changeup. The changeup is the ability to be his strikeout pitch. I think sometimes, David, we see these guys, they have a strong first inning, and then we're curious, can they sustain it through a second? I think for Seelig, maybe it's the opposite, right? He kind of got his feet underneath him in that first inning. Now I'm sure he wants to come back out and have a little more successful second.
Oh, no doubt. And the one adjustment, I'm sure he noticed in the first inning that all 4 of those missiles that Vegas Gold hit were off his fastball. And it's a fairly straight fastball, and the talented Vegas Gold hitters obviously saw it very well. Might be a little more careful about location, maybe start off more counts with off-speed pitches, try to get hitters to be looking off speed and then bust them inside maybe with a fastball.
He's facing Boston Kellner. Probably should make one more note about Seelig, though, before we move on to a few of these hitters in the second inning. Past winter, he spent a few weeks in the hospital, which was called a career-threatening illness, a version of pneumonia. And he was able to overcome that with the great team at the hospital and his parents helping him out as best they could. And due to IMG's great efforts in getting him back on the field and regaining not only his confidence, but then, of course, his ability.
Yeah, we're talking pneumonia and otherwise, I'm sure, very healthy 16-year-old. That's has to be very scary for parents.
That ball turned on, hit a mile down the line in left field towards the monster, but bending foul to the left of that 315 sign and pole. See what Kellner can do. Part of the 13 and 14U Select Festivals. Played hockey his freshman year in high school. No surprise from Colorado Springs. He missed the big Nugget celebration last night. He's a basketball fan as well, and that pitch is outside. It may still be going. Who knows?
Oh, yes. Interesting conversation I had earlier with people about Kellner, and they said something about Kellner and catcher, and I'm like, I'm not familiar with Boston Kellner as a catcher. He's a shortstop. Also dabbled a bit on the mound, and somebody said, yeah, I've heard he's looking to play some catcher. And I looked at him during batting practice, and 6 foot, 195 pounds, and has the arm strength and such. And I'm thinking he's going to Louisville. I think we've already talked about Louisville as the new home of future big league catchers. And I'm thinking, that's not a bad idea with just speaking as a profile and a tool set on Boston Kellner. That just might work.
Had some fantastic catchers in the last couple of years. He lines one towards center field into the glove of Teeples, who's already picked up an outfield assist and now catches that sinking liner to retire Kellner. And bring up Mason Chillicutt. San Antonio, Johnson High School, LBJ High School, Texas commit.
It's always nice to see top young prospects from San Antonio. Going to put Caden Cunningham in there, of course, along with Chilcutt, 2 festival players. Because San Antonio, you think of the major cities of Texas. San Antonio certainly qualifies as Logan down to second base, the ghost runner. San Antonio certainly is populous just about as Houston or the Dallas Metroplex, but that doesn't have the same baseball culture as those two cities.
Yeah, not quite as many prospects for either the college ranks or the professionals. Chilcutt waits on a 2-1, and the pitch stayed high, never did bend or break. That pitch just carries right on off the corner out of the hands of Seelig.
Looks like Seelig still has that adjustment to make with what he's calling a sweeper, in more aiming it at the hitter's hips and bringing it into the plate rather than starting it at the plate. And a disciplined hitter's going to lay off that almost every time.
Bloop to center. Dropping for a base hit, and then that ball may have taken a big old bounce. So Chilcutt never did stop running, able to get there to second base. Scoring easily was our ghost runner. It's a 3-0 game. Boy, he was breaking out of the box because once that ball took a big hop off the carpet, he never did stop or hesitate.
Yeah, and that's how you get a double on a ball that goes 150 feet, as you bust it out of the box, and Chilcutt did, and there wasn't even really close at second base. And, of course, we have a catcher who's a 6'6" runner right there. So Chilcutt has that speed player's mentality. Benefits from it right there.
Walker Urban takes strike one. Manhattan Beach, California. USC commit. Big Bryce Harper fan, Corbin Carroll fan. Picked a couple of good ones, some left-handed boppers, but he's a right-handed hitter as Walker Urban. Seelig would love to finish him off, and he was aiming for that outside corner, kind of got that outside edge to the batter's box instead. Not a bad 0-2 pitch. Here's a 1-2. Doesn't come set for a great period of time. I think he's anxious to get down that hill and towards the plate. Chilcutt might just take off to third as well. There he comes set just a little bit longer. Lifted to right, playable. Catch is made easily. Ball comes wildly back in. Hauled in by Ryan Stallone. Two gone for Miles Major. Miles Mays, I should say. Left-handed batter ready in the first pitch. Boy, that had some good sink to it and drop.
That was a nice changeup. That's a pitch I don't think that he's used very much because he's seen predominantly right-handed hitters. I think that's a pitch that he can use against right-handed hitters if it's that quality.
Mays is a switch hitter as well, correct?
Mays is indeed a switch hitter, 5'11", 195.
Says he's a big Adley Rutschman fan because of his ability to do the same.
Well, a switch hitting catcher is, if he can continue to improve and develop his physical skills, especially as a catcher, and that's a short list of switch hitting catchers in the big leagues.
Well, you aren't kidding. Young man from Midlothian, Texas, Oklahoma commit. And a big rip and a miss. Seelig able to get through that inning.
And we'll look at the highlights from his second inning of work because it was so much different than his first inning of work. And Kobe Seelig should take that with him as he walks out of the field. And I think the whole reason was he got the sweeper over for strikes and he used the changeup. Very successful for both.
We'll step aside. Blake Ilitch back to work in the bottom of the second inning. He's ready to go and start firing towards Evan DeMario. Lee Summit, Missouri in the Kansas City area, Rockhurst High School. Sharply on the ground, backhanded at short. This is going to be a long play, but one that is not made. It was close. Good effort by Matthew Major. Kellner over there at first trying to stretch. Well, here's Jason Delamar, number 8th ranked outfielder in the class, part of the Sophomore National Showcase Top Prospect team. What do we know about Jason, David?
We know that he has a heck of an outfield arm at 96 miles an hour in drills yesterday. Also ran a 6.78. So it's a big, raw physical tool package. It's, one of the best basic tool packages in the 2025 class.
Big Hog fan, he says. Takes a strike at the knees over the inside corner. Do perk up a little bit when I get to see these potential future Razorbacks. Goes to Fayetteville High School from Glen Rose, Arkansas. Said there was no reason not to commit to the only school he's ever really watched.
And thus his talent, high school talent seems to, over the last decade, certainly become more and more plentiful in Arkansas. It often leads to that. I mean, it's like being a football player in the good old days in Nebraska. If you grew up in Nebraska, that's who you were. You were in Nebraska and you were going to play for Nebraska football. And that maybe has gone away a bit, but nowadays in Arkansas, much the same thing with that tremendous Razorbacks program.
Delamar down on strikes with a pick to first. He'd be a high school teammate of Logan Schaefer, but he is retired for the first down. Brings up Joshua Campbell. These catchers love to throw. Any opportunity they can to try and pick somebody off, they're all in favor. Campbell, a Michigan commit. Got the young man from Bloomfield Hills facing Ilitch. Michigan bragging rights. Chop it to short. That's a long run to get there, and that ball just kept trickling on into left field. Looked like Major was trying to come around that baseball. It was going to be a really tough play considering he was up the middle. Never did get it cleanly.
What do you do with bragging rights on that? Well, it goes into the scorebook as a base hit. But Illich can come and say, dude, it was a dribbler to shortstop. It was a hit.
Yeah. I might say in game situation, you'd give the edge to Campbell. In showcase situation, you'd give it to Illich. Young man who committed to Michigan before his freshman year. He's on base. Here's Ryan Stallone. Driven out to right. This ball easily playable. Tossed back in by Urban. Got it back in quickly.
I think he caught the base runner, DeMario, a little off guard. Think he was going to throw to third, but he threw right back to the base instead of to the cutoff man and almost caught DeMario napping.
Carter Christensen next in. Cincinnati, Ohio, Mulder High School. And Illich tries to run that breaking ball over the inside corner. Kind of backed up maybe a little bit on him. Couple of singles here in the second.
Yeah, Christensen noteworthy for the fourth group because he had the fastest 40 time of any of these players in the last group with a 6'4", 260. One of the many products of Archbishop Moeller here at this Junior National Showcase.
And that runs over the inside corner. That would have been the high school of one Ken Griffey Jr., correct?
Correct. Also of one Hall of Fame shortstop named Barry Larkin.
Yes. Would the Boones have been a Moeller High School product?
I think it was the Bells. I think the Bells were Moeller
you're right.
High School.
Good point. Lifted into center by Christensen. Easy play for Bull. And the inning in. So Illich works around a couple of singles, able to get 2 flyouts and a strikeout to complete his 2 innings. Let's go back and take a look at a few of those pitches from Illich.
Well, I'm bullish on some Blake Illich right now after that outing. You know, before I was like, use your arm strength, be an intimidating pitcher instead of a finesse pitcher. I now know you have 6 pitches, but at the beginning and ending of the day, if you throw 90-93, that's your best pitch. That's the one you can pitch off of, and that's exactly what he did. He flashed some of those other pitches, had some success with them, and that's outstanding, something to be further developed. But it all starts with that power fastball, and that's how you set up all that vast array of pitches, and he did an outstanding job during that 2-inning outing.
Yeah, certainly enjoyable to watch him perform. Even with a couple of base runners, the last one really wasn't terribly hard hit, but you still have to go out there and work with a couple of guys on base, try and navigate through your innings as best you can. We've completed a couple of frames, and looks, that is at work. There's Darren Sutton. There's 2 of him, correct? Right? There's 2 Sutts.
There was a Sut in the dugout earlier in a white shirt, I know. There's always a videographer too, Tanner, right there. Big John following him, and I think that Darren just hovers around the dugouts because he wants to get to know the kids, because that's where the stories are at this event, is with the kids. You hang around the dugouts, you get to know the kids, you see the personalities. I think Darren probably knows more teenage baseball players than anybody in the country, bar none.
Yeah, I think he wants to get on the mound. I think he wants an inning of work or something along those lines. They might let him sneak in. You got to do a. I'm not sure if that's a do-si-do or that's a handshake.
I think one of them has a date tonight.
Maybe.
Not the dance. Zion.
Prom should be over.
Right there. Mike Illich.
And Darren's 5 feet away, and he's missing it all with his videographer. Should be due for a new pitcher, and we are. Kyle Hopper from Orlando, Florida. Next man in from the First Academy. I do not have a scouting report on Mr. Hopper, so we will figure it out together as he works here in the 3rd inning against the Vegas Gold squad.
Starts with 6'5", 190. On the young side at 16'3". Was up to 88 last summer, last time we saw him at an official event. I'm sure our scouts in Florida have seen him since. Let's develop the scouting report right here, Brett.
Aiden West, first man in. Take strike one. Young man from Maryland, committed to NC State. I learned a little bit about these young men, and I guess maybe just learn in general, not just about these players, but also a little bit about the world that maybe not completely familiar with. And I'll tell you what I learned about Aiden West is he's going to roll one back up the middle, and it's on into center for a base hit. So we see him racing down that line, and it's been kind of a strange journey at times for Aiden West. He has something called Sever's disease, just a tremendous heel pain that has caused a lot of problems for him. Seemed to be moving pretty well up that line, but had to overcome that for about 2 years in 13U and 14U. Had to go through a lot of physical therapy just in order to kind of regain his speed. Here's Dallas Brooks, another Maryland native. I think we've had a couple of guys in this entire class that have talked about Sever's disease, and wasn't terribly familiar with it, but sounds like a lot of work for Aiden West to get back on the field.
I will admit that's the first time I've heard of that malady myself. And I went to right away to look at what his speed numbers were, and a significant portion of the Vegas Gold team did not go through workouts yesterday. I'm not sure what the plan is for today. A large number of the players on this team are also member of the Canes organization, and they were playing in a tournament in the greater Atlanta area yesterday in the championships of the tournament, and were arrived in time to take batting practice, but missed out on the 60 in the drills. And I'm sure there's a plan with the scouting staff to when they're going to do that, but they have not done that yet.
Well, I think that's good information, good update. Put another ghost runner aboard at first as Dallas Brooks stays in the box. Big wave and a miss.
Hopper working at 83, 85, mostly working very quickly, using that long body and long arm action, high 3/4 to create some downward plane.
One out.
And down goes Dallas Brooks. He says, I'll see your Sever's disease, and he had some health issues as a child, a premature baby. He had a feeding tube until he was 8 years old and a few surgeries to help those issues.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, those are back-to-back guys in the lineup that have had some challenges, but I would say, my goodness, several surgeries to overcome that. A lot of time in the hospital, so good that Dallas Brooks has been able to keep charging in his baseball career once healthy. And this is Weston Boyle. That one went right behind his neck. Both runners advance. Able to take off on that pitch. What a good one to run on.
One out, one out.
All Weston Boyle has done is grow 5 inches in the last 12 months. That's probably a much different body than a year ago if you haven't seen him during that time frame.
Listed right now at 6'2", 175.
Big Trey Turner fan. Big swing and a miss.
I just looked back a little bit. This exact day, June 13th, he's playing in the PG Midwest State Games, playing for the Building Champions 14U team, listed at 5'10", 130 pounds. And he was on the all-tournament team for both batting and pitching. So the tools and the skills existed back then, just not the size. And he's caught up pretty quick. He had a homer in that tournament, weighing 130 pounds.
And David, he said he's really kind of been able to drive the ball to all parts of the field now that he's not just bigger and stronger, but also kind of adding your game experience on top of that size. So it kind of goes hand in hand.
You go back to 2019 and a 13U Fall Wood Bat Championship, 5'3", 95 pounds.
I mean, that's what I love you, David. I mean, I could throw that out there scrolling through, and you can put some facts to it immediately. And I mean, we've all seen gentlemen like that, but it's an amazing last 12 months from a physical change for Weston Boyle.
And what that's so cool to me is I go to a lot of 13, 14U events, and every event will have a few kids that, quite frankly, should not be on 60, 90 fields, that are 5'3", 95 pounds and 13 years old. And you sort of go, why are you here? You're not ready to play at this. But it's very instructive to have a player who is in the same position in Weston Boyle a couple years later playing at a national event like this.
Well, he put a charge into that one.
Oh, my goodness.
That ball was tagged. And a play at third base in time to end the inning. But Weston Boyle just absolutely crushed the ball to center. West scored, and Brooks was out trying to head to third base. Probably give kudos as well. Let's see where this ball was tracked down, if Campbell was able to get it back near the fence.
That was
David,
crushed.
that's a nice running grab.
Caught that. That's a very nice grab by Campbell. I thought that may have gotten down for a double, and what a nice play by Campbell and the cutoff man on a ball that deep to still get the runner tagging up at third base.
Hey, that was a fun inning. We'll break. Come right back. New pitcher as we go to the third inning. Matthew Delaney from Albuquerque, working to Kai Lewin, batting in the third. Good look at Matthew Delaney. Young man who throws a four-seam fastball, David, a changeup, curve, and slider.
Thank you for the scouting report. I was going to delve into that. Last time we saw Delaney throw was in Las Vegas in a tournament in January. It was up to 86. Plays for the Ducks National Scout Team, Elite Black.
Talks about pitching with velocity, control, maturity on the mound, mechanically sound, athletic, and a good off-speed selection to the FAU commit, Kyle Lewin. Delaney said he pitched in the state championship game as a freshman. The crowd was loud and the bases were loaded when he came in, and maybe it was a little bit overwhelming. They ended up losing the game and just tried to take something from that experience. So he tried to block out the distractions, certainly got back to work both in the gym and pitching-wise, and this year was the first team All-District, the second team All-State performer as a sophomore.
Outstanding. He probably could have called a very famous Albuquerque Academy alumni to ask his advice. That would be Alex Bregman.
Bregman, yeah. Tell you what, though, speaking of Albuquerque, I give Matthew credit for honesty when he was talking about interaction with a college coach as he misses way inside of the wind. He said when a college coach asked him why he wanted to attend their school, he responded, because it's close to the beach. And then he adds, I don't think that's the answer he was looking for. Lewin tags one to center. Our Ghost Runner is going to have to retreat because the catch was made by Brandon Logan. And I'm guessing he's right. Upon further review, I have a feeling he was probably exactly correct. Get plenty of sand, you just don't get the rest of the beach aspect in Albuquerque.
And you can pitch at 5,000, 6,000 feet, or you can pitch down at sea level. Makes a difference as well.
Great point. He should have said that. I want to pitch with a marine layer. I don't want to pitch on the altitude of New Mexico. Is Nagashima, next man in. That ball's going to be blooped out there to left center field. So Nagashima able to move up our Ghost Runner to second base with the bloop. Brings up Seth Hernandez.
Kind of surprised we're not seeing Seth Hernandez on the mound today, but a very athletic right-hander. The number 4 player in the 2025 class, really the number 3, because Cam Caminetti, just the number 3 player, just reclassified. An early Vanderbilt commit, and one of the best. We talked to our scouts in Southern California about him as Hernandez lifts a fly down the right field line. They say he's the best sophomore age pitcher they have ever seen.
Wow.
And that's high praise. He's regularly, I expect when he throws tomorrow, it's going to be 94, 96. That's what he's been throwing all spring. And that's just eye-opening. And he throws strikes with it. You can see the athleticism in drills yesterday. He has a real nice cadence, a confident cadence in all his actions on the baseball field. The sport might come too easy for him even.
Boy, that's something to look forward to. Cooper Teeples from Emerson, Georgia. Next man in. We've seen him with an outfield assist already from Johns Creek, Georgia. So Delaney in his first inning of work after Illich went the first 2. Teeples part of 643 DP Cougars 16U. Chased the pitch a little bit up and out. Some of the schools he might be interested in: Stanford, Duke, TCU, which would tell you, again, a high academic student, and in fact a 4.0 GPA for Cooper Teeples. Here's the 1-2. Cut on and missed. Pulled a string there, David, on that pitch?
No, I think he just blew it by him.
All right.
86-mile-an-hour fastball inside half.
So it's 4-0 through 3 innings. He's got that wave and a miss at the pitch right at the belt. So we might see a little more of Delaney to this point. Final game of the day, Brett Dolan and David Ronsley. And we've had some great defensive plays. We've seen some pitching. We've seen a little more offense, I think, in some of these most recent games than we had at the beginning of the showcase. So for you scouts, you're getting kind of a sample of everything, right? Some games, some plays within the games that maybe you can't always expect to see, but you certainly enjoy being able to evaluate in addition to the guys on the mound and in the box.
I think at this point, we saw a home run earlier today, and that was great. We've seen extra base hits. I think at this point, I'm enjoying seeing great defensive plays more than anything else, whether that's, a great throw from the outfield, whether it's a running catch. Catchers have been, with their activity picking off runners, the spectacular play. And I'm kind of enjoying the athleticism that those defensive plays are making more than anything else, that I've seen these last few days.
Was it De Los Santos yesterday who had both the diving catch and the outfield assist to third base?
Very well could be, yes. Yeah, we've seen so many nice defensive plays.
They start to
in
blur.
one of the games earlier today, we literally had 2 catches crashing into the right field fence, one of which I think robbed a home run. So, we've had that kind of defense. We've had, some spinning plays in the infield. We saw Sean Gamble a little bit earlier with a very underrated play at second base. And I think we still have, 4 innings left in this game? I think we might see some more.
On the hill is, that one chopped foul wide of first base. Kyle Hopper back out there for a second inning. This is Jordan Marlowe. And it's 1-1. Marlowe, another Floridian from Dixie County High School. He offered on that one. He did everything he possibly could not to tie himself in knots and was not able to hold back. So Marlowe rung up. He just about twisted himself right into that batter's box, trying to do everything he could to keep that bat from being a swing.
That's the advantage of throwing a slider from a high 3/4 arm slot when you're already 6'5", is it's coming downhill so hard, and then just that little added slider shape to it. Hitters have so much trouble recognizing that pitch.
I might say I think he did check, but regardless, it's an out. Matthew Major, the batter. From Troy, Ohio, Tulane commit. Big break on that pitch and a wave and a miss. Strikeout to start the 4th from Hopper.
Hopper had a bit of a lengthy first inning, really didn't have a feel for where the ball was going. And he's coming out as a completely different pitcher this inning, just throwing with confidence. You can see some swagger there on the mound. He had a little bit of tall pitcher's disease in the first inning, which to me is you're so long that your arm's late coming through. You tend to miss up with your fastball. You tend to bury your breaking ball. But he's refined it and just pitching with so much confidence right now. That breaking ball's 2 grades better easily.
Yeah, he's finding some rhythm.
He's a natural fast worker, but he's doing it positive now instead of nervously. He's look how he's stomping around that mound right now, like, give me the ball. Hurry up.
Caged animal. Brandon Logan is saying, what have I gotten myself into? Couple of strikeouts, and before you know it, I'm down 1-2, and before you know it, I'm just trying to put this ball in play with a 2-strike swing. Racing up the line, but retired. And, David, that was a strong finish from Hopper, and that's really the benefit of these pitchers being able to go 2 innings for a situation just like that.
That was a great inning. That was fun to watch because he could have easily had 3 straight strikeouts there because Logan did a great job, even reaching that pitch. We see a little work from the 3rd inning here when he was struggling a bit. But the good thing about this is tough first inning, probably a little down on himself. If we showed a picture of him in the dugout now, he'd be jumping up and down. He's feeling so good about himself, especially from that pitch. And, it's just a nice outing for the big right-hander.
We'll be right back. Well, Delaney back to the mound for his second inning of work. He's going to get a look at least 3, maybe more, here in the 4th inning. Connor Lytle is the first batter. Lytle from New Canaan, Connecticut, and a commit of the College of Charleston. Rolled it to first, and I think we skipped 3 and went straight to 13, so that may have been Andrew Benson. On the ground out to begin the 4th inning. Was the case.
Delaney starts his second inning pretty much the same way he was in his first inning of work. You know, around the zone, challenging hitters early in counts, getting weak contact on, you know, on both his fastball and his breaking stuff, sitting there at 84, 86 miles an hour, but very businesslike, very mature.
This is Luke Sullivan from Bristow, Virginia, Canes American.
Delaney in short, not anything like some kid, 16-year-old kids who wants to go hang out at the beach.
Fouled back by Sullivan. He's working with tempo, too. Just about got the pec muscle there of Luke Sullivan. Was able to bend back out of the way just enough. See him wearing that Canes helmet that he'll wear a lot this summer. Kind of a wide batting stance. Delaney worked around a single last inning. Got a strikeout of Teeples to end it. Quick ground out here in the 4th. And the count has gone full to Sullivan. Or was that what would have been ball 4 with a ghost runner? Our umpire's moving. There we go. So indeed, we'll put a runner on. Keep the count full and see fastballs now for Sullivan. Chopper going to go for that lead run, or maybe even a chance for a double play back at first. That was a pretty nifty attempt by the middle infielders. Started by the first baseman Kellner. Went ahead and got that lead runner at second base.
Well, we were talking about Kellner before as a shortstop who has catching potential, and you put a high-level shortstop at first base, and he's going to out-athletic that position every time. Threw a strike to the shortstop to almost start that double play.
Shortstop was Aiden West. This is Cade Goldstein. Hidden Hills, California. Harvard Westlake High School. School's produced a few baseball players in its day.
A few, yeah.
Yes.
You could put together a whole major league pitching staff, and a good one for Harvard Westlake grads.
Boy, these catchers have been doing whatever they can to try and get some pickoffs, and they have also been extremely successful. Fastballs have been in that 84, 85, 86. There's been some 83, so a little bit over the dial. And a breaking ball. Catches the top of the zone, rings up Goldstein. And Delaney finishes a couple of scoreless innings, giving up just one single over his 2 frames of work.
Again, just a very business-like outing. No special pitch, mid-80s fastball, change, curveball. Lots of strikes, mixes it up. Finished both innings with a strikeout. You know, kind of fun to watch. Good baseball. There's a big curveball for strike 3. Finish out the outing.
Working with some confidence, some conviction, some tempo.
Yeah, he still's got the energy. He's gone from one end of the dugout to another and might turn around and go back to the other end.
might just be on his way right on out of here. Who knows? Meanwhile,
he might have a plane to catch.
Could entirely be the case. And on we go to the fifth.
Nowhere near the Atlanta airport.
But it's such a good time of the day, isn't it? About 6 o'clock to go driving through the highways and byways.
It would take 2 hours to get to the Atlanta airport.
Take a helicopter, maybe if need be. Well, we're going to see new hurler for our white team, Frankie Russo. Going to pitch as we go to the fifth inning. Pompano Beach, Florida native, Westminster Academy. Young man who's given a lot back over his time frame, and these are, again, young men, but he has spent, I think he said, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 hours of volunteers. So that doesn't come easy.
It takes a long time. Oh, did he specify what type of volunteer work?
I'm going to roll through that and see if I can figure that out.
It takes a long time in the context of a normal busy life to accumulate 300 hours of volunteer work.
For some, a lifetime, maybe. Pitch is lifted in the air to center field. Off the bat of Wright. Nestling in the glove for the first out of the inning. So Wright, who had a single, scored a run in the first, retired.
Last time we saw young Mr. Russo was a couple weeks ago at the 16U East Memorial Day Classic, pitching for CBU 2025 Scout Team Maruzak, up to 87 with a 69 curveball.
Well, Brian Bull put a charge into a ball back in the first with a run-scoring double. This ball's tagged pretty well towards the monster in left. And that took a lot of effort to get back near that wall and not crash into it and put it away from Cooper Teeples. Now, he had the outfield assist in center. He moved to left and handled the monster and made the play.
That was a tough play by Teeples because this ball really carried. I mean, we're talking about opposite field. Looks like there's some sun out there. Gave it a turn. You've got the wall back there. That's actually a big warning track back there, too. Can't see it from that angle, but a nice piece of hitting and nice defense from Teeples.
So it brings up Presley Corville, the Barb High School product from Lake Charles, Louisiana. He had a run-scoring single and also scored a run way back in the first. Corville listed as a primary catcher. I would say this pitch is requested up, and it was fouled back. DeMario just put his knee down and stuck his glove up and said, throw it up, but tagged foul down the line and right. Breaking ball just drifts off the corner. Russo was wondering if he had a strikeout and out number 3, but just did miss off that outside edge.
This is a pretty unique arm action from Frankie Russo. Breaking ball, he has a big wrapping back, which is hard to work through. Everything he's thrown is cut as well.
That ball was thrown away at third by Nagashima. And Corville will not only be safe at first, he'll go to second on the overthrow. Got a lot of gear to take off, and we'll continue the inning for Zahn. Now, he had an RBI single back in the first. He was the 5th and final batter that frame, so didn't get a chance to stay out there and run the bases. He's an Anthony Volpe fan for the Bradenton, Florida native, but not from IMG, from Mooney High School.
I was just reading between games where the Yankees ownership has even given Volpe, their struggling rookie shortstop, former PG All-American, a vote of confidence. I thought owners' vote of confidences were usually reserved for managers and not rookie shortstops, but this is the Yankees. They operate on a different level.
It's a big stage there in New York. But fun to see how that thing shakes out for Volpe. Zahn trying to continue this 5th inning against Russo. Got a couple of flyouts before that chopper to third that was tossed away. Now he's misfired on all 3 to Zahn, who's going to swing away. That's up the middle, handled it short. That ball just stayed down on the carpet. It was gathered in by, I believe that was Hernandez.
Yeah, remember that play. Remember that play when Seth Hernandez pitches tomorrow, because that was a nice play out at shortstop by the youngster.
Sure was. And that retires on to end the top of the 5th inning. 4-0 our score. Vegas Gold in front. Is going to lead off. Oh, beg your pardon. Looks like we've got a different scheduled hitter. Grayson Burleson will bat. First pitch swinging. That doesn't take long. Diving attempt at short. Nearly a great play was made. But the Tennessee native Burleson able to reach on what'll be an infield base hit. Queston Boyle at short, laid out, trying to make that play. Burleson wasn't on our initial lineup, but didn't waste any time getting into the game, getting himself a base hit. Now we're back to the top of the lineup. Billy Carlson grounded out to first in the first. So for Delaney, there's that big bender. Struck out the final man he faced last inning in both a hitless and scoreless inning. Next pitch is tagged down the line and foul towards that left field corner. Burleson, though, got the base hit. The Vandy commit. Plays for R.A. Dickey's travel team. But Carlson, we talked a little bit about him when he came to bat in the first.
Yeah, and the bat speed yesterday in BP was impressive, but like I said, it was more just the defensive package and the flair. This won't end up well for Carlson at all, I don't think.
6-4-3 DP. Boyle to West, back to Bull. This is Cerna. He grounded to third, his only at bat way back in the first inning. Big smile on the face of Cerna after that last pitch. Up the middle, over the mound, and into center. Cerna hit it right back from where it came. Diving attempt out behind second base, but once that bounced directly over the mound, it didn't hit it, didn't deaden it whatsoever. It's probably going to skip right on into center.
And make no mistake, the ball comes off Cerna's bat different than his peers. You can see the strength there. He has a batting approach that wouldn't work with if you weighed 150 pounds with his hand action. But his exit velo yesterday in the cage testing was 102, easily the best so far, the best period at this Junior National Showcase. So the ball's going to come off, especially when he gets it top spun like that. It's going to get into the outfield very fast.
Bouncing ball to third, that's a foul ball. David, is that a strength factor for Cerna? I mean, there has to be an element of God-given talent when you can impact a baseball at that magnitude at that age.
Well, it comes from the strength, and you have to have the looseness and the dexterity in the hands to do that. But when we watch him tomorrow, as a matter of fact, well, watch. He has a big, huge hand hitch where he coils his hands, and if you aren't immensely strong, you just cannot do that and hit any type of pitching. Speaking of hard hit balls,
yes, Sebastian Norman, a bit of a run and hit. Norman with the single, had an infield base hit back in the first, but a much harder base hit here in the fifth inning. So a single, a double play, then a single and a single.
Well, it's quite a gauntlet. I mentioned Cerna 102 off the bat, in the testing for the highest exit velocity. And you want to guess who was number 2 with 98 exit velocity of the whole event? That would be Sebastian Norman.
Okay. That's a murderer's row in this lineup then. Ball gets away, but not far enough for an opportunity to score. I think that's Chilcott catching. He pounced on that ball quickly.
And there's a lot of emphasis in big leagues. You read about it all the time because it's a fun number for writers to write. Exit velocities, whether they be on Aaron Judge home runs or such. And of course, De La Cruz, the rookie, Ellie De La Cruz for the Reds. I mean, every ball he's hit since he's been up has been 112 or 114. Where a hard hit baseball in Major League Baseball, and these are game contacts, is considered to be 95 or above. That's what they call a hard hit ball, where the chances of you getting a base hit are 50% or greater hit that hard. And De La Cruz is just making a mockery of that right now. He isn't hitting many balls. He's striking out a lot, and that's part of his envelope. But it's just absurd how hard a normal hit comes off his bat.
It's a wonder they don't have to throw the balls out of play if he hits a double or whatnot because of how much he impacts the baseball. It's almost not human.
For years, that hardest contact list at the end of every year has been dominated by Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton. They're the two biggest, strongest, kids in the big leagues. And I think there's going to be a new challenge to that kind of leadership.
Corneliuson, the young man from Springdale, Arkansas, from the Harbor High School, sticks. Another gentleman that had the Severus disease that I was talking about earlier with the heel, but young man from just a few miles north of me here in Northwest Arkansas today. Corneliuson struck out back in the first. He is an Arkansas commit. That pitch is up and out. Said he's gotten a lot more physical since last year. He was 5'8" and 150 pounds. Now he's 6 foot tall and 195. And the bat speed and the arm strength, foot speed, it's all followed. But dealt with that Sever's disease in his heel from 13 to 15. Put that ball into play, and I think that'll be the final batter of the inning. So Delaney started hot, had to run into murderer's row there at the end of his outing, David, in that fifth.
I think he threw exactly the same. I think he was just throwing to better hitters, to tell you the truth. There wasn't much difference in the stuff, the execution. It's just he's facing some awfully good hitters, and here are some of Delaney's best pitches from his outing. Enjoyed watching the young man from Albuquerque.
We're back at it. Russo going to work to Boston Kellner, who lined out to center back in the second inning. Russo faced 4 batters, did not give up a hit in the fifth. Kellner, the young man, the former hockey player, hits one to the ground, one bounce at short. Ball's picked up. The throw across the diamond is...
I believe that was wide. We have a runner at first base.
Indeed.
Kellner.
Tell you what, it would help if our umpires, and we go through this once a year, they need to know to be able to make those signals. It may appear obvious to them, but not throwing up your hands or doing anything doesn't work. Chilcutt the batter. And that throw will bounce. And Kellner wastes a little time continuing on. Chilcutt went down to get that pitch. High pop up on the left side of the diamond. 2 infielders converge, but the play is made.
Hard to believe he got that ball up in the air. That was right off his shoe tops.
Here's Walker Urban. He flew out to right field. His only time in, so chance to get a second at bat. That pitch finds its way to the backstop and will provide a free base for Kellner. So he's made his path around. And another one that spikes. So Kellner is just going to continue his tour all the way around the bases and score a run for the Vegas Gold squad.
We've seen this other times, especially with tall pitchers, especially when you have a long arm action like Russo does. Look at the length of that arm action. It makes it so hard to repeat your release point. When you're going deep, you're going behind your body. Offline is what, we call it in the scouting and pitching coach line of things. You get that arm offline like that, it's just so hard to time it up with the rest of your body, especially when you're 16 years old. Russo has thrown some really nice fastballs. They tend to get, pretty hard cutting action due to that, the same arm action that causes inconsistencies. When it's right, it's really good. It's getting it right very often. There's a beautiful fastball down there. Just down in the zone, a little bit of cut at the end. Perfect right there. Now it's replicating it.
I think that's a point probably worth just following up on. At the big league level, you might see a pitch that just kind of gets thrown out of whack, whatnot, but then they're right back into that previous form. For a young kid, arms and legs growing, trying to figure it out, that might be 5 or 6 pitches where you're trying to recalibrate and come back. And Mace swinging to the first one, will pop one up, and it's easily put away, and that will end the inning, but a run comes across for the Vegas Gold team. 5.5 innings complete. It's a 5-1 game. A few fans assembling outside the complex here at East Cobb. We're in the 6th inning of our last game today. 5-1 Vegas Gold in front of the white team. We also have a new pitcher as well coming on to throw. It's the left-hander Kai Nee from Westport, Connecticut, and a Duke commit.
Kai, a 6-foot, 175-pounder from the Northeast. Exactly 16 years, 6 months old. He's been up to 87 at PG events before. Obviously an outstanding young student with an early Duke commit.
Big Clayton Kershaw fan. Chose Duke because of its elite blend of academics and athletic opportunities. DeMario had a base hit back in the second, hitting for the second time.
All I had to see is one pitch, and I remember Kai Nee from the last time I saw him. That very unique, right before he works from the stretch, but right before he takes his hands all the way up and extends them as high as they go. Brings them back down to a more set position. You see it right there.
You don't forget those mechanics. Good breaking ball.
Yeah. And there's a story behind why he does it. It's undoubtedly related to, it just makes me feel better. Something about keeping my arm extended or loose, or it reminds him something no different than a Joe Morgan flapping his elbow before he set up in the batter while he's set up in the batter's box. It serves more of it certainly serves really no physical purpose in his delivery, but it serves some sort of mental checklist purpose that keeps Nee comfortable on the mound.
Says a left-hander with spin, relies heavily on a four-seam fastball and curve with a changeup in his back pocket. Said he did take pieces of the delivery, though, of Clayton Kershaw. And David, Kershaw's the guy who does something very similar.
I was just about, it just dawned on me that that's not a unique aspect, completely unique. I think Kershaw is more of a joining hands up above, isn't he? Instead of starting with them joined and just going, straight up steeple style.
There's definitely similarities between those two.
There was a pitcher years ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago at least. I'm trying to remember the name. He pitched a little bit in the big leagues, although not much, I think with Detroit, whose delivery was an exact replica of Oral Hershiser's. I mean, you could look out there and say, hey, Oral Hershiser came out of retirement, and he was a young man from Southern California who grew up a Dodger fan and emulating Hershiser, and he went to the point of absolutely flawlessly replicating that delivery. Unfortunately, he couldn't replicate the stuff or the command, but it was amazing to watch.
David, I got news for you. There's about 400 baseball broadcasters in Southern California in the last 2 decades that sound exactly like Vin Scully's, with at least with his pacing and his temperament. So, imitation's not only a great source of flattery, but I think you say, well, work for this gentleman, maybe it can work for me. And DeMario turns on a pitch and rockets one to left center field. This ball's hit a ton. That ball is gone. Up, out, and over the big fence in left by DeMario. Off the bat, it looked good, and it just disappeared into the Georgia trees.
That was nice. Let's see it again, Truck. Fastball inside half, did a great job pulling the hands in. That's a great way to get the lift. And there was some doubt it might have hit the wall. Nah, that cleared pretty easily into the trees.
Well, that's a big swing.
Our second home run of the day. We had Caleb Barrett from the Navy team go just about the same place in the game earlier today. Now you can see the ball going over there.
Well done. This is Delamar, struck out his only time in. Fayetteville, Arkansas native, high rank in this class for Jason. Big swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher.
Yeah, Brett, your mention of the great and late Vin Scully reminds me of one of the highlights of my long baseball career, and it was long before I ever even thought about actually announcing a baseball game. So it has nothing to do with that, as that ball's lifted to center field.
Easy can of corn.
Ball. Anyway, back when I was rooting for the Astros and was a lowly assistant scouting director and needed to pick up extra money, had 2 young kids, I would help visiting radio and broadcast crews when they came to the Astrodome. And our broadcast people knew that. And when a team said, hey, we need somebody to keep a book, to be the runner, to do whatever, they knew to ask me, and I was going to be available. $50 a game. That was, in 1992.
That's big coin.
A nice little thing. And I was probably going to be at the game anyway, to be honest. And every year, when the Dodgers came in, of course, with Vin Scully in his prime, he wanted somebody else in the booth. And for maybe 30 games over a 5-year period, it was the producer, Vin Scully, and me alone in the Dodgers broadcast.
Oh,
booth.
That's something else.
And I get goosebumps today thinking about. And the amazing thing, the gentleman that he was with an eidetic memory, he asked about my kids and my wife by name every year when he came back. And it just blew my mind that the greatest announcer ever was asking about my kids by their first names. When
I like that.
Who was I? I still think of it as one of my warmest memories in baseball.
Should be. Joshua Campbell, the batter, singled back in the second inning. Had a homer and a fly out against Kai Nee here in the sixth. Big curve, wouldn't snap down in the zone. Of course, when DeMario homered, it was a two-run shot because we had the ghost runner over at first, which reminded me, I think last night, Shohei Ohtani had a leadoff two-run homer in extras in the game in Arlington. So it was DeMario with a leadoff two-run homer this inning.
Is that Ohtani, the leading home run hitter in the American League, or Ohtani, the pitcher?
It was Ohtani, the hitter. The hitter's had a better year than the pitcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Campbell, thought he might have got jammed just a bit, but that fly ball to left, put away again. Running grab was made by Urban. Second out of the inning.
Well, if it makes Kai Nee feel any better about giving up that home run, his hero Clayton Kershaw has given up 216 bombs in his Hall of Fame career.
Ryan Stallone takes a high strike. He tapped that ball back into his glove as he was going into the windup and pumps in strike 2. Just outside of Toronto in Ontario for Stallone. All 3 balls hit in the air this inning, 2 for outs, 1 that cleared the fence. Nee's arms might be tired if he throws a lot of pitches in the game. Popped up back behind the plate. That's a lot of stretching. That's a lot of movement. There are times, though, David, he is putting those hands in the air, and he's not even looking at the hitter per se. And I know the hitter's thinking, is he coming? Is he pitching in my direction or not? I mean, right now those hands are in the air. He has no idea if that hitter's in the box or whether he stepped out before he comes set. I'm sure there's a kind of a mental exercise, maybe a timing mechanism involved in all of that.
Does he do that from the with a runner on first base?
I think he does. Maybe it's a little bit shorter. This one's skied to right. Hey, all 3 outfielders had a play that inning. 3 fly ball outs after the leadoff 2-run homer. Yep, you heard me. Anyhow, we have played 6. We'll step aside, come right back. And this was the home run by DeMario. Got one to lift, launch, up, out, over the fence, goodbye into the Georgia trees. Well, we've seen Sebastian Norman with the bat, and that was impressive. In fact, a couple of base hits today. Now we get to see him on the mound.
We've talked about all the tools. We talked about the 6.5 speed, and we've seen the 98-mile-an-hour exit velocity, of bat speed in action. Let's see, we see the 90-mile-an-hour infield arm, whether that translates on the mound.
This is Aiden West, Maryland native, NC State commit.
Well, that delivery and arm action qualifies as unusual, at least to my eyes. Straight up, very limited extension, but the reality is it's 89-91 on the first two fastballs before that breaking ball in the dirt.
I would
That's
say it's
always
unique.
a bad sign. That was a bad sign when the whole platoon of ghost runners just ran over to line up by first base. That's a little bit worrisome.
Let's see what Aiden West can do on the 2-1. That's up and out. West, I mentioned, committed to NC State, and he had a late grandfather, Eddie West, that played baseball at NC State, also the starting quarterback way back in the 1950s. So his grandson will follow in his footsteps and go to Raleigh. High fly, shallow right. That thing is up there a long time before it's put away for the first out. It's Jason Delamar. Brings up Dallas Brooks. You're thinking, it's twilight, late afternoon with some of the shadows, some of the trees around the ballpark. It's not a hard time picking up the baseball. And then you watched that game last night during the true twilight in Stanford with Texas, and heartbreaking way to lose a super regional game for a chance to get to Omaha. So
I rewatched that in between games here, and it was a smaller picture. I don't even know where that ball landed eventually. There were players running around like they were chasing fireflies, and I still don't know where the ball. All I know is it landed somewhere.
I think it landed equally between right and center and a little more shallow than the straight line across, and it just dropped in. There wasn't an outfielder within 35 feet of it.
And wasn't
it's a little bit low.
Wasn't the pitcher pointing to third base to start or something?
No, he pointed to the outfield. Then he started walking to the dugout. He thinks, well, I've got this. We're going to extras. And then he got about halfway to that line. He goes, oh, no, because there was some confusion and panic. Sprayed foul off the bat of Dallas Brooks. Dallas went down on strikes in his other previous at-bat in this game. And as a Maryland fan, maybe no surprise, his favorites are Adam Jones and Adley Rutschman and Cedric Mullins. But this was the young man that was on feeding tubes for several years of his life. He's going to wave and miss and go down on strikes for the second out of the inning. So Norman, after maybe just a little bit of a rocky beginning, David, he got the harmless fly out and a strikeout.
I think it's a matter of being overhyped when you come to the mound. Those first few fastballs had the velocity, but were nowhere near the plate. He backed it off down into the mid-80s, through strikes, got his grip. Now he's back up to 88, 89.
Weston Boyle hit an absolute blast to the center field fence that was caught, and it ended up being a double play back in the third inning. One of the better pieces of contact we've had in the game. We did have the home run, but he hit that ball probably further than the home run landed, but he hit it out just to the left of straightaway center.
.92 fastball before that, so Sebastian Norman bringing the heat and throwing strikes with it right now.
He is. 1 ball, 1 strike the count to Weston Boyle, batting in the 7th. Easy bag over at third.
No, it's really been interesting looking at the progression of his fastball velocities. I'm going to run through it quick, see if you see the pattern. 91, 89, 87, 85, 84, 85, 89, 88, 90, 92. It's like, okay, I got to back off, figure out how to throw strikes. Okay, now I know how to throw strikes. I'm going to throw hard again.
The yin and the yang, right?
That shows some instinct right there, especially for someone who I think has very little experience on the mound. Just looking at his records.
Get a called strike. If he can live in that location, he's going to dominate these hitters. '86 that just popped up. 3-2 pitch. Inside corner, strike 3. Weston Boyle rung up. Maybe the only inning we see from Norman. After putting the ghost runner on, fly out, strikeout, strikeout.
Kind of funny. If I was just watching that and watching the mechanics and stuff, I would not guess that there were some 90s, 91s, and a 92 mixed in there. Because I'd be, how does he throw that hard from that delivery? Almost reminds me of Fernando Rodney. You remember Fernando Rodney?
Sure.
Where it's a kind of a straight up delivery and a big barrel chested, strong body, and the ball just flew out of his hands. And that's kind of what Sebastian Norman did there.
A little short armish. Is that maybe an accurate description, or is it just because he's kind of twisting and kind of throwing off his hip rotation?
It's short arming, and it's a short stride down the mound. There isn't a lot of extension out front, but magic comes out of it, or octane, or whatever you want to call it. I guess with Fernando Rodney, it was arrows that he always had in his quiver.
That's right. Magic and lightning. At this age, those are the same thing. Kai Nee comes back out for a second inning, gave up the home run, and then got 3 fly ball outs, 1 to center, 1 to left, 1 to right.
That's the way to get out of the way of the catcher's throw.
I wouldn't want to do that 8-9 times a game if I was out there working on a CG, but as I say it once a day, youth wasted on the young for these young men. Carter Christensen, the batter. Now, he flew out in his only at bat. I think you mentioned during that AB, David, that he ran a 6.42 260. Is that correct?
That is correct. The fastest speed recorded of the last group of 4 teams.
You see that notation on the graphic for Christensen. Sometimes when you set that up, you want to see if this kid can hit a ball in the gap and run. I know Nee would like just as soon to polish him off now that he's jumped ahead in the count and not have to witness that. There's that set before the tap in the glove, and the pitch a little bit elevated and missing. Next pitch, I think had that been caught cleanly, he might have been able to get strike 3, but it was not.
Yeah, the catcher
took that
was
out of the umpire's
late.
advantage.
Yeah, the catcher was real late getting into his stance and just wasn't in a position to catch the ball cleanly.
In part, I think the other unique aspect about this is with Nee, I believe he's had a different catcher each of the last 2 innings.
And that
so even though Nee's been out there.
Yeah, that raises the point of all catchers here. Usually you're catching a pitcher you've never seen before, and that's hard. We've had trouble in All-American games with the best catchers in the country, saying, "Oh, what's wrong with him today? He's not, catching cleanly." Well, he hasn't ever caught him before. You're talking about, in the All-American game, guys throwing, elite level stuff. And it's hard to catch, and you've never seen a guy before. It makes the job even harder.
Yeah, just not only the speed, but also the break and And I think sometimes with these catchers, and you're going to get a wave and a miss here, sometimes these pitchers get in a rhythm where they want the sign they want to go, and if they aren't thinking on the same page as their catchers, then there becomes that kind of internal battle. When you slow down a guy who wants to work fast, then a little frustration might also set in. This is the FAU commit, Kai Lewin. Flew out to center in his only at bat. He said FAU to him represents a school that competes and can win at the Power 5 level. And we just saw ORU make it to the College World Series. We saw Southern Miss come to within one game of also going to Omaha. So I think at times in this age of college baseball where it's been as old as it has ever been, sometimes the delineation between a really good mid-major program and some of the Power 5s isn't as vast as maybe it has been in years past. On the ground to second, kind of a leaping throw. The ball was scooped, and that's going to be in time for an out. Aiden West with the play, the jump throw to first.
Kind of like a second base Jeter going on there. Usually the play with that is to pivot and make the low underhand throw going back across your body, but West with the full jump and accurate enough the first baseman could pick it up. On the scoop, really nice play.
Jordan Marlowe at first able to play that bounce. Here's Nagashima, Rancho Palos Verdes, California. Didn't get a chance to talk a lot about him, and maybe we can this inning depending on how many pitches he is going to see. Looked at that big bending curve. See if he gives us another pitch. Fouled back. He's going to the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Said he's always had a special bond with Hawaii. He loves the beaches, the food, the people. And he was recruited before he even played his first game in high school by Rich Hill. Rich has a lot of energy and passion. I could see where that would be a nice fit. Been a wide receiver on the football team. Started both ways on the football diamond by the end of the year. And he got the game-winning hit in RBI in the CIF Southern Section Championship game. Brought home the first championship for his school in their 31-year history. And if that's not enough, he's taking Latin 2 and planning to take Latin 3, David, and he just took strike 3. So he's taken Latin 3 and he took strike 3. He gave me just enough pitches to get his story in, but he didn't quite have the ending he would have liked.
Well, we'll take another look at Kai Nee here and his Clayton Shaw-esque mechanics a bit. The big breaking ball. That was a good, effective pitch for him. And he settled down after that leadoff home run, threw a lot of strikes, and had a nice, effective performance.
We'll step aside and come back for our 8th inning. Game goes to the 8th inning. We have seen some of the position players also get a chance to pitch. It was Norman last inning, Omar Cerna from Pearland High School and Dobie High School this frame. Showing off that pink glove, and he's going to see if he can show off on the mound.
Well, this could be very impressive. I'm very anxious to see what happens here, what sort of flame comes out of Omar Cerna's hand. The last time I saw Cerna throw, he was up to 92, and that was last summer.
Facing Jordan Marlowe. Marlowe, a strikeout victim way back in the 3rd inning, getting another chance here in this game as we bend towards the end of the final game on this 4th day. Cerna uncoils. That ball was smoked into center for a base hit by Marlowe. Played back in by Stallone.
Nice piece of hitting there, and I know Cerna hasn't changed speeds yet, just 4 fastballs, but 4 fastballs in the 90 to 92 mile an hour range, and they're getting on you quick because Cerna has that compact catcher's arm action. So he's not showing the ball to the hitters at all, and it's jumping on you. And Marlowe had no trouble timing that and lining it back up the middle.
He did not. Matthew Major struck out back in the 4th inning. Pair number 32 is going at it right here. The Tulane product, Troy, Ohio native. Just bringing the heat, but that ball sprayed out towards right center field. It's going to go all the way to the advertising, to the Oakley side. Marlowe around third. He's going to score. Major heading for 3. In with the dive. He's out. He got the double, got the RBI, but did not get the 3-base hit. And the number of good plays defensively continues, even on what is a 2-base hit. Nice relay, strong throw to cut down Major.
Yeah, he just stroked that ball exactly the place you want to hit that pitch. He got all of it. I want to see who makes the cutoff throw here. Who's making the cutoff throw? 27.
Delamar to Corneliuson.
Corneliuson. Because in a scouting perspective, you're always watching the cutoff throw on that when a good play's made. Because the cutoff man makes that. It's a being in the right position. It's the footwork and then making a strong, accurate throw.
I don't think Major was anticipating when he went into that dive that there was going to be a glove and a baseball waiting for him, but he was out, and here's Logan. Vanderbilt commit.
You know, it just speaks to such good fundamental baseball. The right fielder gets it right off the ground, throws right away, throws an accurate throw to the cutoff man. Cutoff man, same thing. All the footwork's great all around, and these are players who've never played with each other before.
Good likely. Point, right?
And it's the fundamental baseball chain still works at any level with any players.
I think that's the impressive part. I mean, you could talk about a high school team or a travel team if they haven't been together and they weren't in sync for plays such as that, rundowns, relays, whatever. That, you know, you'd have that built-in excuse. Well, these young men haven't had that benefit either, but because of their talent, ability, because of the instruction, the fundamentals, they're able to throw these guys together and pull off a nice play like that in the middle of a showcase.
I will say sometimes in regional showcases when you see a rundown or a play like that, it can turn into be a little bit of a rock fight. But you know, with these kind of players, it's you know, it's still getting back to fundamental baseball. Now, I think Cerna might have got a little hyped up after seeing that ball hit to the right center field fence because his next fastball was 94.
How about that? See that pop off our bug, 94 velo for Cerna. Some of these kids, doesn't matter if they're a primary position player, a secondary pitcher, or whatnot. That size, the strength, kind of the grown men instincts come out of them in different ways on the baseball diamond. Bounce it to third. Somewhat close at first, but out is Brandon Logan. Nice play at third base by Connor Lytle.
You know, I can understand from some point why in the big leagues when they bring in a pitcher in a 10-run game just to throw the top of the ninth inning, they bring in some, backup outfielder who lobs it in at 45 miles an hour. I love it the few times you see a guy comes in throwing cheese.
Yes.
It disappoints me so much when Brett Phillips kept coming in for Tampa last year throwing 48 miles an hour when I can guarantee you Brett Phillips can throw 94. And it's like, but then, he hasn't thrown. He's going to be wild. He could get hurt. He going gets away from me. He could hit a hitter. You can see the risk in it for somebody who just doesn't pitch. But some of these athletes that come in like that, it's like, come on, show it to them. Speaking of
Hagen
which.
Wright on a 0-2 pitch. That one rode up and in. I'm not sure if it got him off the ear flap or whatnot, but he pounces up as quick as he possibly can. He says, I'm okay, and our umpire says, let's hold on just a second. I got him on the helmet all right. This will be the best angle. Ooh,
got
right
him pretty
in the side.
firm, too. That wasn't a glancing blow either.
It was not. It was not. Gives him a chance to showcase his hair, though, too, when he takes that helmet off. You've waited 4 innings or 5 innings for your second at bat.
Yeah,
I don't know if he wants to be talked out of it, but he's going to go take a seat.
Yeah. Coach Frank Foltz is going to, hey, you can lead off for us tomorrow, whatever. Let's just come back to the bench, collect our stuff. Yeah.
And we just talked about the velocity. I mean, you're throwing 93, 94. It's not like he's lobbing it in there like Brett Phillips. I mean, that's got some velo and some juice behind it.
Well, that was a very untimely and timely exclamation to my discussion on why Brett Phillips and his leg doesn't come in and throw gas as emergency or let's get the game over pitchers, because that could happen, and that happens in a big league game. That has huge implications if somebody's hurt.
We talked ourselves into and out of an idea and right back into it as Bull flies out to center to end it. Is that our game? I believe it is, David.
I believe that is our game. 7.5 innings.
Well, hey, thanks to our crew. They've been working some serious hours this week to bring this event to you. As always, it's my pleasure to work with David Ronsley. We saw some tremendous defensive plays today. That's one. Thanks for joining us. Be back tomorrow.